said, just you and me.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello Manta, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's Finals Friday, it is Peacock Friday, it is Finals Day here in our first European cricket series in Finland since 2020. Now back then it was the Helsinki Titans that lifted the trophy, but they won't be doing it this year because they failed to qualify. Remember, it was quite a brutal group stage with just 2 days to impress. Only 2 teams out of 5 made it to this point, and I think it's going to be a cracking day of action. So we start with the Eliminator. These are the 2 teams that finished in second place in their group. Hadley's Empire 11 versus the Vanta Vipers. Let's see now what happens at the coin toss in this Eliminator. One team will have to go after this game.
Vanta Vipers to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's coming down heads. You're on the toss. What would you like to do?
We're going to bat first.
Bat?
Yep.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All the best.
Yes.
Have a good game.
Cheers, mate.
The Vipers have won the toss. They're having a bat.
So Vanta Vipers have won the toss and no hesitation. They want to bat, and they have looked very, very impressive with their batting unit. And what about Sasindu Wijamuni? He has been a real live wire with the bat, bringing up his first ECN century yesterday. It was a bit of a hairy finish, but he got there in the end. Just a very, very classy stroke maker. And one thing about the Vipers, although they finished in second place, that was because they missed out on a couple of bonus points and they had a washout, but they are actually undefeated in this tournament, so they won't want to start losing matches now, that's for sure. And Vipers, yeah, they just look a good all-round unit. Maybe one of their issues is they've had trouble containing teams, but I would expect them to have the potential to put a big score in the ball on the board first up. Hadley's Empire 11 from Empire Cricket Club, well, they are also a very, very strong team, a team we've seen qualify for the ECL not once but twice. I noticed that Vanraj Padal comes back into the lineup despite a bit of a hand injury that he's been carrying, so he's listed to bat at number 4. Jonathan Skamen's another very, very experienced player, comes back in for them. He won't be keeping, that's his regular spot. They've decided to stick with Jordan O'Brien behind the stumps. And yeah, O'Brien, he would love to score a few runs in the second innings, I'm sure, as well. Hadley's Empire 11, they kind of had a shot at top spot, couldn't quite do it. That's why they find themselves here in the Eliminator. And yeah, quite interesting. These are 2 very, very strong teams. Maybe the strongest Eliminator I've seen in a while, as far as 2 teams that I think actually, if they win this one, they could definitely go all the way. Well, we're going all the way with blue skies as well here today, with 18 degrees the expected maximum. Currently already it's up to 15. So far and away, this is the best day of weather we've had so far as well. And hopefully it stays this way all throughout this very bright Peacock Finals Friday. Another very bright man who's going to help me take you through the action here on Finals Day in Finland. Andrew Rhino Ryan to take us to the first ball. News from the toss is that the Vipers have won their toss. They're going to bat. Can Empire get those early wickets, maybe get stuck into the middle order? This is going to be a great spectacular of cricket. Over to Rhino in the commentary igloo.
Commentary igloo, a little bit warmer today, Maximo. Great to see bright sunshine out here at the Kerava National Cricket Ground here on the outskirts of Helsinki. It's beautiful conditions indeed for what should be a tremendous day of cricket. We've got 4 games coming up, and the first one should be an absolute ripper. Hadley's Empire 11, who qualified second from Group A, taking on the Vanta Vipers, who had the same position in Group B. But a quick look back at what happened yesterday. The KCC Lions did Corpio proud, picking up the first win for their team with a 113-run chase to defeat the FinCC Gladiators. They made that chase successful with only one ball remaining. Nitesh Pujari playing an absolute pearler of an innings in the middle order to get them home after some struggles early on at the top. Unfortunately for the Lions, though, their tournament was over soon after as Oulu CC continued their rapid emergence within this tournament. They chased down a target of 113 with just over 2 overs remaining. Not too many troubles for Oulu as Jayo Adana topped the scoring for them, but the boys from the north were to have a harder time in the next game. The Vanta Vipers, and powered by Sasindu Wijamuni, it wouldn't be the only time yesterday that he was belting a bowling attack to all corners of the ground. Their total of 158 for 8 was just a little bit too much for Oulu, despite the efforts of Shakir Dar, who had a tremendous tournament in Group B as well. Then came the afternoon games. We saw the Great Helsinki Markors in both the 4th and 5th game. Pretty easy victory for them over the Fin CC Gladiators, who had a tough time throughout the Group B tournament. Farouk Zeb and Shazad Shabir came on and belted a succession of Maximos, the pair of them, and really powered that innings. Gladiators, Jagadish Satyanarayanan, 34. He was their top scorer and probably their best bat throughout the tournament more broadly. And then the game at the end to decide who took top spot in Group B. Great Helsinki Markors got top spot, but they lost the game by virtue of taking the bonus point, though. They did manage to squeeze out first position in the group by virtue of the Vipers having a washout earlier in the tournament, but Wijamuni knocking up triple figures in that game and playing an array of glorious shots. Really is a class player. So have a look at how Group B finished. The Vipers, much better net run rate, and they didn't lose a game throughout the whole group process, but unfortunately for them, with the washout in one of their earlier games, they slipped behind the Greater Helsinki Markors, who had a pretty good tournament all round and got close to chasing down that strong total from the Vipers, but unfortunately for the Markors, just too many dropped catches. Wijamuni, as good as he was, put down on a number of occasions throughout that innings. So that leaves us here with the Eliminator. And Hadley's Empire 11, they were probably favoured to top Group A, but a little bit of a surprise that the BTCC Dark Knights managed to overtake them. So they're in knockout territory here. And as Vinny mentioned, a couple of helpful additions for them. Vanraj Padal, classical top order batter, really inspirational player for Empire. And same thing with Jonathan Scamans. He was very good at times out at Kardama not that long ago. Quality cricketer. They're two very handy men to bring into the side. Sangrula's been very good for them with the ball, and obviously O'Brien's had an excellent tournament already with the bat. Almost a 50-50 contest as far as the supercomputer's concerned. Just giving the edge to the Vanta Vipers. See who the tournament format favours here. Empire had a couple of days off, going back to normal life, away from the bright lights and big screens of European cricket. There's the Vipers coming back this morning after playing the last 2 days, where they only had 3 of their 4 games completed after some inclement weather back on the Wednesday afternoon. So the Empire team will feel a lot of confidence from the inclusion of a couple of their key stalwarts in the team. Looks like O'Brien's taken the gloves back for this knockout game. Did see Matthias Brazier take them for earlier in the tournament at times. Did a pretty good job as well, but for this game it's O'Brien, and unfortunately Brazier cooling his heels on the bench as a result of some of those extra inclusions. By going for Sangrula, who's been very, very good for the most part, the top of the order. But he's got his work cut out for him today in the form of Sasindu Wijamuni opening the batting for the Vipers. That's something we didn't see too much the last few days. Play and miss from Wijamuni. One thing you can guarantee, this Empire bowling attack will not come here without a plan. They're very experienced in this T10 format now. As good as Wijamuni is, they've played him plenty of times in domestic cricket. Ball drifts onto the stumps, high in the air, has to be a catching opportunity, and it's taken. What a moment so early on finals day. Widjamuni tries to whip a ball out to mid-wicket that might have just straightened from Sangrula. Flies high in the air, and the one thing that the Markhors could not do yesterday, take a catch when it was presented to them, but Empire Cricket Club safe as houses in the outfield, and that is a huge wicket. Jonathan Scamus, he did not play in the group stages, but makes an impact immediately here on finals day. Wonderful stuff for Empire Cricket Club, and Vanta Vipers, who have relied so much on Widjamuni during the group stages, now have to build an innings with their superstar back in the pavilion. Second ball. It's great stuff from Empire. I did say they'd come here with a plan to Widjamuni. Nice little in-swinger from Sangrula. Shalvama scooting across in the mid-wicket position. Bit of a change for him. He's generally been stationed out at the deep cover or deep point area during the first 2 days of the tournament during Group A. Getting switched to the other side of the field. So a challenge here for Sangrula with Silver on strike. So he's got a right-left combination to deal with. Gets that nice movement away from the left-hander. I'm glad he's gone to that ball. Got the capability of two stock balls are really rolling the fingers over the top. A little leg cutter and the big hooping in-swinger to the right-hander, so get some substantial movement to the left-hander. They've got the fielder there at the 45, the 30-metre circle. Catching opportunity. Beats him again. Nice bowling. Nice bowling. Smart cricket. So a lot of the bowling attacks during the last 2 days just consistently feed the strength of these Vipers batters. While this ball is moving around, Sangrula's got good control. Another one just tailing away from the right-hander. That is a tremendous over from young Kripesh Sangrula. Very impressive stuff. And he's getting high fives all around from his team. Quick look at the stats from this ECS Finland tournament. 20 matches so far. That Maximo rate, not too bad. 10.7, sixes per 10 overs. It's been some innings. It's been quite a variety of scores. I've seen a few scores of around the 110 mark that have been difficult to chase down. But on the other hand, when you've got the stronger batting lineups in, they'll be getting up towards the 150, 160 region. Plenty of wickets being taken still. Average of 5.7 per 10 overs. Amjad Sher, national skipper, comes in to take up the attack. Nice piece of bowling, a little bit of movement away. Probably is the one difference. We talked about the relative strengths of Group A, Group B. No surprise to local observers that the Vipers and the Markhors qualified from Group B. But they haven't faced quite the same quality of bowling attack during the last 2 days. Struck straight down the ground, and it's a very good catch. Aravind Mahan, tall man, helpful to have on the boundary. And the second wicket down. Matasankar. Won't be any captain's knock from him today. It wasn't a badly struck shot, but it's a little bit of movement. Hit off the bottom of the bat, not as clean as he would have liked, and Mahan takes a very, very well-judged catch down there on the long-on boundary. And things going downhill very quickly for the Vanta Vipers. They step up in bowling quality that they're facing with Empire this morning. Torn apart some weaker attacks over the last few days, but it's been an excellently constructed bowling effort so far from Empire. It's one of the really underrated aspects of T10 cricket, the bowling and fielding strategy. Captains are still very important, if not sometimes more important in this form of the game. Having to maximise your chances from every single matchup. Sher picks up a wicket, second ball. The Vipers 1 for 2. Basanyaka comes in at the number 4 spot. Another ball that was actually a pretty decent delivery from Sher, maybe not just the move that he would have expected. And that is an amazing grab, albeit 15 metres over the boundary line. Beautifully struck shot. Thought for a moment it was going to pop up with a bit of late swing, but look at this one-handed grab with the left duke in and amongst the ropes. Casual as you would like. Short ball just punched away, and they rotate the strike for a single. Some more stats for the data nerds. Team batting second had moderately more success in the game so far. The lowest score that's actually been defended, 131, although we saw a couple of games that really have gone down to the wire, despite teams chasing 110, 115 or thereabouts. Silva still not troubling the scorers. Steps away, slightly awkwardly played, but gets enough bat on it to take it for the 1. A pretty good over here from Sher. Things going very much according to plan for Empire. Quite a few left-handers, though, in this Vipers lineup, so they will have to deal with rearranging the field quite constantly. Short ball, pulled away. Not a good delivery from Sher. The first time that he's really dropped short on the stumps, and it's pulled away beautifully. That's exquisite timing. And after 2 wickets in the first 2 overs, a little bit of a recovery from that over from the Vanta Vipers. Quick look at Group A. Headley's Empire 11 qualifying second, just a smidgen behind the BTCC Dark Knights, courtesy of a singular loss for Empire 11, but I don't think they'll be too concerned. They're very confident coming in today, and a man who's always full of confidence no matter what situation. What a wonderful time to welcome Vinny, Mr. Maximo, in quotation marks, Sandhu, to the microphone.
In quotation marks, you're right. Good morning, everyone. There we go. Just got to hit it just right in this microphone box. Now you can hear me. Yeah, Group A, Hadley's Empire 11 probably favourites to top it, but they finished 1 point behind the Dark Knights. So just outplayed everyone. Dark Knights and the Vipers, funnily enough, the only undefeated teams in this tournament at this stage. And another one, there's a lot of chat about, is Group B a weaker group than Group A. The supercomputer has both of, a quick check overnight, has both of the Group B teams as favourites in the respective games so far this morning. His Sangrula has been on an absolute heater. That's a great start to the over as well. Just drops in. And, he's been taking wickets for fun, hasn't he, Sangrula? He's had a real special week, a real breakout week.
Certainly has been. We talked a little bit earlier in the week, Vinny, how there's a bit of a trend in limited overs cricket, T10, T20 at the moment, for right armers coming around the wicket. The left-hander. I am loving what Sangrula is doing here, pushing the big outswingers across the left-hander. Another one there, and you can see the distance that he's creating between bat and ball, particularly when Silva takes a short stride out. If anything, Silva should be standing outside off stump.
Yeah, definitely. Silva's not prepared. I took the words out of my mouth. Silva's not prepared to change his stance and maybe force a change in strategy from Sangrula. He's still very young,
Drifts onto leg stump. That's played away quite nicely. Not sure if he was trying to bowl the inducker to the left-hander there, or that one just didn't swing, but Silver got it exactly where he wanted to, clips it away for a boundary 4.
Miss execution error. There's no way you're trying to go at the stumps after bowling 2 good whitish balls that he's played a missed at. So
If it
Sangrula,
ain't broke, don't fix it.
exactly. It's just a miss execution. He's only 17 years of age, young Sangrula.
Popped off the deck, not well timed, and Skaman's fumbles on the
That's
way
the
in.
thing,
Fortunately,
though.
his hands were better on the second ball catch of Widjamooney earlier.
Hasn't really happened for Gihan Silva this week with the bat. I think if you're Empire, you'd be happy for him to bat the 10. As weird as that sounds. Yeah, if he's only able to go about a run a ball, not much better. Now, I think Empire would be going pretty well in the game, but Silva needs to find something, needs to kind of hit out or get out for his team's sake. Basnaika gets the strike back.
Good ball from Sangrula, just holding up in the deck. Basanyaka charges. I've liked the look of Basanyaka so far, Vinny. He's very well balanced at the crease, and not quite sure why he's feeling the need to charge there. He looks so composed and elegant when he just stays stable.
Yeah, Vipers certainly had a bite, didn't they, in the group stage. It's a great format, but it's an even better day here on Finals Friday. Just staring at these blue skies and a little bit of heat in the air. It's just exactly what we'd want. Hopefully it stays for the weekend. Last ball of the power play.
Drifts onto the leg stump. Sangrula, the ball has gone very high, and it's carried the boundary rope for a Maximo. So an error on that final ball. Silva finally gets his man. A slightly awkward looking shot, but created some separation between hands and hip and flicked it away for a Maximo. So pretty tough power play for the Vipers, but a little bit of a recovery over those last 2 overs.
Yeah, handy 6 there to get Silva going. And again, wasn't off the middle, was it? But it just plonked over the rope. But it was a clear line between Sangrula getting it right and when he didn't quite get it right. What the outcomes were. There's still brilliant figures from young Kripesh. 1 for 12 of his 2 overs. Field can go back now, up to 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time, as we get ready for over number 4, and it looks like they're going to Raz Muhammad.
Good to see Raz in the team today. Much, much closer to their top lineup out here for finals day for Empire Cricket Club. Razi steaming in for the 4th. Drilled straight back at him, but there's cover down there in the form of Nicholas Sullivan, the skipper.
Interesting that Skaman's comes in but doesn't keep. I don't know if he's got a slight issue, but he's a kind of specialist, or maybe they're just thinking, Jordan's done a pretty good job behind there, so they're going to stick with it.
Maybe they saw Jordan's catching in the outfield the other day and thought it was safer to give him the gloves.
It's a good observation.
As Muhammad strikes Silver on the pads.
It's a nasty one. I think he's edged that into his, maybe his shoulder or definitely his body. Let's have a look at the replay. Gihan again. A little bit of a long mark. Oh, it's gone pad to head to bat. You don't hear that trifecta very often.
It's an interesting trajectory.
Happy Peacock Friday, everybody. And we'll actually make an observation about that again in a moment. This is just going to slide off the pad. Is it going to go all the way? Probably not.
Sangrula doing the fielding down there at fine leg. Not a great ball from Raz, though. It's
a bit of a hit
stay off
ball.
the pad.
Silver's just good old-fashioned out of nick is what he is. And I think he must be very capable because he's been given that opening position again. But hey, it's a full toss on your pads. The batter informs clipping that away for 4 or more.
Another ball in almost Yorker length. That's when Raz is at his best.
Another full toss. Batter in form puts that out of the ground as well. So couldn't have really gone any better for Empire so far in this 3.4 overs. Of course, Widjamooney's a huge wicket going for a second ball duck. Yeah, so what I was going to say is, although it is Peacock Friday, because of the water getting into some of the cameras, we don't really have the camera in the igloo today. We do have Rhino in the Peacock shirt.
Nicely struck, just evades the height of Sangrula standing there on the edge of the 30-metre circle. Sorry, it's not Sangrula, Vishal Verma standing there on the edge of the 30-metre circle. And Basniaka's heart would have been in his mouth for a moment, Vinny.
Yeah, it would have been. Just climbed over that fielder in mid-wicket. So,
Coming back to Peacock Friday,
Yeah.
the fact we haven't got the camera, think of the old saying, particularly here in Finland of tree falls in the forest and no one hears it. Does it actually fall? If
I've got a
Peacock
solution.
Friday happens and there's no camera, does it actually happen? It's full toss. Whipped away to the leg.
I want to have a look at this from side on. I feel probably okay just because how he whipped it with more or less a straight back with a turn. Plus he's on the charge. I don't think that's no ball. Even though he probably contacts it around waist high, but still got a bit of travelling to do. So that'll be just a single, I think. Okay, so my suggestion is, why don't you do the intro? Everyone's seen what I'm wearing. Why don't you do the intro to the next game?
That'd be lovely.
Will you do that?
I can do that.
Will you do that for me? Second semi-final? That'd please me. Anyway, end of the fourth over, and the Vipers still behind the 8 ball there. 36 for 2. Also means that I can stay here in the igloo. And
You're enjoying it's a very temperate igloo.
it's now
today,
feeling
isn't
a bit like, what do you call it? I know it's not, I asked for the foot spa yesterday, but now there's that hint of humidity from the sun coming in and then the water kind of radiating out of the ground.
I'd say it's at pleasant level. I suspect when we get to later this afternoon, it may actually become quite warm in here.
Bit
But
stanky.
after we've complained incessantly yesterday
True.
about how cold it was and ended up getgetting some little rugs from
So they
the
brought
team.
us blankets when they've heard the emergency broadcast yesterday. What will we get if we're too hot? Here's Salonen with the ball.
Basniaka shifts away to the leg side. Salonen follows him. Wasn't a bad choice, but Basniaka good enough to get the hands through. Whips it over the leg side for a Maximo.
Yeah, nice shot. Tried to cramp him, but Basniaka was good enough to get hands through it. If Salonen had his time again, probably goes wide, kind of tram line, and then he won't be able to reach that. But there's Basniaka, the hero.
Basniaka does the same thing. Salonen follows him again. Just driven down to Mahan for a single.
Quick hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Woz, I think he's watching from South Africa. Hello to Johnny Heesum, to Christopher Ward, to Scotty, ECN Supporters Club Australia. Always great to see you, Scotty. What's the weather in Victoria this morning? Let us know. Rob Thompson from New Zealand. Great to see you all. And settle in for what should be a really good day.
I think the team on the YouTube chat is pretty pumped for today.
So they should be.
Silva.
Hate
It's a better line to him, but you're I know what you're going to say here.
He's getting the hook from me. He's halfway through his 13-runner ball. It's also how he's looked. You know, and just think this is an elimination game. You don't want to look back and say, hey, there's levers we could have pulled that we didn't.
Still some batting to come in this
Ask
lineup
Empire
too.
who they'd rather bowl at right now, him or a new batter. They'd say him.
Oh, climbing short ball. Pretty good delivery from Salonen. He's got that sneaky bouncer, doesn't he?
It's almost like a trigger is a little wander, but it's not a purposeful charge down the pitch.
No,
it's just a kind of...
It's not working normally
Reminds
for
me
me,
of-
so I feel like I have to do something.
If you remember Finish Him on the game Mortal Kombat, it reminds me a little bit of just before the end. Salonen, he's gone short. Probably banging heavy length again. See,
Surprising ball, given what's happened the previous couple of deliveries. Although in trend, Silva still hasn't managed to put away the full toss.
hate to say it, but Silva's shown there's not any kind of ball that he can't miss hit. You know, he's it's just, and you don't want to hang it on a guy, but he would know that he's just not producing at the level required. I mean, 2 balls bare minimum for a set batter in this format. He's not even quite a run a ball.
The great thing for Empire, Basniaka's going along at a pretty good clip here, and they've actually managed to keep him off strike.
He's masking the issues. Last ball of the 5th. Salonen's only gone for 8 in this one.
Another short ball, not in control, and it's going to fly quite a long way for a Baximo.
That's an unbelievable shot. It's a top edge that kind of goes offside of the body, but leg side and to a very fine leg. And that's the heat of Salonen that he can bring. That will be the end of the over. 14 off it in the end. And the 50 comes up for the Vipers. It still looks a bit light on for me. 50 for 2 after 5.
Well, considering for the Vipers that Silva can't middle a ball at the moment and they lost 2 early wickets, they're not in the worst position. Considering
Correct. I mean,
50 for 2 after 5, they've still got hope.
True. I mean, they've got Samaranaka, they've got Karunaratne, they're listed as 5 and 6. Very capable with 5 overs to go.
Speaking of the retirements, did you see this, I think, from MLC overnight, that they did actually retire, I think it was Andre Fletcher, who had been in batting for quite a long time and had actually made quite a decent score. And then his replacement batter skied one first ball. So they lost 2 wickets in one ball.
Yeah, and again, we've seen that a few times here on ECN.
Doesn't mean the tactics are wrong.
Yeah, true.
Pandey, who was pretty effective with his nerdling medium paces in Group A.
You can make the right strategic decision, have a bad outcome. So, yeah, that's what generally in high-level sport or high-level life, you talk more about processes than outcomes. There's certain things that are uncontrollable. But I think some of these decisions are tough, but I think with Silva struggling so much, and sometimes a guy might be 15 or 16 or be like, well, they bowled really well to him, and you're like, well, it's not really his fault, but they've bowled kind of averagely to him.
He's had enough opportunities.
Yeah, had a few bad balls, hasn't been able to put away.
Pandey gets away with a full toss.
But I guess it's this whole sunk costs fallacy, which is, he's been out there. We don't want to. We hope he comes good, basically.
Well, he's trying. Swings that straight down the track, and it's well taken by Salinan. Not sure if Salinan had thoughts of deliberately dropping it to keep Silva out there, but in the end, pouches the catch. And a pretty nice ball from Pandey. Got it in an awkward spot, and unsurprisingly, Silva's mistimed it.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one, because I don't think you ever deliberately drop a catch, because that's kind of angering the cricketing gods. If you're superstitious, you think that then maybe turn around and would be able to kind of whack a quick 50 or a 50. But Salinan is just going to let everything take care of itself. Thing is, get him out, get the next guy out. That's your strategy if you're Empire. Don't have to overcomplicate things. 52 for 3 though. This will be done with Samaranaka, who's coming out at number 5.
Played some good shots.
Yeah, because I remember saying that Ireland 11 once when Corey sent Mohamed Cameron out to open, and he was really struggling. Cameron can be a very destructive batter, but after 5 overs, I think it was like 4 off 8 or something like that, and they kept dropping him, and Ireland hadn't looked like dropping a catch all week, and they dropped 3 catches, and I thought, geez, they're clever. But I remember chatting to their manager afterwards, and he said, no, we'll never do that. He says, you don't anger the cricket gods.
Yeah. That is such an Irish comment to make.
But it rung true to me.
Another pretty good ball from Pandey. He may not be whipping them down at the same speed of some of his teammates, but his control of length is actually pretty good, and it's almost these little floaters that drop.
Yeah, good start. Again, the charge from Basnaka. Not really working out.
Well, he's missed out on a full toss on that occasion. Dropped under the waist. They might have a look at this from side on.
It's high-ish. Is it above the waist? Not quite. Yeah, not quite. But again,
is the Pandey drop?
The drop working out. 53 for 3 off 6. Only 3 runs off that one and the wicket of Silva. And Empire doing a real number on the Vipers so far. They've been defanged, Vanta. Yeah, it's been a strange one. Yeah, is that true? Was Fletcher retired on 104 in MLC last night? I got to admit,
man, at least you end up not out. Swayze doesn't end up not out, does he?
Average killer.
Yeah.
The only thing I saw last night was the back of my eyelids. I've got to be completely honest with you, Rhino.
We were very well behaved last night, Maximo.
Walk away. We had one of the best umpire clotheslines of the year last night as well.
Wasn't it good?
Boomfer. I think the umpires
You'd probably be suspended for 3 weeks.
Should we just give the umpires a whistle? Blow the play dead. NFL style.
Would it not be safer to hold out the opposite arm rather than the one the bowler is coming from? Brian tries to snake in there, but no chance for a run out. Samaranaka turns the strike over, but not much more than that. Cher coming back for his second here.
Puts me on an early thread. By the way, hello to Finlay's Chickens, who's in the chat. Always nice to see you. Interesting that Finlay's Chickens would turn up this game after Cher coming back to bowl over number 7. There's whistles and there's all kinds of things used to stop the play. In NFL, they've got flags, which kind of denotes it. What other denotations are there in sport? Are there anywhere they kind of throw a smoke bomb or anything?
Throw a grenade up and wait for everyone to wait.
No, yeah, because I think in NFL they don't want to whistle as the play's dead, but
it's a nice ball from. I actually think the yellow. Oh, it's called wide.
Yeah, I think it was.
The yellow penalty flag is actually an ingenious
100%
officiating intervention.
I'm just thinking, is there anything else apart from a whistle or like a flag? I mean, obviously we've got the siren in Australian football and various other games, but the siren's very famous.
Can we give the umpires a vuvuzela called dead ball? So it's drilled out to the offside.
How are we gonna? I mean, you can always use your voice, so that's obviously another tool. Big D, who was coaching Austria, and I saw him recently during the CE Cup. He now has a handheld whistle, and it's a proper whistle. And I actually think it's used in other ways. Probably maybe it's something a lady might carry in her handbag, for example. But it's got 3 or 4 different whistles. But it sounds exactly like blowing a whistle. He actually had a whistle, but he got tired of blowing it.
It's whipped over to
the fact he's a coach with a whistle, and it's been pretty effective. It's just not something you typically hear at a cricket ground. Can you give me an
example of what he uses it for?
In the warm-ups. Time to come in, guys. Instead of, the traditional method of saying, hey, guys, time to come in.
And then having half of the team take notice, half of the team just go off and do what they want.
The whistle is pretty effective. But it's just, you don't hear whistles at cricket. It's just not a thing, is it? So many sports you do.
Short ball climbs up, and Basanyaka has been held well after a flurry of boundaries to start with.
I think that one of the things with this Vanta lineup, if you have bowlers bowling a bit more disciplined lines, some of these strategies are getting exposed of going too far leg side, a bit too leg side happy.
Dragged over to the leg side, just be a single. Quick, I just searched up Vipers on Google, and the three lines of description that they have of a Viper, interesting for a team sport, is that the name is often used to describe spiteful, disloyal, or backstabbing people.
Really?
In a team environment, probably not the words you'd have on the clubhouse.
Maybe they're named after Vipers the snake, not Vipers the kind of person.
Possibly. Full toss, not put away.
This has been a shocker of an innings, really. Well, there you go. Salonen, and he might have tripped on a worm there. He somehow made a meal of it. And even as I was literally saying it was a shocker of an innings, because this is a ball that should go for 6 probably, if you're in form. And then it should have gone for 1. Salonen basically has trouble on the runway. And
he's had an up and down tournament, Nicholas Salonen, hasn't he? I mean, he's capable of producing some unbelievable cricket at times, but hasn't always been on show. Maybe the captaincy just weighing him down, and he's focusing too much on.
I think his brain was too heavy.
Possibly.
Yeah, understandable.
He's such a good athlete. You just expect him to slide in, pick that up in one motion, fire it back with a rocket throw. Anyway, looking ahead, Qualifier 1 coming up. The Marcors up against the BTCC Dark Knights as Basanyaka's played a delightful shot opening up on the offside.
Excellent shot. And actually, he shouldn't have been on strike, because that should have just been 1 last ball, last over. But what do you know? Basanyaka rediscovers the offside in I suppose it was in a bit of a mid-innings crisis there for a second, but a beautiful little bit of striking, and that's more like it. Without his 41 off 17, hate to think where this innings might have been. Hello to Jared Brady, by the way. Now, wasn't he going to come down?
Is Jared coming down?
Are you coming today? He wants to know. He says, Huamenta, Vinny and Rhino, any chance of seeing you in the big smoke later this evening?
Oh, speaking of smoke, Basanyaka has fired that delivery over the leg side. He's clearly decided that this is the over to target. Poor Pandey, who bowled very accurate first over, unfortunately has been smacked for 12 already off the first 2 balls.
Time to hit the go button here. And even if they hit, say, 50 off the last 3 overs, they're only making 112. Looks very light on. We haven't seen anything less than 131 defended in this series. Okay, admittedly, we've had I think out of the 20 games, we had 4 shortened and 4 abandoned games. So that's 12 games to work with. But yeah, it's been a bit of a trend. I think you saw 6-10. 6 teams winning batting first, 10 teams winning chasing. 47 off 18, Basnaika, real one-man band kind of innings here. We can talk about our plans later on.
It's a great segue for them.
To Jared.
Penny, low full toss. The ball's gone higher than it has in distance. And Salonen scooting in, but even he's not quick enough.
Quick look at a few stats. You can see where this one places through the year, and it's slightly above average, kind of 134 par. You kind of see ranges there from 10 to 15 and a half, which is, I think it's a pretty happy zone for European cricket, series cricket, around the 120, 130 par.
It's a good piece of bowling from Panda. That's where his length's most effective.
Tonight, we have our tickets at, let's say it wrong, Lolu.
Close
Correct?
enough, I think, yeah.
Lolu. We're going to Lolu, which is fancy sauna tonight. And
Just to
it's finished for fancy sauna.
It is not finished for fancy sauna.
In my mind, that's the translation. We're going to fancy sauna.
Well, the brand
and it's not just a sauna.
that.
Yeah, I get that. By kind of, is it movie star and sauna visionary?
Jasper Buchanan.
Yeah. We're going to fancy sauna, and then after that, there's more, isn't there? It's like turns into like a restaurant.
Turns into a bit of a bar
restaurant.
Social metropolis.
Am I kind of 1 a.m, just draped in my towel, knocking back a couple of cocktails? Is that what my Friday night is going to involve?
That's
76 or 3.
Whatever you choose it to be.
Do you wear clothes in the bar?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have to?
I think the bar area, is more kept a little bit separate from the steaming sauna area.
Is there not some sort of hybrid area where?
I think you can take snacks into the sauna area.
Don't tell me
There's
that.
a little sort of communal space.
Have a little nibble in the sauna. Sounds good to me. Anyway, Samaranaka 7 off 7. He's taken over the anchor roll, not necessarily in the good way. All happens in the 9th. Here it is with Salonen.
Salonen struck out to long off. Anchor is actually a pretty good term for someone who's just essentially deadening the forward progress of an innings, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. I've got this question from Charlotta.
I saw this.
I've replied.
I think so. Charlotte has asked, what is the salary for an ECN commentator? Maximo's suggested that he looks it up in Forbes magazine. I also quite like Jules's reply. They are absolutely priceless.
Well, I know that
beautiful, Jules.
The contract is coming up at the end of the year. These are little things I should be snipping out. Even if it was me.
Will the ECN commentator's salary cap come into play for that negotiation?
Make a few tough decisions.
Can I go in as your agent?
You definitely can with your negotiating skills.
Salonen rolls the fingers over it. Beautiful piece of bowling and managed to get Basniaika too short of his half ton. O'Brien snares the catch. That's actually a really, really clever bit of work from the Empire skipper.
Yeah, Salonen lights it up here with the slower ball, thick edge. Basniaika, another member of the 40s club. There's been an unreasonable amount of people out in the high 40s in this series. Don't quite know why. Jordan O'Brien makes no mistake behind the stumps, and Vipers lose their playmaker. He scored over half the runs, well over half the runs so far for Vanta. But he's on his way for 48. Good innings, though, by Marawa. Just 21 balls faced, 6 sixes and a 4 as he walks away. 9 balls remaining, 77 for 4.
Excellent striking. Big wicket for Empire. If Basniaika was still there at the end, still 9 balls to go. It could have done plenty of damage. But particularly in the last few overs, I feel like they've kept him in check. Does bring Karunaratne to the crease, though, who slapped a few balls during the course of day 4. Salonen spears into the stumps, just dragged over to the leg side. It will drop short. Skaman's coming in from the mid-wicket boundary.
I don't think anyone expected this from Vipers. They've been lighting it up. They just like they had so many players in form. But again, bowling level's gone up for sure from Empire. They're down to 11%. Vipers have actually started this game as slight favourites.
Short ball from Salinan into an awkward spot. And I'll just rotate the strike. So big news from the chat as well, Vinny, because we've been asking Gerard for an update on his plan. Apparently, and I hope his employer is not watching, that he's intending on knocking off early to come to Kerava for the finals. Great to see.
I always wonder, they're big on work-life balance here, right? We've got our own way of doing that in Australia, which is when you go to lunch on a Friday, you don't come back till Monday. It's not in the contracts or anything.
Heaved over the leg side, and it's well taken. So Scammers may not have the gloves on, but he's made enough of an impact in the field. His second catch, and Salinan has actually come back and bowled a really good over for his second. And the Empire, the Hadley's Empire 11 right back on top here. The Vipers 79 for 5, 1 over to go.
Yeah, just end of the bat. And the Vipers, not like they've had a lot of success containing teams either, but they're going to have to be on a wing and a prayer in the second innings. End of the over as well, 79 for 5. What a good over by Salinan. 2 runs and a leg by and 2 wickets off the ninth. And Empire really kind of stepping on the throat of this innings.
So compliment to Maximo.
I've already forgotten how I said it. I saw that and I got even more nervous because I forgot how I said it. Lola.
So Gerard complimenting your pronunciation, which is lovely to see. As Raz gets a wicket, first ball of the 10th. Lovely Yorker. Said that's when Razi's at his best. And the Vipers now 79 for 6. This innings capitulating in front of their eyes. And the Empire Bowling Corps have done a really good job, Vinny.
Yeah, they have. And I'm just trying to scramble through for a single there. I don't think the non-striker realised, Tanaka, that the ball went onto the stump. So Raz Muhammad will chip in with a wicket. Again, been a lot of kind of charges in this innings. I don't think any have really worked out for the Vipers. This isn't really a charge. Watch the full ball. Tries to run, kind of smack away, but hits on his own pad. Look at that. Hits on the front pad, rolls back onto off stump. That's a bit unlucky, really. Was that Manaka?
Well, it's unlucky, but it's good bowling.
Good bowling, yeah.
Good bowling.
But it's a bit of a freakish dismissal. So Charulata would like some Punjabi commentary. I won't say I'm the best exponent of that, despite being of Punjabi heritage. I often ask my dad, "Oh, this is going to be a 5-run penalty. It's taking a long time."
Get him off.
Jeez,
Get him off.
This could be a 5-er. That's... Oh, yeah. Just got there, I guess. Where's the whistle? This is where we need the whistle.
Where's the Vuvuzela umpire?
Now they're moving their field, so it doesn't really matter. But anyway, Poteju comes out there. 5 balls remaining. Neither batter yet has faced a ball.
Oh, big appeal. In swinger.
Is that the bat?
I was just going to say it must have been a little inside edge. We'll have a look at the replay.
It seemed to be very close to the bat. Hard to say. If he didn't hit it, it's actually a pretty good shout, even though he's forward.
Certainly looks like it was hitting in line.
I think it was given a run, so fair enough.
There we go.
My initial reaction was there was an edge. I'll come back to that in a second about my Punjabi or lack of it, which I do apologise for.
Well, Razi charging through. Must have been a little tickle through to the keeper. O'Brien pouches his second catch. He's been solid when called on by the Empire team. And Raz getting to rack up a few wickets here in the 10th over.
Raz seems to have his mojo back. But have a look at the lengths we're seeing. How many balls did we see in Group B just get banged in at a kind of nothing length? Little inside edge, just misses leg stump. Good movement by Jordan O'Brien to his right. He's keeping better and better, Jordan.
Such an awkward inside edge, though, wasn't it? Because the bat plane was in such a strange position when it made contact.
Credit to Jordan. I often say he's a bit of a part-timer, but he's probably better than a part-timer. I mean, that was a really good technical bit of keeping to move his feet. They often, keepers are diving for those and making them look quite difficult.
Oh. Raz stuck his hand out. I think he may have gotten a little bit of a nibble on that ball.
I think he might have been back, but my instinct was that it took a bit of the hand. Am I crazy? Maybe.
Maybe not.
I think he's back anyway. There's no referral. Probably telling me he didn't hit it. Is he back? He did. Just in. Yeah, just in anyway. Regardless. Redundant. Oh.
Inside edge. Well, the inside edges are coming thick and fast this over, and Porteju has managed to rack up an extra 4 runs to add to this paltry Vipers total.
Yeah, so Charlata's asked me from some Punjabi. I don't know a few things. Chak de fatte. Aja means come. I heard you say that from my grandma.
Chak de fatte is an absolute favourite of Punjab.
Gundy ball.
Is that where Gundy ball comes from?
Oh, no, Gundy ball is just means dirty. Kind of rubbish ball.
Filth.
Yeah, filthy ball. But yeah, I often ask my dad, Dad, why don't you teach me Punjabi? And my dad speaks 5 languages. He says, you never asked. Literally his response.
This is true.
Isn't that funny?
The foresight of senior Sandhu.
Uh-oh.
Brian does take the stumps off, and it's given out by the on-field umpire. So that pretty much sums up the Vipers' innings, doesn't it, Vinny? Just never really got started, and continual batting errors. Looking for the second, which is justifiable in the circumstances, sent back by his partner, and too easy as O'Brien racks up his 3rd dismissal of the innings. And the Empire Cricket Club, when they came to Carova Cricket Ground today, couldn't have asked for much more than that as a bowling performance.
One of the great shutdown jobs, really, from Empire. And I know I was a little bit kind of critical of Silver at the top and maybe need to be replaced. But to be fair, we end up seeing 8 of their batters or 9 of their batters in the end, and no one really seemed to have their best form anyway. So I think for that reason, it's just one of those innings, wasn't it? And I think got to give credit to Empire. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 kind of face palm moments, but apart from that, they were pretty clinical. Started with the ball for me, Rhino. They really didn't give the Vanta Vipers as many hit-me balls as they've had over the last couple of days.
No, certainly not. And I think we've got to recognise the tone setting of Kripesh Sangrula with that first over. He got Widjamuni, who's been an absolute tear the last couple of days, and just bowled a tremendous pair of overs, especially for a young man playing in a high-pressure situation. So congratulations to him. He was really a standout of that bowling effort. But in fact, actually, the whole bowling team did a very good job. Sullivan, not his best in the field, but came back with a very good second over, and he managed to get Basniaika, who was the top scorer, with 48 off 21, including 6 Maximos. And from there, it was just a little bit of a procession of wickets.
Yeah, they were more plush toys than Vipers, weren't they, really, Vanta, in this 10 overs? I mean, for a team that have been hitting crazy amounts of sixes, they only hit 7 in their 10 overs, and 6 of them came off the bat of Basnaika, and there were 4 fours. So that's 11 balls that go to the boundary, but their average had been 24 balls going to the boundary in a 10-over period. So it was a Matthew McConaughey movie. It would have been failure to launch and probably performing about as well as that motion picture, Rhino. 86 for 8 for Vanta off the 10 overs.
Yeah, it never really worked for McConaughey, that, and never really worked for the Vipers across this innings. Having a look at what is a pretty sorry batting card, and probably the biggest digit on that scoreboard is Sasindu Widjamuni. Scored a century in the final game yesterday. He went for 0 off 2, well held by Skamus, but an excellent piece of bowling by Sangrula. And then the rest of the team actually tried to fight hard, I think it's fair to say. Gian Silva really struggled, 15 off 17, but Basniaika clearly the elite batter in the middle order, 48 off 21.
I'll give you a stat. Non-Basniaika figures, 32 off 39 in the innings. So really, really struggling. Only 1 wide as well. So 2 wickets to Raz Muhammad in there, 2 to Salin, and wickets for the others. Sangrula, very, very tight. Once again, 1 for 12. Share with a wicket in there, and Pandey 1 for 17. So, I mean, Empire, it's really the innings of their dreams, and now they'd have to fall over, not score this 87. But hey, this is ECN Finals cricket, and anything can happen. Is there more drama ahead? We will find out shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. Quick break, then back to the sunshine of Helsinki for more European Cricket Series.
and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Helsinki, Finland for the second innings of the Eliminator here. It's finals day in the European Cricket Series and it's great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Vanta Vipers versus Hadley's Empire 11 here. Two teams that finished second in their group and Vanta Vipers batting first. 86 off the 10 overs. And it's an underwhelming kind of first innings. Don't forget the bonus point actually isn't applicable here, being a knockout game, being a finals day game. So it's simple as this. The Hadley's Empire 11 will be 87 runs away from continuing in the day. So I don't know what the percentages are. I feel like it's miracle territory required. I mean, we used to talk about the Grady 80s, but that was in the pre-Grizzly era. These Grizzly balls seem to fly so much further than the old type we used to use. So Jordan O'Brien out there with Nick Salonen for Empire. Salonen leading the Hadley's Empire 11 in this tournament. Empire have been named Hadley's Empire 11 in this European Cricket Series as a mark of respect to Joe Hadley, the founder of the club, which I think is a really nice touch. Anyway, Madushanka to get us going. And it's a slower ball first up that Jordan O'Brien picks off. Clever variation, but he just doesn't get the location right. Check it out here. It's that kind of almost like a fast leg spinner that rolls out of the fingers. But yeah, the execution wasn't quite there. Clever to go slow ball first up. It's probably not what Jordan O'Brien was expecting, but yeah, if you get it wrong, it's still going to cost you. So, Madushanka with the comeback ball. That's a good one. Is there a nick? There is. It's a little two-card trick from Madushanka. Slow, then fast. And that outswinger takes the edge of Jordan O'Brien's bat and flies through to the keeper. So an early bite from the Vipers. And there's life in this game yet. It's 4 for 1 after just 2 balls. Doesn't really move the feet there. Jordan O. Little feather. And yeah, good bowling, I suppose. He created that opportunity. Moving the ball off the straight. O'Brien, an early casualty. It's 4 for 1. Doesn't waste any time though. Empire will have to look elsewhere for the runs in this response. Very similar starting away to the first innings where we also had a wicket off the very first ball. Just looking at the kind of the odds. 2% chance at the start of this innings. Vanta Vipers. It's not necessarily a very good chance. What they are now. Mohan, the new batter. It's another good outswinger up in the block hole. I suppose the other thing with Empire is they know that they don't need more than 87. Now, I'm not saying that means you bat too conservatively, but you know you don't have to make rash choices with the bat. So I think there is a balance there. You're not chasing 180 where it changes the way you actually bat. In a way, we have to be over-aggressive and probably make worse choices. Salonen faces up. Gets a good one from Madushanka, who's certainly bowled with a bit of fire. Yeah, interesting, started with the slower ball, got hit for 4, but since then he's bowled 3 really good outswingers. The second ball took the edge of Jordan O'Brien's bat. Mohan kept the third one out. Salonen later missed it, the last ball there. Madushanka. Love to get the other big fish at the top of the order. Another pretty good ball. Straightening down the line on the middle stump, but Salonen gets bat on it, gets one. So I suppose if you're the fielding team here, it's all about just hanging in the game. It's not a game you're going to win comfortably. If you win it, you're going to have to squeeze it out and be a bit of a thriller. It's also one of those totals there. There's just one big over, even one magical over. It really hurts you. It's probably a quarter of the target. Oh, fraction short. That should be out as well. He's got him. Mohan out and a double strike from Madashankar in the first over. Empire 6 for 2. Never really in a position to play that pull shot. Just kind of plays it from a standing position. Bottom hand came off the bat, no control. And well taken by Rakitha Nimesh at mid-on. So you can't spell ECN without drama. And it's 6 for 2 after the first over. Mohan will be disappointed. It was an in-between length. It was an in-between shot, really, from Aravind. Liked the idea of pulling it maybe over square, but just misjudged the speed of the delivery, perhaps. And a very good catch under pressure from Nimesh. Well, Vanraj, he would have been probably hoping that he didn't have to do too much because he's nursing a hand injury. Listed at 4, bats at 4. Comes out, won't be facing because it's the end of the over, 6 for 2. 19 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, we had a Golden Ball in match 1 and we've had 19 matches since then. That's why it's 19 matches since the Golden Ball. And one of those teams, the BTCC Dark Knights, will be playing in the very next game in Qualifier 1. It's Priyander Silva. Oh, that one flies away, slightly uncontrolled. The other thing is you don't want to be making faux pas on the boundary rope when you're only defending 86 runs. Vinny sound here, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Ryan joins me back in. And Rhino, a dramatic start to this second innings.
Certainly has been, Maximo. That's an incredible start from Madashankar. He's been up and down with the ball, but we've noticed that he's a quality operator if he could just get it right, and it seems he's gotten it right at precisely the time that his team needs. 2 wickets in that first over. And aren't Empire happy that Maharaj Padal is available for today? One of the most experienced and high-quality batters within Finnish cricket. As you did say, he is carrying an unhelpful hand injury.
It's affecting his ability to grip the bat normally. I think that's the main issue. He can do it, and he is doing it, but is he able to be his normal self? Or will the adrenaline take over and he can get to work? Also hasn't had any cricket this week, Vanraj.
Doesn't matter there. That is a glorious shot. Gets the air clap from Maximo in the commentary box. Gorgeous footwork. Just look at that, crouches down. Oh,
serve it up
Maxi
on a plate for me and let me dig in with a knife and fork. That was a delicious shot from Vanraj Padal. Collapses the back leg. Couldn't have threaded the needle any better between 2 fielders. Oh, that's pure stuff.
That's filth in a good way.
Yeah, it is. That's good filth. If that was a cricket magazine, it'd be in a brown paper bag behind the counter. Anyway, to Silva.
Boy, do they need it, though,
Yeah,
because this has been a
ever.
shocking start from Empire.
He gets castled next ball.
Full ball, driven.
Oh,
I tell you what, there would have been a run-out chance.
a dodgy run. That was a real dodgy run, and if it had been picked up cleanly, it wasn't like he got a Tortuga or anything. Padal could have been on his way.
Not too many Tortugas at this glorious Kerava surface.
Not too many at
Maximo.
all. Hey, a bit of insult chat, which we don't really get into. There's outrage in the chat. And apparently somebody yesterday called Paul Kempen a slur. I'm going to come to that in a minute.
Sullivan pops it out of the offside. Well, he might be copying some slurs from his teammates as the skippers hold out for 2 off 4. The 3rd wicket down for Empire, and the Empire is crumbling here at Kerava.
Well, it's not the Empire striking back. It's the Vipers who are striking. And how about this? Down a mistimed drive. That's the thing about the power play. I know there's no outfielders, but there's normally a packed infield. Look at them, 4 of them in a row waiting for an opportunity. And it went straight to Boteju. And now Sallin in the next to go. Top 3 back in the shed for a combined 7 off 8. Wild Thing's going to come out at number 5, needing a recovery here, Empire. And well, they started the innings, Vipers, at 2%. That's certainly taken a jump now with Empire 11, 13 for 3.
I always said that the Vipers total was a pretty good one this morning. Vinny, 87. It feels like going back to ECS 2020 days.
It is. It's got the Grady 80s feel. So, back to slur chat. Somebody
Is this
called,
slur gate?
apparently someone prepare yourself, called Paul Kempen a bar steward.
No. Can you say that on air?
Is that a...
No.
So,
Is there some underlying
and
missing that we're missing?
can I just say, it's not just the Vipers that are out for blood. Paul Kempen's out for blood. He said, where's the guy that called me a bar steward yesterday?
Go get him, Paul. It's a pretty nervy little shot from
And he's trying to work out
Skamans.
who it was. So if he comes at him again, he's going to be permanently blocked. It's one
Is that
of the
the
more
equivalent of being hit over the head with a spanner?
I just think for all the bar stewards out there, they wouldn't take kindly to being thought of as an insult. They do important work,
I
Rhino.
used to be at least a bartender. I don't know if a bar steward is a different thing, but either way, on to more important things. Skamans flicks that ball over the leg side for a mighty Maximo. Lovely shot.
I called Amjad Sher coming out at 5, but it wasn't. It was Skamans who came out. And so, yeah, he gets a vote of confidence. Okay, very experienced player, but hasn't played at all this week. But he's able to escort that one over the leg side for 6. End of the over. And it's 19 for 3 after 2 overs. So run rate-wise, they're right where they need to be. Just those 3 wickets, a bit of a concern. This is Group B standings. You can see the Vipers haven't even lost yet. They did have a no result in there, and they had 3 3-point wins. Marcors, despite a loss to the Vipers actually last night, the scenario was the Marcors only needed a point out of that game to assure top spot because they did get a couple of 4-pointers along the way.
How good is the bonus point structure?
Brilliant.
Transformed European cricket series events.
May they build a statue of whoever came up with the concept.
Who was it? Madashankar comes on for his second.
It's a mystery.
Padal plays an elegant shot, but no contact.
Someone with a very good understanding of the dynamics of ECN cricket and how we could improve it and make it more interesting and exciting.
Who would do that?
Let's not go there. Can I actually give credit to the idea of who came up with the concept of a bonus point, even though...
Go for it, yeah.
Tyrone Peters.
Yeah?
Tyrone Peters said, you know, what would be great is some kind of bonus point structure.
Lovely change of pace. Padal doesn't reach for it.
Thing with bonus point, though, and there was a bit of... At the time, there was kind of mixed feelings about it. It took a lot of convincing to get it over the line.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have thought that instinctively it just made sense.
It's one of those things that you have to see it play out to see how simple it is. But if you try and explain it in 30 seconds, it seems really complicated. Even though, literally, the pitch is big wins get rewarded.
Full ball. A little slice of bat. Fielder comes around and De Silva does a pretty good job keeping that to 1.
This is the top 4 teams, so you expect this. You know, other teams may be throwing a foot at this and just picking it off the picket fence, but that's excellent fielding.
Mate, did you go in with the wrong elevator pitch? Was it better to say that thrashings become more interesting?
There's plenty of ways you can slice and dice it, but then, okay. I think there's also, with some of the point systems around the world, there's already bit of bad feelings towards it, like it's just going to complicate things, but I think everyone now works it out pretty easily. I tell you honestly, coming up with it, one of the things that did confound me was, okay, how do we deal with reduced over games? Because the 70% mark is maybe not a true reflection in like a 3 over game, and then also that it's not a clean 7 overs, it's somewhere in the middle of an over, but I think the simplest thing was to allow to make it 3-1, and I tell you why. Even though you might feel like, for example, the Vipers had a game they smashed Gladiators in a 6 over game. So, well, how's that fair? They didn't get the chance.
But it's beaten outside off.
It's kind of the middle ground between like a full washout's not really fair anyway because it's 2-2, and you didn't even get to play. So it's kind of, for a team that is impacted by having a game reduced and not being able to play the 10 overs, which obviously they'd like to do. They at least are guaranteed a point out of the game. The other thing that really confused people at the beginning was, what do you mean you get a point for losing? You know, but I would describe it as you get a point for losing with honour.
Full toss, so it's pushed down.
Or if you want to put it another way, a point for being competitive.
We do that in which I sometimes describe as a point for turning up. Because if a team actually forfeits a game in international basketball, they don't get that point for the group stages.
Okay, hold on. There's a bit of more controversy in Slurgate, and I believe that it was not bar steward. It was a word that sounds like bar steward.
That makes a lot more sense.
Now I totally get it.
push down the leg side. So Matashunka, who's bowled an excellent 2-over spell.
Because I didn't want the bar stewards going on strike here. Of course, we've called par tenders here.
We talked last night about, particularly my uncle, who liked to change words because he really didn't want to swear at all.
Handy for TV, actually, those kind of skills.
Flip, sugar, the like.
Fiddlesticks.
Always
a good one.
So many syllables. Another wide, so a triple wide here from Matashunka. It's not exactly ruining his figures, but they're just losing a little bit of momentum that they build up.
Yeah, I mean, you want to feel the confidence about on ball. It's something that obviously this game has had the opportunity to do. And this over's gone ... .1, ... and then 3 wide. So still a very good over, only 4 off it. Matashunka is very clever. We've kind of identified that through the group stages as well with his change of pace. I think he wants that slower ball. Does he mix it up and go the quick one again?
Has Scavens defending well. So the end of a very good power play from the Vipers. Empire 23 for 3, and this game is delicately poised.
Early random question then. What are words you use instead of swear words? Because my mum was classic. She'd like stub her toe on the couch and she'd say, "Far away in the hills." That was one that she used to use. We knew my mum as well. It suits her as well. Yeah, that was more of a changing of the ending of the word mid-word.
Which I quite like, and putting a singing element into it. Sounds very Sandu.
Yeah, 4 young boys. You don't want to be giving him any ideas of material. What were the ones you said?
Flip,
Sugar.
Flip's
a good one. Sugar. Yeah, Sugar's a good one. Let us know if there's any others we've missed. And, Paul Kempen's out for blood in the chat. I'll be watching.
Thanks to Johnny He for clarifying that for us as well.
And I feel a bit dense now for not picking that up earlier.
It's a little bit away from. I mean,
I thought it was a very custom Bangladeshi insult. And I thought, that's an interesting one. Basnaka's going to get the ball now. Padal at the other end.
Fair bit of air. Skaman swings it across the leg side. Wow. Elegant piece of fielding, except he just simply forgot to pick up the ball. And it's rolled away for a boundary. That's a poor miss from a good cricketer.
Yeah, there's a ball that probably should have gone in the first place. I think this is also the difference needing kind of 8 and over versus 18 and over. Trying to hit this along the ground instead of in the air. That kind of counters the Salinan misfield that went for 4 earlier, didn't it? Richard Mooney's good fielder. You wouldn't expect that.
Better length ball. Padal rocks back, cuts. Scroll through for the single.
I'd kind of go as far as to say that these two are the perfect 2 for this situation, needing 8 and over, where they can kind of play a little bit more T20 style, wait for a bad ball. You've still got the kind of ace up your sleeve of the wild thing, Amjad Sher at number 6.
Drilled away for a single. It is an odd period of, not sure whether you'd call it consolidation here, Maxi, but probably 2 or 3 overs. If they go at 8 or 9 and over, they're probably reasonably comfortable. At the end of the day, with the work that their bowlers and fielders did, that is all they need, and you get the odd error like that. Basnaka spears the ball down the leg side, little tickle on the pad, and it rolls away for 4.
Yeah, it must have been a very little touch, but enough to take it away from the keeper. It does. See, I mean, where do you've got there anyway? Probably just takes it past his body. It's frustrating as a keeper. I know it looks like a tiny deflection, but that looks a lot more from the keeping position because you're in a very specific place where you think the ball's going to be. Well, some good ones coming on in the chat. The swear
times it nicely.
Swear words. Scotty's come up with fudge.
Fudge.
Which is a
fudge
very,
is good.
very good one. He's also said, I think this used to be a swear word. I don't think it is anymore. Poppycock. That's very early 1900s, I think.
Was poppycock a swear word in and of itself? Or was it a replacement for something?
Yeah, well, that's true. I think it was a swear word. It doesn't really have the same heat.
Can you give me a sentence that would have been used in back in the day?
Let's ask the computer because it's so smart.
Give me back my chickens, you poppycock. As that is swept very nicely. Well, may have missed it off the bat, the previous ball that Basniak speared down leg side, but Maharaj has not missed on that occasion. Lovely sweep shot, beats the fielder on the circle, rolls away for 4. That's pretty helpful over for Empire, 39 for 3. They now require 48 runs off the final 6 overs.
By the way, I just looked it up because I was like, poppycock still sounds pretty bad. I said, but apparently it's completely harmless and family friendly. You can say it on TV around kids or in formal settings without offending anyone.
Good to know.
So if you're offended, you're not anyone.
Well, is that ChatGPT's version, or are we talking the...
Well, ChatGPT is smarter than people. We know that now.
Have you ever heard about the BBC's blacklist of words or
Yeah,
banned
I've heard
list
this.
of words?
By the way, poppycock comes from the mid-19th century. It comes from Dutch and gradually lost its crude connotation, becoming more humorous and quaint in tone. So it had a bit of a lifespan, maybe mid-1800s to mid-1900s.
This game is not in control of that shot, going out to the outside, and it's comfortable catch coming in off the cover boundary. So after a period in which they'd gotten the innings back together, that's a nicely taken grab. And De Silva, with his nagging little outswingers, is continuing to cause chaos to batting lineups here at ECS Finland. It's his second wicket, and Empire now 4 down, 39 runs on the board.
Yeah, just maybe went after what he shouldn't have. That's actually Skamans who's out, so we're in for a scoring time. That's going to take us a bit of time.
To be fair, it is very easy to confuse he and Van Raj.
Skamans is same body type. He's in the gym most of the day, every day. But yeah, might be gone, and it's 39 for 4. I'm trying to work out where that scoring error might have come from.
Well, you look at that, Maximo. I'll tell the viewers that the big news is that the Wild Thing has made his way out to the batting crease. So 2 of the most experienced campaigners in Finnish cricket currently out in the middle for Empire, and they will need every piece of their experience to take the Hadley's Empire 11 to victory here. Silver figures of 2 for 13. It's really been quite a revelation for the Vipers, especially keeping the team going when Matasanka has been less in control.
Skamans is going to be removed and Padel's going to come back into the numbers. While we wait, I'm tempted to block Johnny Heesum for swearing in the chat because he's added
because
an
of poppycock
to the SH word, and I still think that still carries the weight of it. He almost copped a 60-second from me, but I won't.
Is that an exclusion in water polo that you just have a temporary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also chicken womble, which I've never, except the first one. All right. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I've got you. Jules is talking about when the air cabin crew tell you to go to the far queue, which is very interesting.
Which does happen.
I've never heard of it. They're both, all of those words are completely fine. Yeah. You mentioned the BBC list expand without telling me what those words are, because I guess we hold ourselves to the same standards.
It does change over time, and there were a couple that still remained that were absolute no-goes for anything that happened on BBC television, despite the fact that a lot of this has been liberalised in the last 10 to 15 years. There you go. Jules is correcting me, actually. These days it's an Ofcom list, not just a BBC banned words list.
What's going on here? I think they might have sorted it out. My assumption, I don't really know, but I got a bit of a feeling that it was a 2 scored last over. Maybe it was a 1 or something like that, but that's probably a scoring issue that's held things up. 39 for 4. I mentioned those 2. I thought they were the partnership that could kind of get them close to score, maybe over, but now that's been broken. And Amjad Sher is the new batter. Let's go then.
Plays a swatty cut shot. There's a little bit of indecision there as Van Raj has sent him back from taking the quick single.
Yeah, honestly, I'm at a loss to how that happened. But yeah, Amjad likes to be aggressive. Okay, he probably does have gears. Will he pull it back a little bit?
Oh, ball has not gone well off the bat. In the air for a long time. Diving effort at point, and there's screams all around. There's hands saying, calm, calm, calm. That could be the moment, Maximo.
Wouldn't be calm, I'd be furious if I was the bowler. He just misjudged that. Okay, he's got the sun to deal with, I get that. Probably not something you've had to deal with all week, but that was a genuine pop-up chance from Cher, and he doesn't even get to it. Very lucky moment. Bit of extra bounce there for De Silva. Interesting also that they're deciding to stick with him here.
It's driven by Van Raj, an exquisite placement. Given the rest of his team is crumbling around him, Badal's come out here, injured hand and all, and is just looking in complete control.
Huge moment, isn't it? Okay, batting still to come. Hassan Majid, Verma, Raz Muhammad, Sudhanshu Pandey and Sangrula. But if you get another wicket here, you're down to number 7. 44 for 4, a 4.4. It's never a wide. It's never a wide. After 4 days, it's a bowler. It's a low-scoring game. It's never a wide. It's definitely straight over the line. Straight over the line.
I'd say it's an exquisite piece of bowling from De Silva, that.
It's exactly what the bowler's trying to do, and he gets pinged for it. I would have been, if it was Zangier already, he'd be furious now.
Driven again through the offside, and diving effort. Tell you what, there's a fair bit of hair on display in this game, isn't there, Vinny?
Yeah, not from us.
No, not from the commentary box necessarily, but Sullivan with the hairbun, Raz Muhammad with his very tightly wound hairbun, Karunaratne, the diving beast on the offside. Great to see.
Still not the bad words list. Good reading.
Big swing down the ground. Cher hasn't timed it particularly well. Fielder coming around, dropped it. And he's probably just kept that inside the boundary line. We'll have a check on the replay. But first and foremost, Nimesh has fumbled the catch. And so the Wild thing gets another chance.
Yeah, it's no boundary. So that part's good. But yeah, 2 drops already on Amjad Cher. Not a guy that you can afford to give second or even third chances to. And high drama here. We didn't see this coming. But Vipers not going quietly. 47 for 4 after 5. Empire 11 needing 40 off the last 5 overs. Of course, we have many upcoming events, starting with Bulgaria on Monday. Rico Fool will be taking you through the week. By the way, Shoban Gunaik will be making his proper debut for ECN. He's a really interesting guy. Lives in Prague, has just finished his media studies there, and has previous experience commentating on Fancode. Did a little bit of the T20 and the T10 stuff with me in Prague in the previous series. So he'll be going through the weekend of ECS and then doing the T20Is there. Phil and Rico in Belgium. And then
what a lovely place to make your debut for ECN as well.
Agree. Anyway, here we go. 5 overs to go.
Well, the Hair Bear coming on to bowl. Cher, given some of the challenges he's had of keeping the balls out of fielders' hands, probably sensible for him to just rotate the strike.
So, bad words is obviously a bit of context. But I remember there was a basketball, you remember this in the Olympics, maybe 15, 20 years ago, with the name that was basically one of probably the most well-known swear word with an A at the end, and it was pronounced Fuchka.
Yep.
Remember this?
Yep.
Around that? It was kind of how you deal with it. In the end, it's his name.
What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
No, I do remember the player.
Pixelate the graphics every time it comes up, can you?
Speared in on the legs, beautifully clipped. Badal's playing a gem of an innings here at the Kerava Cricket Ground. Coming back for a cameo performance this morning. Just drifted onto his pads, a little bit of late in-swing, and the placement's been so good, Vinny. He's just rarely hitting the ball to fielders. Incredibly, the supercomputer has Empire at 97%, which I think is putting a lot
It's interesting.
A lot of weight on the ability of these two to stay there. I mean, there's very possibility that they will comfortably chase this.
1
but
in 33
another wicket.
chance. Yeah,
It's nuts.
don't make me time you out as well, Rhino.
Full toss. Not well timed on that occasion, but they'll rotate for the single.
I mean, the thing is, in another context, let's say that they were chasing 180, right? And they were 4 for, let's say they were chasing 187 and they were 153 for 4 at this stage. Okay, to use an extreme example. Then the odds would feel about right. It's just, it's a low scoring game.
Full toss. Cher takes a big swing. And that's good enough contact to send it flying over the boundary rope for a Maximo, and things coming a little bit easier for Empire now.
He's given 2 opportunities, Rhino, and one wasn't even kind of got to. One was dropped. Yes, it was a tough one. But Cher, he's such a clean striker of the ball, and the longer he bats, the better he's going to get. 28 off 26 required now. Now they're down to just 1%. And those early 3 strikes, a distant memory at the moment for the Vipers.
Good bowling from Karunaratne. Cramped Cher as he made his way down the track.
But it does kind of remind me that probably your best strategy is just to forget about the wickets and bat like you'd bat anyway. Not saying you kind of ramp it all the way up to 10 out of 10 aggression, but just bat how you'd bat anyway and hope that you don't suffer the same fate as anyone else. That whole attack is the best form of defence kind of thing. Padal, 27 off 14, facing up.
Full ball outside off stump. Works that behind. Boy, I guess that's the advantage of having someone like Van Raj out there, isn't it, Vinny? Because his game, even in T10, is not a hard swinging stroke play. It's more finding the gaps as the end of the 6th over leaves Hadley's Empire 11 at 61 for 4.
Yeah, it's true what you say. The situation kind of suits him, especially if he's carrying that injury. He doesn't want to extend himself too much. But yeah, 28 not out of 15. I mean, the way he started was a shot of the day stuff. And Judge Cher still there, and they should get home. 26 required off 24, but without a scare in the second innings. Can the Vipers provide, a similar over to that first over, for example? What does Bumble Lloyd always say? If you add 2 wickets to the score right now, would it change the game? And here it certainly would. 61 for 6 would really be.
It's a strange hypothetical,
time.
Isn't it?
I like it though, because it kind of tells you there's always a chance of 2 quick wickets.
No doubt.
From any point.
Cameron Yake will be hoping for precisely that. Not if he's going to bowl garbage half track onto the thigh of this man who continues to strike the ball very sweetly. Look at that for an elegant cricket shot. Top class.
Exactly. Just rocks back onto the back foot. And your description was painted quite a picture, but probably apt. It was a Gundy ball, really, at this level.
He's one of the most visually appealing batters that we've had on the ECN, isn't he, Maximo?
Oh, yeah,
Raj,
definitely.
so few batters these days.
And even his batting's good.
He's a good-looking young chap, but his style is just so nice to watch. And I love the fact that he rarely tries to overhit the ball. It's cut well. I'll just take the single. Played at a very high level back in the UK for a number of years, and back as a bowler in the day as well. But it's his batting that he's become renowned for.
Batting's a funny thing, isn't it? You can have injuries and whatever, and you're banged up, and just sometimes it can make you bat better. It's amazing what you can push through. We've seen some amazing things on a cricket field, haven't we?
Short ball, Cher. Probably not from the same school of elegant batting, but just as effective. Whacks that cut shot over the rope for another Maximo. And, well, maybe the supercomputer is smarter than us.
It is. That's the thing. They definitely had a chance, but I think with Cher then hitting a couple of sixes, the supercomputer is so amazing at kind of quantifying soft factors. For example, Cher after hitting a 6 is a more confident Cher than before hitting a 6, and it puts all these things in. Do I understand it all? No, but
it's the algorithm.
The supercomputer knew there was a chance, but it wasn't a great chance still. About 5 minutes ago.
Cher cuts that into the ground over the head of the bowler.
Good indoor cricket shot, that one.
It was.
That was 5 chop for
The
all
old
Australian viewers.
the old receiver desperately trying to keep it off the back net.
Yeah, Padal, though. He's just the tonic, isn't he, for the situation? 12 runs required.
Cuts and misses. Probably not the right shot to that ball. Still look good doing it, though.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the 2 wickets in quick succession, I think it's a bit of a test for when, more like in a longer form game, like a test match, where you feel like there's never ever going to be another wicket. Do you know what I mean? Like a long partnership.
1 brings 2, boys. Short ball. That one got up into a little bit more of an awkward spot, but fortunately for Padal, it lands safely, and he will retain the strike for the start of the 8th over. Empire only needing 11 off the last 3 now.
Yeah, let's have a look again to the next game. BTCC Dark Knights versus Greater Helsinki Markors. These two at the top of the table in their respective groups. And yes, it's Moon time. You know, I actually got to meet Moon.
No.
I was introduced earlier. And yeah, one of the highlights of my year. Jabbar Hussein Moon listed at number 7. Beliat Khan comes back in from the last game for the Dark Knights. But yeah, Greater Helsinki Markors. They did drop that game last night, but they did enough for top spot. Zia Rahman has had a very good series. Cherry plays for them, don't forget. Shabir is in the lineup once again. So that game is coming up in around about 25 minutes. Of course, the winner of that is the first team in the final.
I feel like we were talking about how you have to almost acknowledge and bow to the Saunameister the other day. When you meet the Moon for the first time, do you have to get into Dappy down on one knee stance?
Bappy. That was classic. All right. Karuna Ratner to bowl. 11 to win.
Nice ball from Karuna Ratner, but safely driven down the ground for just the 1.
Yeah, it's going to be Empire in qualifier 2. They'll play the loser of the next game then.
Doesn't feel that long ago, does it, Vinny? The 4th wicket went down and things were really looking shaky. Hadley's Empire 11.
Yeah, so true. Well, they found a way. That's what good teams do. Survive the scare.
Full toss. Share whacks it. So he's going on a bit of a Maximo rampage. It's called no ball. And if Empire were an Uber, they'd be into surge pricing now with the figures getting a substantial kick along in a short space of time.
Yeah, you're right. And so Empire, it's certainly not perfect with the bat, but they've got 6 very good options. They've got 6 options they could shuffle in any order, and they'd be a very good batting order. That's the thing. Amjad Sher come out at 6. We've seen him opening.
Doesn't it show what depth does to your T10 team? It's a nice ball, but drilled out to the offside. There's a lot of teams, if you get through the top 3, you know that it's going to be a very different proposition, but one of the strengths of this Empire group is that they do bat down with some quality players, at least top players down to number 6, and then a few others who are more than capable with the bat as well.
2 to win though. Van Raj can finish it off.
And he finishes off in style. I'd expect nothing else from Varaj Padal. Beautiful shot throughout the offside as he's played throughout this entire innings. It's an excellent control display for him. Ends up 41 off 21. And in the end, what looked like a comfortable win for the Hadley's Empire 11 has not come without a few frights, particularly at the start of that batting innings. But in the end, Vinny, their bowlers set up this victory with a tremendous display in the first innings.
Yeah, they did. And, for the Vipers, they'll just be disappointed. I mean, that one-off game just happened to come in this eliminator. But I also think that you've got to give full credit to Empire for bowling well, asking the right questions, and taking some of those key wickets at the top of the eliminator, which ended up keeping that score down in the 80s. So this is the program with the BCCC Dark Knights to take on the Markors next. But you can see there now, Hadley's Empire 11 are waiting for one of those teams in qualifier 2. So I don't think either one of the teams we're about to see come and play Qualifier 1 wants to have to deal with Empire in that game. Let's look at the highlights, and it was early drama, wasn't it? With a dash of suspense as the first ball was hit for 4, but then the top 3 went for a combined 7 runs, and Empire would have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, I like that Jordan O'Brien looked at the umpire waiting for the signal there after a big fat outside edge second ball, but Barraj Badal, he was the superstar for Empire in this game. The skipper, Salonen, he holed out to cover fairly early. Skamans came in. He's one of the team inclusions for finals day. Whacked his first ball for a Maximo, but couldn't control things from then on in. And it was actually the introduction of the leg spinner, Baston Yaika. 2 boundaries, 1 leg buys and 1 off the bat that came in his over. Started well, but just speared a couple down the leg side. And that just released the pressure for Empire a touch. And as long as Padal was there, you got the feeling that they were always in control of this chase. And eventually, when he was joined by Amjad, the Wild Thing Share, the runs started coming thick and fast.
Yeah, they did, and Share, they missed him once, they missed him twice. It wouldn't work out nice because, along with Padal, he was able to get them over the line with that partnership, which ended up at, how much was that? It's 50 partnership, actually. 50 partnership if you include the winning runs. So they're able to do that in pretty quick time as well. So Vipers unfortunately lost their bite with the bat, and it ending up costing them a shot in the tournament. But hey, we loved their skills they showed. I mean, Wichamuni's century was something very, very special. I loved the clever bowling as well. Matashanka, I mean, coming to the party into silver, very testing opening combination. Wishing them the best for the season. Hopefully see them again on ECN. But how does Empire 11 recover from that tough start with Padal 41 not out of 21? Just the tonic at the right time for Empire fans. Amjad Share the Wild Thing with 24 of 10. And it was a plucky kind of a response, wasn't it, from the Empire middle order. Bowling-wise, Matashanka was a big difference maker, 2 for 10 to silver with 2 for 21 in there, but Ratner and Semanaika weren't able to sustain that kind of performance. Only the 4 bowlers used in the end as Empire pick up the runs with 2.5 overs to spare. Yeah,
probably a deserved win for them. They bowled and fielded exceptionally well, and unfortunately the Vipers, they had even more chances to dig into the Empire 11 batting lineup, but dropped Share twice early in his innings. He's gone on to punish them, his partnership with Badal, getting the Hadley's Empire 11 home. So they will progress to Qualifier 2, and which leaves us with 3 teams still in contention. The BTCC Dark Knights, Greater Helsinki Markors coming up in the next game, Vinny. That is something to savour.
Yeah, hold on to your hats. Well, the sun's out today, but the moon's going to be out as well in Qualifier 1, as it will be the BTCC Dark Knights taking on Greater Helsinki Markors. And when we return for more Finals Day action here live from Helsinki, Finland, you're watching this European Cricket Series.
sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. European cricket fans, it's come that time for Qualifier 1. It's the big game between the two #1 qualifiers from Group A and Group B. We'll go to the toss now with Stefan Gooch. It is the BTC Dark Knights and the Greater Helsinki Markors.
Markors to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads. What would you like to do?
We bowl first.
Bowling?
Yeah.
Good luck. All the best, guys. Have a good game.
Yep, thank you.
Markors have won the toss. They're bowling.
So there you have it. The Greater Helsinki Markors have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first in this game. Probably looking at the stats that we've had from earlier today, which show that the teams who have been chasing here at ECS Finland 2025 have been far more successful, and they will look to continue that trend today. The Markors come into this as the Group B winners, and they've been powered with the bat by Atif Rashid, and probably their most important man, Ziaur Rahman. He is heading their batting charts and their bowling charts, and so much depends on him having a big game today. But they are going to come up against the BTC Dark Knights, who surprised everyone by qualifying first in Group A in what was a very, very tough group. They set the tone in the first game, which they won in a golden ball, and it was that man Mooney who came up with the incredible individual innings that took them home there. But they've got so much more than that, particularly with the bat. Hossain's 6 rate has been absolutely incredible, and they've got enough big bats in the top order, including Alam, who has been very consistent, that they will give a really, really good crack at this today. So both of these teams playing with a chance to go straight through to the final. I think it's going to be an incredibly close game and a great matchup of different styles. Speaking of different styles, great way to send you back to the commentary box where Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandu, is ready to take you through the opening stages.
Thank you very much, Andrew Ryan. Great to see Rhino out there in his Peacock Friday attire as well. And yeah, this is going to be a real banger of a game. Excellent match analysis as well from Rhino. Sometimes it takes a bit of coaxing to get out in front of the camera, but he is an absolute natural. I think you'll agree with me on that. So, Qualifier 1. Here we are, the two teams that finished top of the tree in their respective groups. BTCC Dark Knights, and Rhino's absolutely right. It was a bit of a surprise they finished top, but they are undefeated in this European Cricket Series. This is a team that looked so down and out. They were 5 for 3 in their first game, but then Jubair Hossain Moon came in and ended up pushing it to a golden ball. He whacked the golden ball for 6. And a bit of a surprise as well. Dark Knights qualifying, and former champions Helsinki Titans fell by the wayside. But watch out for Shahid Alam, who's listed to open. Afzal Hussain, I actually think he'll end up opening in this game. And we're about to find out, because Markors have won the toss and elected to bowl. Markors, of course, we saw them yesterday. The only game they dropped was last night, where they needed only the point to guarantee top spot. They got that, even though they didn't end up getting the victory over Vanta Vipers, who are already out of the tournament. So we're down to 3 possible winners of this European Cricket Series. Shabir comes back in. He played the first game yesterday, didn't play the second, and he showed he was a good hitter. And Dark Knights, 42%. So how about that? 42% in the calculations of the supercomputer. So they are underdogs. And for all the people that said, oh, you know, Group A is so much stronger than Group B, I will remind you that the supercomputer has had both Group B teams' favourites for their matches today. Big hello to Rob Thompson from New Zealand in the chat. And this is going to be a brilliant game. I don't know what's going to happen, but you want to be watching. Looks like we're almost ready to get underway, waiting for the clock to tick over. But for the Markors, I know Rhino's taken a bit of a shining to them, even creating new logos and everything for them. Naveed Shahid is going to open up for them. And as I thought, they are going to open with Afzal Hussain out there with Shahid Alam. So everyone, get comfy. This should be a real spectacle. Qualifier 1, here we go. Oh, what a ball first up from Shahid. Hussain, he's hit half the balls that he's faced in the tournament for 6. Has to play a defensive shot, and I was worried this was going to bounce back onto the stumps. Thick inside edge into the ground and over the top. He was aware of it. He was watching the ball. He could see it was safe, so he didn't have to do anything crazy. This one kind of holds its line. It's played beautifully by Hussain through the offside. Well, that's a classy shot. He's showing he's no slogger. Afzal Hussain. And I suppose the criticism was maybe he hasn't stuck around long enough in the group stages. Faced 32 balls, only 32 balls in the group stage. 16 went for 6. Shahid didn't get that one to swing back at all. Oh, this one does. It does a bit too much. It's the pad. And settle for the one leg by. Nice chase down there. Now the question is, how do they use the moon? You can see they've gone Hussain at the top. He's actually listed at 5. I don't know where that batting order came from. Shahid Alam was listed to open. Probably Maxi Al-Balal at 3. Opens the face on this one nicely, but there's one of the 2 outfielders down there, so we'll keep it to 1. Yeah, warm welcome back to everyone. Yeah, Kroom has referenced West Ham's incident to let stewards know of something, possible incident back in the day. That please be aware Mr. Moon is in the building. I don't know that reference. I'm going to have to dig that one up, I think. Dug out, chance, missed. Have a feeling that would have been out. There's been so many direct hits, actually, in this tournament. Let's have a look. I mean, he is quick, but would he have made it? No, I'll slow it down a little bit. I think he's out. If it hits, yeah, he's fairly comfortably short. Had a good look at the stumps there. Did Zia Uraman, the captain. Heavy kind of length again. Good start from Marcos. Shahid giving very little away. 7 off the first over plus a leg by is 8 without loss after 1. This is where we are on finals day with Fanta Vipers sensationally booted from the tournament. They got rocked and kept to the 80s. Early wickets were flying in the Eliminator. That means Hadley's Empire 11 of ECC. They are in Qualifier 2. Dark Knights or the Marcors. One of those 2 teams will secure the first spot in the final after this game. The loser will have to take on Empire in the next game. And like I said earlier, I don't think any of these 2 teams, either of these 2 teams would want that. Rhino doing a great job doing the intro, then bringing me back a coffee. Fantastic work, and secured his future at ECN for another decade. Rizwan Ali to bowl over number 2. So we haven't quite seen the big hitting that we thought we might so far, but I think a lot of that goes down to the fact that Shahid bowled a really tight first over. 1-4, and that was it, basically. If the Marcors do win this one, then we'll have an all Group A clash in Qualifier 2. It's a little bit of something to watch. Oh, it's short and edge. Flies away for 4. For slightly thinner edge, and that's probably out. But Alam gets just enough timber on it to take it away from the keeper's gloves. Nilan Cherry behind the stumps. Dives, but it's forlorn. And the ball goes to the boundary. One guy that's come back from the other side of the boundary is Andrew Ryan. And Rhino, not quite the fireworks he might have expected from BTCC so far.
I'm sure they will come, though. Just wandered past their team tent, and there's a lot of security surrounding their superstar, the Mooney.
And that's going to be through the offside, and it probably gets through. It does. So Kind of muscles that full toss. Not really the timing that Alarm was hoping for, but it will result in 4 runs for the Dark Knights.
Certainly will be. Certainly the Greater Helsinki Markors, their weak link is their bowling attack. Despite the efforts of Ali and Zia Rahman, they need to tighten things up. Not a bad start for them here, though. Kept Hossain from hitting a Maximo, which many teams haven't done.
Muscles ears through the same gap, but this time they put the outfielder back, so it'll only result in a single. Okay, Kruma looked up the Mr. Moon's in the building reference from West Ham Football Club, and yeah, it was a playful nickname for the striker Marlon Harewood. Stadium announcer Jeremy Nicholas would say Mr. Moon is in the building. Well, that's how I feel today. Well, that's more like the Hussain we know. It goes to the skies, and this Grizzly flies. Maximo! The first one of Qualifier 1.
Well, that's a pretty sedate Maximo rate for him. Seen him belt these at a rate of, I can't remember what we worked it out, Vinny. Was it about...
He was going at, half his balls
going for Maximos.
So he only that's the only thing though, I said this in the first over. He only faced 32 balls in the entire group stage. So, yeah, there for a good time, not a long time. Swings at what he probably should have left alone here. And Ali will have to bowl that again. Hello to Steve Masterton saying a special hello to all the Kiwis and others from around the world. Of course, we won't see Mr. Hollywood, Anthony Quinn. He's made the long drive back to Oulu. But certainly what a warm welcome to all of our New Zealand viewers and everyone else for that matter. Just losing the line slightly, going for that tram line, but Ali's very front on at delivery. Just can't quite get it right.
Yep, a little bit wayward. The Markors paceman. Bengal Tigers. After a sluggish start in the first over, got things really motoring along. Ali going for 17. He has been expensive at times.
He's not the only one though. Hussain wants to go large. Tries up in the air, thick outside edge. 2 fielders pursue it side by side, but I think the only one winning the race will be the Grizzly. Bounces a couple of times and over the rope for 4 more.
Probably not as well timed as the Maximo earlier in the over, but still gets Hussain 4 extra runs on the board. Just inside out swipe, completely out of control. But as is the way in T10 cricket, Maximo, very little punishment for the batters.
It was a pretty good race, wasn't it? Between Arjun and Farooq Zab. That was stride for stride. I thought maybe I was watching the Olympics track and field.
Gout, sprint around a
that's what it looked like.
200-metre track.
All right, that's right in the slot. And that's more like Hussain's zone. Just watch that ball fly miles over the fence and far away. Come again another day. Maximo, 6 more.
I think a few of the truck drivers out on the motorway had their hearts in their mouths. Hussain, when he gets going, can deposit the ball a long, long way. That's a giant strike. And Ali gets absolutely pumped in the second over. And BTC Dark Knights 35 for none after 2, so they have not started slowly, given they're coming off a couple of days break.
There's a certain length that Afzal likes, and he was getting it there from Rizwan. It was a different over in kind of character than the first one from Shahid, and understandably they bring Shahid back here to try and break this opening partnership. On the charge, a bit of a wild shot there from Shahid Alam. Third overs are funny because I think there's a certain kind of player, most players actually, they're acutely aware that the field's about to go back. So that at this stage, they do really ramp up the aggression.
Alam 11 off 6. Played a couple of good innings in the tournament so far. Got a decent amount of batting depth. Dark Knights.
Well, he's kind of beaten by pace on this one, but he does squeeze it down to deep backward point for 1. The Hussain show will be back on. Now, this is a very fascinating one-on-one battle. We've got 2 players that have hit their stride early on in Qualifier 1. Shahid to bowl to the opening batter, Afzal Hussain.
If I was captaining here, Vinny, I reckon I'd have the deep third man or a deep
100%.
backward point because you've got to bank on Shahid getting a mistimed shot.
Oh, Rhino, I said it. I'd have him right there. And whether it would have carried, I don't know. But just the way he's swinging the bat, there's a good chance of the ball. You read my mind. It's almost that second slip back on the boundary kind of angle. And in the end, it won't be an opportunity, but it will be a boundary to the BTCC Dark Knights.
You've only got one left-arm paceman bowling with a bit of zip who can push the ball across Hussain into an awkward spot. You have to attack with the field.
This one does swing in a little bit. Gets him in the pad.
Tell you what annoys me about this even more, Max.
Yeah.
The way Hussain hits the ball, I mean, he has not mistimed a ball to cow corner throughout the entire tournament. You've got two fielders standing out there at long on and cow corner, who, if he hits the ball in that direction, it's carrying.
You, once again, have read my mind almost verbatim. Said those guys are going to be spectators if he hits it. Yeah, how are you going to get him out? That's the question. Alarm back on strike. Get done. He's been slightly off. I wonder if Alarm's in the hook zone. He just hasn't quite seemed to be himself. It's a wild kind of clearing the front leg and hoping more than anything.
Much less comfortable when the ball is in the upper reaches, doesn't he? When he can clear the front leg and slice it over to the offside.
He's kind of front-foot at all costs, that's why. So the bowlers have picked up on that. It's not really a genuine pull shot he's playing. It's almost like a flat bat smack attempt. Last ball for Shahid. And smart.
Oh, tell you what, that's a nice bit of work from the keeper. We'll get a replay of this. They've sprinted through for the extra one. A ridiculous appeal for interference at the bowler's end.
Thing is, would you even throw at the stumps here? I mean, they've actually retained the strike. I think he's in. I don't think he's that slow. Oh, a bit slow. Just in. But, yeah, then, I don't know, they appealed for him changing direction. But funny thing is, I think he's changing direction to try and miss the ball. Can I get fully lawyer on you?
Unlike most players, at least he's changed direction to get in the way of the stumps, as opposed to going our way.
It always laughs. I've actually seen obstructing the field given where a guy is clearly trying to miss the ball and still hasn't been able to, and then gets hit and everyone appeals, they get given out. Can I get really technical? Rule of law. Signalled for the third umpire before they took off for the run, so technically that kills the play. But I think common sense, they allow the bye.
Why, as an umpire, you just need to take a moment to be patient with these things. Let things play out.
Third umpire's not going anywhere. Anyway, here's Zia Rahman, the captain, to bowl the fourth. They're going to hustle through. But,
tell you when that doesn't work, though. It feels like in Swiss cricket the last year or two, almost the number one umpiring point has been don't signal the wide too quickly, wait for the play to complete. But it's sort of gotten to the point now that umpires are taking about 15 seconds to signal wide. Scorers have put everything in, and then all of a sudden someone notices that, his arms are out.
Finally got the arms up, hands out of the pockets. This one is pitched up, and it should be gone. It is gone. Bit of a fumble there from Atif Rashid. But he's able to grab it, I think, from between his thighs. Difference here is length from Hussain. It's not quite back of her length. It's full. It draws him forward. Finally, the miss-hit comes, and it will be the end of the big hitting Afzal Hussain for 25. It's 43 for one.
Well, I love after we just spent an over ago saying that Hussain's never going to miss time one to that cow corner area, that's eventually where he gets done, probably a little bit straighter. Difference there, though, you've got 5 outfielders.
Yeah, you've got more outfielders, and you've got a different kind of bowler.
Yeah.
And edge off this bowler, Rahman, probably isn't flying for a catch to deep third if it's a fine edge. So, this is one time where your plan now is hope for a miss hit, and it does come. And so, different circumstances, Rhino, I think, there. But 43 for one. It won't be moon o'clock yet. It is Maxi Al-Bilal, as we thought, who's coming out at number 3.
Good to see Maxi out there, but do we have a countdown to moon?
Yeah, I mean, don't know when moonrise is coming. The crowd want it. Al-Bilal will just push a single first up.
That'd be the countdown to the moon landing.
Yeah, it would be the countdown to the moon landing. T-minus maybe 1 wicket. I just think he's been such a sensation that it's almost like a certain time you'd want him to bat. So maybe around mid-innings. I'd say kind of even probably now, 4th, 5th over. As Alarm is going to get a pretty agricultural swing in. He's going to hit the bottom of the bat, and
can I say, on the Van Raj Padal spectrum of elegance while batting, that has got to be about as far away from that as possible.
I mean, if you wouldn't frame this shot and kind of hang it on your mantelpiece, and if you did, you'd certainly put the frame turned around when guests came over. But anyway, runs are the only currency, and Alarm has 4 of them, 48 on the board for the Dark Knights. And it's a funny technique.
The amount of times he gets in completely inappropriate position, and yet still, and credit to him, somehow still gets the hands going through in a helpful manner. It's extraordinary, and he's scored plenty of runs here.
That's true, but he just sometimes gets kind of cramps himself. This is a really good example, this ball. Can we just break this down on camera 1? Because he's playing, his footwork's going here no matter what. So that foot's going there no matter what. And it just makes it really hard for him if you can put the ball in the offside channel. And it's a really good example. End of the over is 48 for 1, although Alarm, we know occasionally can slap it over point, but
you'd take your chances, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
and particularly if you're a bowler who can generate a bit of lift off the pitch, the likelihood that his hands are going to be able to follow that rising ball when the front leg is somewhere between mid-wicket and cow is very unlikely.
If Alarm doesn't get a boundary in this over, I'm retiring and I'm bringing out Moon. In all seriousness, I think with 5 overs to go, you need to give yourself the opportunity to maximise your score. We saw the Vipers not do that. Okay, admittedly, no one really fired for them except one who was already there. But yeah, different kind of change of pace coming though with Arjunan to bowl the 5th in his off spin.
Toss
And, yeah, Bilal, he's a nice looking cover drive for a single.
Interesting note from Scotty from ECN Supporters Club Australia on the chat, noting that there's plenty of pressure on Moon, not the least of which he's already been invited to Melbourne for dinner.
Dinner at Scotty's house.
They were dinner at Scotty's house, which...
Right, there's the over point shot that we talked about, and it's going to fly for 6. So Alarm, change of pace, change of luck for him. Buys a bit more time with the Maximo.
Yeah, the body weight's, I guess, going a little bit straighter down the wicket on that occasion, but he's a powerful hitter over that offside. But
yeah.
I guess the question for me is, does that mean Scotty has tracked down his Insta profile and issued a bit of a slid into his DMs type moment?
Quicker one this time from Arjunan, likes to mix up his pace, hit down the ground. That'll be 4. I thought for a second he would hold up and the fielder would get there, but Alarm got enough of it. So 6 and 4, and a man that is hungry for more. And I'm sure Moon is hungry for that dinner invitation to become a reality. I mean, I hope if he has approached him on Instagram, it would have been reported to our anti-corruption officers who do a great job.
Tremendous job.
In good faith, I think, from Scotty. Shades of Shane Warne taking money from John before a casino visit in Sri Lanka many, many moons ago. Alarm will get a single here. Yeah, so...
for all of his mistimed shots throughout the innings, Alarm's 28 off 16. He's recovered now, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, he's got 11 off the last 3 balls. Oh, well, I've got some planet news as well coming up in the air, but not carrying. Andrew Ryan has just penetrated the crust of the earth with his chair. Was that a lean back onto the back legs? So we're on very soft ground. Rhino has just sunk. A third of his chair sunk into the grass.
The swamp. Just moved it for a
quick stands up at Alarm. He has come good. He's like the change to spin. He looks completely different. He goes Maximo, and that means 19 off that 5th over in the Dark Knight. 67 for 1 after 5.
Oh, now that my chair's sitting at the angle of an armchair.
I need to take a picture of this. Can you just move your jacket out the way a little bit there? Because I'm going to take a picture and I'll get Kroom to put it in the chat that Rhino's just sunk into the surface. It's kind of like, you know when Tony Gregg used to put the key in the hard pitch and he'd say it doesn't really go in easily, but once it goes in, it really goes in.
We've had stories of surprising things being penetrated while we've been here in Finland over the last couple of days. I didn't think the crust of the earth was going to be one of them.
That's unbelievable. It was the picture won't really show what I saw, which was that you dropped a good 4-5 inches in height.
I'm not even sure that I can get this chair out. It must have found the softest part of the... Oh, my goodness.
That's amazing. All right, so that wasn't the 5 over high pressure analysis that you might have expected, but
It's what the sponsors pay for, isn't it?
try and show exactly how much has gone below there. Anyway, time for over number 6, and it's Mahmood with the ball. First one poked away for a single by Bilal.
Guess it could have been worse if I went backwards and dragged the entire commentary box down with me.
What was your kind of physiological reaction when the chair suddenly sunk into the
I
earth?
think it was to try to find my feet again, but given that I was propelled backwards, it wasn't so easy.
Mahmood wheeling and dealing here, but I have to bowl that one again.
It's an interesting place, the Igloo, isn't it, Vinny? Because we have somewhat of our own microclimate in here. It's the only part of the ground that hasn't been dried out, had sunshine and wind the last day and a half.
Well, gets across Alarm. He wants the journey, and I think he's going to get it. He does. Maximo saves Carreras. And this is what you're hoping for when someone's kind of on the hook. You know, something that they can get going, and the spin over just kind of got him into his hitting form. It's not quite the same pace either he's getting now from Mahmood, and he has plenty of time to manoeuvre that one over the leg side rope.
We've seen this before, Vinny. The alarm bells are ringing. He's up to 40 off 18, and once he gets in a mood, he's very hard to stop. Mooney Watch still sitting on the end of the bench, ready to take his rightful place as Alarm whips it to the offside. No fielders in that area. Races along to 44 off 19. BTCC, I feel like they're putting on a pretty decent total here.
Just trying to sending it to the side.
Can I ask a technical question?
Yeah, go on.
Why is it that Kroom ends up as a middleman for
Kroom
pictures?
knows how to convert pictures in a way that he can put them on the chat.
Got it.
I probably could learn, but I don't need to because
Good way
Kroom
to
knows
keep
how
him
to do it.
involved. No.
Oh, well, hits him outside the line here. That was asking to be hit for 6, and it would have been Alarm's 50.
Oh, we've had a great bit of trivia come in from Leah Martin. Great to have you again, Leah, on the chat. So I'm not sure if you know, but the actual Finnish name for Finland is not Finland. It's Suomi. S-U-O-M-I, which is one of the great sports chants of, Suomi, clap, 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 Suomi,
Yeah.
or
And so,
Hyvä
Finland's
Suomi.
an exonym, as in outsiders have named it.
Fantastic knowledge from Maximo, showing your vocabulary once again. I didn't know this, but Leah has told me that the swar in Suomi is actually the word for swamp.
Wow.
I feel like I need to double check that.
I
but
don't
that is
need
a
to. I believe it.
fantastic bit of trivia.
Etymology chat is taking off here in the qualifier 1. So his Alarm, though, is on 44, and he's going to be gone. Thick outside edge. Mahmood will come up with the wicket. Alarm kind of saves his innings, doesn't he? Ends up 44 off 20, but he is the second to go, and the Dark Knights are 81 for 2.
A nice bit of bowling. Hit the deck hard for Hard Mahmood after he'd already been taken a few times to the boundary by Shahid Alarm. Huge wicket. Oh, is it coming, Vinny?
Here comes Moon. Moonrise will be known as 11:40 local. Jubair Hussain Moon. I met the big man. I almost was speechless with how I was going to deal with him. He's not facing though. So Moon's rising slowly. 81 for 2 after 6, and really, this could be anything. Thing is, he had that one innings, which was a miracle innings, and then he won the golden ball. Then the next game, he was kind of dropped then out in the 2 balls he faced, and hasn't really had too much of an impact apart from that first game. Right now, it's Bilal facing 4 overs to go for Zeb to bowl, and he hits it beautifully. And that's going to be a boundary. Found the hole there between the 2 fielders. Even if it wasn't a field, it would have taken some catching because it was crunched 4 runs to start the 7th.
I just want to apologise to our viewers, Vinny, because I think everyone was there in anticipation of Mooney being on strike. But at the change of over, he's had to go to the non-striker's position.
Yeah.
See his tall, elegant figure just waiting for the chance to unleash hell on this Marcos bowling lineup.
Well,
Here we go.
It's time. You know what? This might be one of those times that I'm actually not going to say anything for the next 20 seconds.
The pictures
because
will tell the story.
You don't need me interfering. So just enjoy the beauty of the moon. I'll come back to you after the result of the ball. Oh, moon run! Oh, gee. I think his brain was sending the signals to run, but he's almost got run out first ball. Oh, it seemed like an easy single. There's no such thing. Oh, would have been out. No, he gets there. Moon using every inch of what he had available to get down the other end. Oh, heart in your mouth stuff, Rhino.
Moon arms almost move at a different velocity to the legs.
You know what? Bilal's my next one that's on hook watch because he's 10 off 8. And let's be honest, hasn't really been able to do too much. He's got one boundary out of those 8 balls. It was a 4.
Do you want to come back quickly to the Swami
yeah,
part?
please.
And I'm glad I checked this, and not discount Leah's version, because that certainly the word for swamp is swore.
Yeah.
And there is one theory that as that ball has just been whipped around the corner, Maxi responding to Maximo's hook.
Once you go on hook watch,
yeah,
the strike rate's been off the chart.
Once someone's on Maxi hook watch, though, he can reinterpret almost every stroke to still provide the valid argument that they should be hooked. But there is a more prominent theory, at least according to Google AI, that it comes from or is somewhat connected to the Sami people and from the Proto-Balto-Finnic word for land.
Which is pronounced?
Which is som.
That's pretty good, actually. I was hanging off my pronunciation of the fancy sauna, but I think you're back ahead in the finish. Is there a little edge here? Looks like he's walking. He might as well keep walking. So Bilal goes for and out, and it's a little feather that goes between the body and the stumps. Pretty good length there from Farouk Zab, who comes up with another wicket off the last ball of an over. Maxi Al-Bilal goes for 14. It's 91 for 3.
Might actually, in retrospect, be a helpful wicket for the BTC Dark Knights, as Maxi was struggling somewhat, and we know there's certain types of company that the moon likes, and you just feel like he is ready to unleash.
You know, it would have been a bold one for him to then, if he wasn't given out, just walk back, which I've seen a couple of times. I think he must have felt it was so obvious that he's always going to get given out, but
probably more obvious than I would have thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually pretty close to the back pad, but I think a little bit of deflection there as he walks. But 2 or 3 times I've seen someone then just trying to walk in a big circle and just pretend that he never showed the guilt at all. Of course, we're in Finland, but not too long before we're in Bulgaria for the next edition of the European Cricket Series. That starts on Monday with Rico Full standing by at the Vasilevsky National Cricket Academy. Or National Sports Centre, really, there, that multi-sports. Have you ever been to that Bulgarian ground?
I haven't.
That's another one that's brilliant. Bulgaria is a great country. Different vibe to any other country I've ever been. In some ways, it's in a bit of a time warp. So things that, I mean, I haven't been there for a couple of years, to be fair, but things like, ride shares and these kind of things, paying with cash, a lot of places don't accept card. Beautiful place, though. Tartor was the cold cucumber soup. That's a bit of a delicacy.
The country does love soup, don't they?
I even had a strawberry soup as well. It's like an entree there once. See Rahman with the ball. Big swing and a miss. This is Saiful Islam.
Speaking of entrees, feels like the moon is just giving us a taste here over the first couple of balls. Just being drilled for singles, although he had to hustle on one of them.
Wow, that's going to be dropped, but it was a bit of a bullet. Fielder at point put his hands up, but might have to check for the amount of fingers left as Islam gets off the mark with 4.
Pretty tidy strike. That's Arjuna out there. Had to say he's got to do better than that, Maximo. Another wicket here. It would have been really into the teeth of the Tigers' middle order. As it is, Islam gets confidence boost.
Tries to muscle this and just beats the infielder. I think there won't be too many twos while we're there. And excellent return coming back in. Yeah, Leah just clarifying, Swarmy probably doesn't come from swamp. It's most likely a coincidence, but the word swamp is there. So thanks for that, Leah.
Lee's made some great contributions
I
in
love
the last few days.
I love listening to Finnish. I even love reading Finnish, but I'm really quite clueless as to what any of it means. Oh, well, hit right in front.
No, you keep your
Umpire
finger down.
is
No,
going to give it
no.
out. Well, he had a tough one first up. There was falling on the stumps. He was able to squeeze it out, but the big man gets a long way in front of the sticks, and he's trying to helicopter that. I think it's a good decision. I mean, maybe not for us, but I think it's taking a piece of leg stump. Maybe not all of it, but taking some of it. And the moon is gone. The helicopter fails to take off from ground level. And heartbreak for millions around the world, but elation for Zia Uraman, who gets the big wicket of moon for just 2. And it's 97 for 4.
Oh, Maximo, when do commercial considerations come into umpiring? We've got a very substantial crowd up here on the veranda at the Kerava Cricket Ground. Millions watching around the world, and they've tuned in for one man.
Reminds me of, well, it was Australian Idol, but I think in other versions they have it as well, where even though singer's been voted out, there's some veto power used by the judges to bring them back, again, probably for commercial considerations.
Where is Mark Holden when you need him?
It's not a touchdown.
Dicko Dixon.
He and Dicko Dixon. Marcia Hines, I think she's still doing it. I think they brought it back.
I mean, to be fair, I think Marsha Hines has not aged in the last 40 years.
That's the end of the over. 98 for 4. Of course, in the UK, it was known as Pop Idol. I think. Just not a catchy name like a British Idol.
Yeah, British
I mean,
Idol. I get it. I get it.
Why do you think? Is there a snappier name?
It's hard to believe. Like, those shows were so ginormous back in the day, weren't they?
Yeah, it's huge. But there's been so many kind of copycats and variations, and eventually it tires itself out. Unlike the everlasting brilliance of T10 cricket that will be around for the next centuries. Full and straight, that's the ticket, although this time it'll be Bazid Islam who'll get a bit of a leading edge that'll fly away down to the boundary. Bit of luck, that's the way it goes sometimes. BTCC bring up their 100 here in the 9th over.
Still got a fair bit of work to do. BTCC, Dark Knights. Its total just seems to have had the brakes put on it in the last couple of overs. Obviously an incredible amount of focus on Mooney's quick stay at the wicket. See some fans already starting to leave the grounds now that he's been dismissed.
So we can bring him back. Give him the ball. All right, takes this on, but it's high, it's catchable. They don't drop too many, but they drop this one. As Basie gets to life. I suppose there were 2 fielders that were potentially in the frame for that in there. Naveed Shahid took it on, but it just kind of got through his hands before he could get them together.
Yes, it was their catching that let them down in that game against the Vipers last night. Probably won't hurt them quite as much as dropping Wijamuni before he'd scored a run. Goes on to score a century, but either way, something they've got to improve.
All right, that's skied as well. Well, surely not dropping 2 in a row. This is Rahman, and he takes it. So Zeb, he certainly deserves that second wicket. Saiful Islam not able to get it out of the middle of the bat. Up it goes. You can see the wind there as well. Pretty strong wind at the bowler's back, blowing the ball back into play, and that's a well-judged catch. It's the 5th wicket down, all happening in the 9th, 105 for 3.
Yep, good catch. Zia Rahman, is there anything you can't do? Basically leading this team in batting, bowling, and sticking catches in the outfield. Vinny, it feels like they're probably about 20 runs short at this moment. The Markles have got a very powerful batting lineup and sort of spoiled what was a pretty good position partway through this innings, the Dark Knights.
Kabir comes out.
He's got a big job to do with the ball.
He's been good at times. He was a good ally, actually, for Moon in that miracle golden ball game first up. Slightly slower ball there, kind of rolling leg cutter. Smart bowling from Zeb, who
he's a clever bowler.
He's showing his
actually,
class
Zeb.
here. Arm speed stays about the same. Even the location was good. Got the new batter playing away from his body. There he goes, Fuller in at the stumps, and Kabir is able to dig it out for a single. Not quite a Vanta Vipers level destruction of a first innings that we saw. disappointment of the first innings that we saw before, but not far off it really. 117 looks very light on. Remember, lowest score we've seen defended actually was 131. Golden ball was at 129. All right, up in the air, won't quite carry. Again, they'll have to settle for one. So Farouk Zebbol's a brilliant speller too, takes 2 for 17. And the Dark Knights, 105 for 5 after 9. Speaking of Dark Knights, of course, a little bit ironic because there aren't Dark Knights here at the moment.
No.
The nights are very bright. In fact, last night we ended up found a little funky kind of craft beer bar where, yeah, obviously the rent must be pretty high judging by what they're charging for the beers. But
How does it cost compared to Bulgaria's beers?
certainly made the prospect of not drinking too much a lot easier.
Yep.
The fact it was 13 euros or approximately $20 for a 400ml beer. But I got to admit, the two I had were very, very good.
Very, very good. I took great amusement from the fact that there was a beer from Zagreb, probably retails for about $2.50 in Croatia, that was being sold for about 5 times the
Well,
price.
if you want nice things, you got to pay for them. And Finland
Nice.
is a beautiful country. I think it comes down to that.
Speaking of beauty, we felt very out of place there without having a cultured
It
beard.
was very hipster. Arjunan gets the 10th, the off spinner, and he jams the first one in the block hole. Look at the little man go. In fact, he might have kicked it away for another run. No, he hasn't. And now he'll throw it in. So just a single. Yeah, but it was brilliant. We had nice bit of pub grub as well. Classy pub grub. But then what I was going to say is when we left, it's probably 11 o'clock or so, and still that golden glow in the air. It was around about sunset time. And even by the time we got back, we took the metro actually. Had a few interesting characters. Anyway, that's going to be clipped away and it's into the gap, but it's over the gap anyway. Maximal Kabir with a late strike for BTCC.
I'd forgotten about the random dude on the metro who spent the 4-stop journey that we had looking like he was trying to roll cigarettes, but somehow about 7 of them ended up on the floor.
And he had the crazy eyes.
Mm.
And I just had a vision that he was going to... Something told me he was going to lunge at you. Don't know why you and not me, but I was going to have to try and pull him off you.
I was more worried he was going to ask you for an autograph.
I'm glad he did it. Well bowled once again. Arjunan's clever. Handled cleanly in the circle, just a single. Yeah, but that even when we got out, it wasn't quite midnight, but it wasn't far off.
And we got off at the same
glow in
stop
the air.
as him, which was slightly disconcerting, but took a right-hand turn when he deviated left.
Took the long way home. That one's hit pretty well and over the top. Maximal. So each of the batters gets a 6 here in this last over. Dark Knights searching for 120s. Again, looks a bit light on, but gives them a fighting chance. And we know this is a team that never says die.
No, they certainly don't, Maximo, and they'll defend this target with gusto. You never know. Another couple of boundaries off the last few balls. Arjuna's already gone for 33. 2 balls left in his spell.
Yeah, goes for it again. This time can't get under it. Have to settle for a single. So Kabir will get the last ball. They'll do get up to 120 plus whatever they score here. Yeah, probably a pint of beer in Bulgaria is around about €2, $2.50. And some of these were kind of 13 euros last night, which is, so in Australian dollars, probably $4 in Bulgaria, about 20 here. Last ball. All right, high, where it's out or 2. Take your pick. Is anyone going to get near it? No. It's a Bermuda triangle that will form, but it falls right in the middle. End of the 10 overs. BTCC Dark Knights, 122 for 5.
I've never seen a bowler less interested in taking a caught and bowled opportunity to pick up a second wicket.
Well, remember,
than
Arjunan
was
almost
there.
had his fingertips blown off trying to catch that one at point. So I think he was happy to concede the 2 or just make it someone else's catch. 122, probably 10 to 15 under par on finals day for me, Rhino, but certainly Dark Knights with a chance. But it won't be easy against a team that has a fair bit of firepower in the charging Mark Horse.
Certainly won't be. There was a particular scrappiness about the innings for some reason. Even Afzal Hussain, who's been swinging balls to the boundary at will, just felt a little bit off. Obviously, they've come back into this innings after a couple of days off, and all the batters scratched around at times. Hussain ended up holing out to the fielder deep on the offside. And then it was Alam who really had to pick up the pace, and that he did. As soon as Maximo called for him to be yanked for slow scoring, he responded very well.
Yeah, he did. And it was kind of kind of an ugly 120 in the end. It was punctuated with a few decent hits, but I think you've got to give credit to the Markhors and their bowling, which has been a bit of an issue so far. But I think they got it fairly right early on. That was the end of Alarm after he kind of saved his innings. A big edge through to the keeper. And all eyes were on Moon as he entered the fray. There was a little edge from Bilal, taken by Nellen Cherry, just heading down the leg side. This is the one actually Arjunan, maybe it's more the left hand that copped it. A bit of a Class A stinger. And then unfortunately the Moon had to go. I still think it was good decision. He was a long way back in the crease, even though you can kind of see two stumps, but I think it's him right in front of leg, and I don't think it was going to go past without taking a piece of it. So that was disappointment for all the Moon heads out there, but still there was a bit of fight left in whoever was left. Saiful with a 4, Basit Islam and Kabir able to hit a 6 each in the last over to drag them over that 120 mark, with the BTCC Dark Knights finishing on 122.
Yeah, not a bad effort, and certainly gives us time to bowl out. And given the sort of trauma that Empire had in the first game, losing some early wickets, then if they bowl well, they can certainly come up with the win here. But 122 for 5 just feels maybe 15, 20 runs short from what they would have been aiming for, and particularly given batting is their strength. But it was good all-round bowling effort from the Markhors. Ziya Rahman continues an extremely good tournament for him, 2 for 13, and Farouk Zeb doing well in the back end of the game, 2 for 17.
Yeah, no doubt. So we will take a break. 123 runs standing between the Greater Helsinki Markhors and a spot in the final. Or can the Dark Knights pull another rabbit out of a hat and defend this score? It's a score that hasn't been defended so far in this entire series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. Hope you're enjoying your Finals Friday, Peacock Friday, and more action to come when we return after the break on ECN with more European Cricket Series.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. European cricket lovers, welcome back to Finland and our coverage of finals day here in the European Cricket Series. ECS is a fantastic fast-paced format that we take all around Europe during the year, and we have made it back to Finland for the first time since 2020. On that occasion, it was the Helsinki Titans that held the trophy aloft on the 9th of August 2020, but here we are almost 5 years later, and today we'll find out who will win the second edition. Right now, you're watching Qualifier 1 between the BTCC Dark Knights and Greater Helsinki Markors. Dark Knights batting first, scored 122, so 123 required by GHM. And the winner of this game goes straight into the final later on today. The loser of this game will take on Hadley's Empire 11 for the other spot in the decider. Welcome back to all of our viewers, of course. Many watching on Fancoat in the subcontinent. I know the numbers are staggering, actually, when I hear about how many people are taking in the spectacle which is European cricket. And also a warm welcome to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. A reminder, if you haven't already, like the video today and subscribe to the channel as we head towards another 1,000 subscribers, I'm sure, at some point in the not too distant future. So 123 to win. There's one thing we haven't mentioned too much today is the wind and the fact that it's right behind the bowler, which makes those straight hits a little bit tougher. So you might see a bit more sideways today. You can kind of see the flags in the background. A little bit kind of behind the bowl, a little bit towards the offside for the right-hander as well. Here we go with a response, and it's a pretty good Yorker first up. I think this is slightly behind par, but you never know. See the percentages where they start in this second innings. This is Saiful Islam bowling the left armour. 18%, 1 in 5. Seems about right to me. Full toss isn't punished. In fact, they wisely decide not to risk the single here. Ziaur Rahman's been in good form. Can he do it when it counts? Just on cue, the wind seems to have died. It must be blustery up and down, though. Certainly in the first innings, we saw it blowing pretty heavily behind the bowler. And this one held back slightly by Islam, but not held back by Rashid, who finds the hole between the two outfielders. 4 runs, the first innings of the response. And joining me back in the commentary box is Andrew Ryan.
Good to be back, Maximo. I think we've got quite a tight contest coming up here. The Greater Helsinki Markors, the strength is in their batting, undoubtedly. But a couple of early wickets here for the Dark Knights. Could see all equations thrown out the window.
Loses this one down the leg side. So yeah, early wickets the key, I think, and then probably more wickets if you're going to defend 122, a score that we haven't seen defended so far in the series.
Certainly put some power down the order as well, but the two batters out here in the middle, Rahman and Rashid, they've been the two top scorers for the Markhors throughout the group stages. Islam coming around the wicket, change of angle.
They change a lot. Can't quite get it right at the moment.
Probably has been their Achilles heel, the BTCC Dark Knights. Not necessarily taking early wickets, and probably outside of Kabir, they probably don't have someone who's a really frightening opening bowling proposition.
This one doesn't get right either. Won't be a wide, but it will be a boundary. Rashid just works it off the hip. Good timing there. Not a ball that Saiful Islam will be very proud of.
He's a pretty patient batter, Rashid. Hits very strongly over the leg side, but he's not a plant the front foot down and swing hard. Picks the ball off the deck, and you see both those boundaries that he's hit have actually come from being patient. Started to get on the front foot for that last one, but then dropped back, put himself in an easy position to swing the ball backward of square. First one waited on a slower ball and smoked it.
Oh, that's asking for trouble, and it will be 6. Probably a no ball as well. I mean, we'll have to go to the replay, check it out. Got a high waist. Maybe that'll save the bowler. Yeah, it's just below, I think, but still gets put where it should. Rashid goes maximal, 6 runs.
It's a funny one in a way, isn't it, Maximo, having a no ball adjudged on the height of the batter. So you bowl to someone who's 5'2",
True.
and the no ball line for height of a full toss, very different to a 6'2" batter.
Yeah, it's more kind of crunchable bowling, and Rashid is going to help himself. It's a buffet really at the moment. That angle really not working for Saiful. The length wasn't there. He overcompensates, drags that one into the pitch, and a shocker of a start really for the Dark Knights with GHM 21 without loss. So, yeah, Rashid off to the races. 20 matches since the Golden Ball, of course it was. And in the first match, we had the Golden Ball with the Dark Knights winning it. It was the Moon match. We will always remember here on ECN, a real ECN classic. Not often an ECN classic gets replayed in a rain break only 2 days later, but that such was the gravity of the Moon that we did. Unfortunately, Moon failing in this qualifier 1. They've earned the double chance, so the Dark Knights.
Can't wait to see him back in action, as is this sizable crowd here, Maximo. Plenty of people streaming into the ground.
Bring back the 4-day work week. I know they trialled it in this part of the world, I think. I just heard Northern Europe.
When you say bring it back, didn't it used to be a 6-day work week?
Seems like a pipe dream, actually. Kabir gets the ball over 2, outswinger, and runs. I think it's gone for 6. Am I crazy? Let's have a look. Maybe I am crazy. It's just about 150 metres from where I am. But let's have a look. Where does this bounce? I couldn't believe my eyes when I thought it bounced over. Yeah. Oh, no, maybe not. Just 4. Not 4 by much. So, still a very good start to the second over.
Nice timer of the ball. Rahman has been consistent throughout the tournament with the bat. Plays shots all around the wicket. No one-trick pony, or one-trick markhor, as the case may be. One-trick goat. Doesn't have quite the same ring to it, does it?
One-trick markhor. It was 4. I think they eventually decided to check it, but I think they got it right on the field. Oh, he's got it! What a catch! Running in. Jumping in, Saiful Islam. He's caught a bit of a bullet there. It was a real worm burner to him at mid-on, but Kabir comes through with a big wicket of the Markhor skipper, Zia Rahman, out for 5, and the score is 25 for 1.
Well done there to Saiful Islam, leaving aside that it's a great catch. Better than even money chance that he's replaying in his brain all of the shots that were pasted across the ground in that first over as he was belted for 21. But he's kept his concentration, dived forward and taken a very good grab and a huge wicket in the circumstances. Vinny, that could be a turning point.
Yeah, it was hit hard, low, and sometimes those catches are good because you don't have a lot of time to think. And you said, true, concentration might have been an issue for him because he did have a first over that went off the rails, but brilliant piece of fielding. Here's Shabir, who we haven't seen too much of, but we have seen we like. He's coming in at number 3.
Kabir against Shabir. It's a matchup for the ages.
Just feels for this one. Doesn't feel bad on ball. Just got to create some pressure from somewhere. Nellen Cherry listed to Matt next, then Farouk Zeb. Fahad Mahmood at 6. But one at a time, I suppose, for the Tigers. They just have a funny knack of hanging around like a bad smell in these games that they look to be losing. They haven't lost so far. Oh, just kind of a put-cut shot there. Kind of fry-panned it to point. It got around the Moon, I think, in that region, and it's going to go for 4.
Very difficult to beat the Moon. He's an elite athlete in that backward point region. Unusual looking shot, wasn't it, Vinny? Just opened up the blade, used the pace of Kabir.
I think they're moving the Moon. I think we've got an orbit. Yeah, let's just have a look. Can we have a live shot here? No, they've reneged on it. They were going to move him to mid-on.
Goodness, I think there could be a tide change that's just happened in the Baltic.
The Moon's got a heavily bandaged right hand, I just noticed as well. We might have to go to Moon Cam in a second.
From signing too many autographs the last few days.
Well, that's going to be 4. Whipped away. Bad ball from Kabir. And the whip is on. Check this out. And yeah, knee high. Crashes into the banner.
Gee, I wouldn't mind that bat that Shabir has got, Maximo. The ball absolutely flies off it, but
is it more of a wrist injury from the Moon? He's been watching that match a few too many times. But still, hopefully the Moon is good to go for finals day.
Handy to be ambidextrous.
Yeah, well, it's time to bring out the reverse, but it's a pretty good finish to the over for Kabir. 1 for 12 coming off that second over. So fighting back, including the wicket of Zia Ur-Rahman. And after 2 overs, 33 for 1.
Yep, quick look at the standings for Group B. Relevant now that we're into the teeth of this finals day. But the Marcors managed to keep the top spot by virtue of Port Vanta Vipers having one game abandoned, which they probably would have almost undoubtedly won given the quality of the opposition they were facing. So they have been eliminated this morning, though, Vinny. Wasn't that an unusual game?
It was.
Not often you end up with a double figure total being tough to chase.
It happened, though, especially in finals pressure. Right, that's in the air. I think he'll reach this, but it won't be an easy catch. Well, kind of didn't really reach it in the end. Decided to go the backward sprint. That's Afzal Hussain there. Maybe probably had to turn and run with the flight. Easier to take if you do get there, but he didn't get there, and that was the problem.
Looked a bit like me stretching in the morning after getting out of my uncomfortable bed at the Fornom Hotel.
Those early morning welcome to sun pose. That's going to be a no ball. And the only fortunate thing for the Dark Knights is it doesn't go to the boundary. It probably should have. And picked out the fielder. Clear call there. Called on field correctly.
It's a strategy they've persisted with, bowling alarm in the power play, Vinny.
Yeah, true.
I'll leave it out there.
And this is a free hit then. It will be hit away from the outfield. Remember, it's still in the power play, as you said, Rhino. So only 2 outfielders. Alarm gets hurt and 4 runs.
Well, controlled shot from Rashid. It's probably the key for the moment for the Marcors. Shabir, while he's there, will keep the run rate flowing. He's a powerful striker. Rashid, good all-round batter.
Well, this one's in the slot, and Rashid says, yes, please, Maximo. That one all the way over the tents, as it will be back-to-back boundaries for Greater Helsinki.
This is the sort of total, Vinny, that it will only take 1 over going magical, and all of a sudden the Marcors will be well on their way to a successful chase. The run rate at 10.2 at the moment, which is already very gettable for a lineup of their quality.
Oh, another full toss. This one won't be a no ball, but should be hit for 4 and is. Alarm just kind of serving up the range of different pies here at the moment, and Atif is gobbling them up.
He'll be feeling very full with what he's received. Thinking the sort of quantities of pies that Scotty from ECN Supporters Club might be serving when Big Mooney makes his trip to Melbourne.
Can I make a controversial call?
Do it.
In a minute. 50's up, by the way. Now, high. A real steepler. It's been called. Oh, the double leave. Hearing voices in his head, I think, was Saiful Islam, who took a good catch early on. And look, if they'd moved Moon there, that would have been maybe his catch. In the end, I think he was just worried about what might be coming the other way, and the ball hits the turf.
Mate, no two ways about this, Vinny. It's got to be Kabir, who was looking at that ball far more clearly than Islam, having to run back and across. Nice piece of bowling from Alam, actually. It really slowed that last ball down to Rashid, got the skyer. Couldn't complete the wicket, and as it is, the mark was 51 for 1 after the end of the power play.
Good finish, but damage was done in the over, wasn't it? 4-6-4. And I called it a drop. I think Saiful Islam was the better fielder, so got called. He called for it and respected it. The call was respected, but he just still thought someone was probably going to get in the way. 21, 12 and 18 in the power play. 50 knocked off from this target already.
Yep, the Marcors certainly done enough in that power play, chugging along at 17 runs per over, so they've broken the back of this chase. Still some way to go, obviously, 72 in 42. And as we know, it only takes a couple of wickets and things can grind to a halt. It's Mahabur Rahman. It's probably the pick of the BTCC Dark Knights bowlers outside of Kabir from the group stages. Left arm orthodox.
Good bowler. And gets in a good zone first up. Yeah, Zahid likes the look of Rashid. If he stays there, thinks this match is over if he stays there another 4 or 5 overs. I think I agree with you there. Reminds handy left arm tweaker. This one doesn't really drop the way he wanted it to, and Shabir goes large. Maximo! Full tosses. Just been a high ratio so far in the first 3 and a bit overs, and generally they're easy balls to hit.
And this was always the question mark over the Dark Knights, wasn't it, Vinny? The bowling attack. We know they've got plenty of power all the way down the batting order.
Now he overcompensates, and a smart batting from Shabir, who kind of clocked it, got deep in the crease, got outside the off stump as well. Little shuffle there, opened up the 45 area. He puts it over for 6 more.
They're a long way from being sloggers, the Marcors batters, aren't they, Vinny? They do like to hit leg side, but there's some creative footwork and some excellent batsmanship that goes into it. Both Rashid and Shabir have used the whole crease area, making sure that they've got good space to play their shots. And at the moment, feels like this BTCC Dark Knights bowling attack is looking a little bit toothless. I think they need to get Kabir on for his second over.
Come back though. Consistency. That's something that's been eluding some of the bowlers today.
Certainly if you're Rahman, pitch the ball wide of off stump. For starters, at least force them to hit over cover.
Yeah.
He gets a little bit of nip off the deck, not a huge turner of the ball, but at least see if you can get them swinging across the line from outside off.
Shout out to the umpires, have done a great job fixing the stumps up in this series. It can be a bit of a pain on this artificial surface.
Better bowling.
He wants a wide, but he's never close to a wide. It's that one that kind of just comes back with the arm. If anything, deviates in towards the batter, not the way that you'd expect a left-arm spinner to be spinning the ball. Now just overdoes it slightly. Good bit of fielding on the boundary from Beliat Khan will keep it to 1. And that will take us to the end of the 4th over. So Markle still in control at 65 for 1.
They need more from him than that sort of over. Rahman, Vinny, most of the balls just pitched too much on the stumps, particularly when he's coming from wide left arm around the wicket. Have a look at that run rate comparison. And the Marcors well in front of the rate. We see a steady stream of wickets during the course of the Dark Knights innings, halted them from getting any real momentum. 65 for 1 after 4. So just a tick over 16 runs per over. Rashid there, 35 off 11, and Shabir 22 off 11. So unless there's a wicket coming, Marco is looking very comfortable with this stage of the game.
Shabir 22 off 11, started brightly. Elliott gets the ball. Puts in a good spot first up, swing and a miss.
Good line, wasn't it, Vinny? Keep it simple, wide of off stump. Any of the BTCC Dark Knights have watched the coverage, which I'm sure they have, and they certainly should have over the last couple of days. Most of the runs from these two coming over mid-wicket square leg.
Wild swing though, Shabir. He's a bit of what's the word? Kind of got multiple personalities as a batter. I mean, sometimes he looks completely composed, and sometimes he has more of a tail ender's swing than anything else there.
But that's what dot ball pressure also does. He starts to manufacture a shot.
It's probably over.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, I mean, finally the bowler's getting the call. He wants this call, Shabir, but he never moves his feet anywhere near it. And I think it's a good decision. Is it completely outside the line when it passes the crease? And I reckon no. I reckon it's getting a fair bit of the line. This one's a bit further in towards the batter though. Shabir will have to settle for one.
Great result though. The Khans put 3 out of the 4 balls wide of off stump, tailing away from the batters. Even there where Shabir's tried to loft it over to cow corner, gets the end of the bat. It's been a great over. They need more. They need to think through this challenge, the Dark Knights.
Low full toss, hit hard, and for some reason Saiful came in off the boundary. I don't know if he would have had to play anyway, but a misjudgment there. And it's going to go all the way for 6. Look at where, I'm going to show that replay one more time. Have a look at where the fielder is compared to the rope, but it will be a Maximo.
Well, having a 5-foot-tall fast bowler on the ropes probably not the most helpful thing in taking those high catches.
Yeah, it's good 3-4 metres in. Okay, if he's right on the line, feel like he had to play it, that Rhino.
Smart batting from Rashid, though. Not sure if you noticed, but he took a step and a quarter across to the off stump,
He's still got
preempting Khan's line.
He's going to get this one right in the hitting zone. Rashid opening the shoulders. A bit like my golf, that's going to end up in the long stuff. Maximo to finish the 5th over, and Marcos well in charge of this qualifier now at 78 for 1.
Beautiful clean strike, but unlike the rest of the over, Khan drifted onto a line that was probably just about 2 inches outside off stump. Easy hitting line for Rashid, particularly taking those steps over. Great batting from him. Good to look ahead to the European Cricket Series Women starting tomorrow. So we've got 2 days of women's cricket. And this is a bit of an all-star lineup as far as finish, and I think even a few Estonian women's cricketers involved
I've
as
heard
well.
this. Yeah, I'm really, really excited about this. Empire represented with the Lionesses, SKK, of course, with the Rapids in the series here. They're represented as well. We've got PCS playing, and Oulu also represented on the
Great
CC
to have the
women's
Northerners.
side. I know you're pretty excited. The out-of-towners will have a say in the ECSW. So it's quite an interesting format, actually, with the weekend. There's 4 teams, which is pretty unusual. Normally we would go kind of 5 or 2. 5 or 3 or 2. 4 teams. The format is that all teams are guaranteed to play a semi-final, but they're playing for position. So they'll play 6 matches. Then you'll have the good old-fashioned 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, and then a final.
Tasty.
Yeah, it will be tasty. Bappy is going to come on and bowl over number 6 in the hat, as he likes to do. He uses that angle across and should be able to have to settle for 1.
That's about all that Bappy can do. Coming around the wicket, if he drifts just onto sort of middle and off, it's going to get pounded. He has to keep this wide.
Well, not wide enough because Rashid will bring up his 50 with a 6. Maximo! 14 ball half century for Atif Rashid, and they are cruising at the moment to a spot in the final. Marcos on the charge.
Super clean hitting from Rashid. It's batted very well. As you say, Vinny, only 14 balls for that half century. Still looking for the pill over there in the meadow. But poor Bappy, he's on a hiding to nothing here, I get the feeling. fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see. I'm going to make a pick. The next 4 balls here are all going to be launched for Maximo's, unless he can get it basically in the wide line.
Let's see. Pretty old Chris Gale from the back about.
It is a little bit
Bappy in his
universe,
bowling.
boss. Yeah.
Yeah. This one.
Ah, he let me down there,
Rare
Rashid.
Rare miss hit.
That was in the slot too.
Well, good credit to Bappy. Gets Rashid to the other end at least. But
Delayed recognition for the half century.
yeah. Hashtag awkward.
Would have been awkward for.
Not like the
Remember our century maker last night?
Widjamuni incident yesterday where they clapped him at 98 and he kissed the badge and then he almost ran himself out.
Outside edge to bring up the ton and then run out 1 ball later as Bappy slapped straight down the ground by Shabir. Man standing quite wide at long off.
Good shot. Really good shot to decide to go straight down the ground here. Don't fight the angle. And again, probably not the kind of effort you'd hope for if one of your key fielders on the boundary going the taekwondo method. Shabir, 28. A nice little second fiddle roll. Now we'll get one that he can go after as well. Maximo! And the Markles really, I think supercomputers put a fork in this one because they are on fire. And the Dark Knights, well, looks like they're heading for an all Group A clash against Empire for the other spot in the final.
Wasn't actually the worst ball from Bappy. He did get that one very wide, but Shabir extends the arms, just sends it flying over the boundary. It's 27 in 25. Bappy just extending this out by adjusting his shoes. He's gone for 18 already.
Yeah, good little adjustment. Because you know Shabir wants to get that front foot and just repeat it, and Bappy just pulls the length back a bit. But yeah, continues the tradition of pretty good last balls in overs that have gone south for the bowling side of the bowler.
It looks like, I think Kabir is coming on to bowl the next over, Maximo. Should have happened 2 overs ago. Get your spearhead in there. See if he can pull out a wicket or 2 and get into the lower middle order.
Yeah. Yeah, agree. It's well, GHM had a bit of an off game last night, if you want to call it that. I mean, they knew what they had to do. They needed a point. They got a point. They got top spot. And it looks like they're heading for a spot in the final. Apart from that, haven't lost a game. The rest of the wins have been very, very comprehensive. Here we go with a 7th. And a bit of respect first up. Rather than whipping across, he plays it with a straight bat, Rashid. And he's happy to take the single.
What a bit of extra pace does. He's a good bowler. Kabir, young athlete, hits the crease really hard. There, all of his momentum going in the right direction. I'm sure national bowling coach Gerard Brady has enjoyed watching this young man develop in recent times.
Well, that's in the air, but it'll be a 1 hopper down to Saiful Islam.
Not bad bowling from Kabir, though. I mean, it's still hard length. Difficult to hit that for a Maximo.
Well, Zahid has, I think he was asking, is that a half-century record, 14 balls? Well, Zahid, I can tell you knew, and I'm glad that you knew because I can educate you on our records. And he mentioned that the Nepali batter, Dipendra Singh Eri of that nation scored 50 off just 9 balls against Mongolia in T20 International. That is the fastest T20 I-50. But we actually have now 3 9-ball 50s on the network. Didn't happen until September last year, but it's been done 3 times since then. So we've had 3 basically perfect 9-ballers. Maybe not perfectly perfect. Oh, goes the uppercut this time, Shabir. It shows he's got a good range of strokes. I like this shot. Nobody on the boundary down there, and that'll be 4. So the reason I say not quite perfect, I've seen 8 6s in a row to start an innings, and then actually it was a dot ball, so he didn't even get a 9-ball 50. But we've had 3 times that we've had 50 off 9. But I suppose now I'm looking for is the perfect 9-ball 50, which is 54 off 9.
We'll come back to that in a moment, Maximo.
It'll happen one day. This is well pulled away, and really writing's on the wall in font that everyone can read at the moment. 4 carreras más.
I was about to say that record can't be broken, but that's not true. Obviously, you could have a couple of random occurrences where someone takes a 3 and then has a 4
Like a
overthrows.
Well, you'd need a couple of 7s.
Yep.
Or like an 8.
But barring something completely absurd,
Yeah.
that record can't be broken.
Correct. Oh, I thought you were going somewhere.
No, I
with
wasn't
that.
really going any deeper than that. It's just doing some mental
That's
gymnastics.
why for me,
yeah.
it can only be betted in a way if you score
That's why you're
more
talking
than
about
50
the
off 9
perfect
balls.
innings.
Yeah. And we were pretty excited when we had, during the ECL, I think we had 48 off 8.
Moonwatch just fielded the ball
Yeah,
end of the
okay.
over. Can we get a replay of that? Because
He's fumbling the ball now, trying to give it away.
he's trying to give the captain a bit of a give me a bowl message.
Let's have a good look at him here.
Look at
Good
that.
form, picks it up, threatening, kind
Like
of pose.
literally like a tiger.
Yeah. And then throw wasn't necessarily great. He actually dropped it. But anyway, 107 for 1 after 7. Let's have a look what's coming up. Of course, we have Qualifier 2 coming up, and you can have a look here. Hadley's Empire 11 waiting for the loser of this game, and it seems all but assured now that that will be the BTCC Dark Knight. So they'll get to renew their rivalry. Up in the air, this should be out, and it will be out. So Rashid will go for 56. Has set up what looks like a fairly comfortable victory, but he won't be there to get them across the line in the end. And I suppose they go back to Balliet here. He's able to get a miss hit. And it results in the second wicket of the innings. Rashid is gone, and it is 107 for 2.
Yep, very good innings from him. 56 off 18, 5 maximos in that innings. Balliet Khan getting due reward. I thought he actually bowled a pretty good first over. Speared it into the stumps, a little bit of tail away, loss of control from Rashid, and a nicely taken catch down on the boundary. It brings Mr. Muscles, Nellen Cherry out to the crease. And he whips the first ball all the way for a mighty Maximo. That one has gone 15 metres into the meadow, Vinny.
Yeah, little push. But this is the guy that, well, he kind of build his own gym and then use it for his own purposes. And he's a very powerful hitter. We've seen playing a lot for the Finnish national team.
Just eased that shot as well, Vinny. It wasn't a full-blooded strike. Beautiful strike.
Ten to win then. Could be all over this over. And he nicked that.
I think he did.
Yeah, I heard a noise. Otherwise, it probably would have been a wide.
At least a good change of line from Balliet, despite the fact it would have been wide if it was left, but forcing Nellen, who's actually a very good player over the offside. Hits a lot of maximos over cover. Out of control on that occasion. Decent piece of wood on it, but it's an excellent catch from our boy Fardish Bappy down there. Thought he might have been getting into sun lounger position, but he seems to have injured his digits in taking the grab. But a sensational catch, albeit probably won't change the outcome of this game.
Yeah, it's good catch. I mean, it looked like it went in pretty cleanly, but maybe he's already got a sore hand. Bappy, another one of the strapping brigade. But anyway, gets him a little bit closer now, and Cherry out for 6. It's 113 for 3.
Nice piece of bowling again from Balliet. Just gets enough movement away from the batters to take them out of their shape, and backed up by some tremendous work from Bappy. Hopefully he hasn't done anything particularly significant to that hand. He was the man who accompanied Mooney to that incredible golden ball win back on day one here, and maybe they need to get back together. It's a sort of duet that's needed to rescue careers.
Yeah, the double chance. They're going to need it. Zeb can still finish it this over. He's happy to whip this one away for a single. Looks like we will head into a 9th over. Yeah, so it'll be BTCC versus Empire, 2 teams that kind of battled for the top spot in the beginning. I guess we'll find out who the top Group A team will be in Qualifier 2. I'm not totally concerned, but the blue skies we had earlier have now turned into clouds. Just feels for this one, gets over the top, and that's going to be a boundary. Despite the best efforts of the outfielder, Shabir to 47. He's been a good kind of constant presence. He's had the odd rush of blood, but for the most part, I think he's hit the ball around the wicket, made good choices. That'll be the end of the over and the score. 118 for 3 after 8.
As I said, I wouldn't mind that stick that Shabir is using out there at the moment. Just a little bit of a mistimed push on the offside, and somehow it flies away for a boundary. No chance for the fielders to catch up with it. So the Marcors, only 5 runs required. Suspect Zeb will be trying to do this with a singular Zach. Hussain coming to the bowling crease with a bit of aggro.
Yeah, wide. Tall man too. Oh, probably wasn't a wide actually. It just seemed so short that it had to be over his head, but it didn't really get up. I think it wasn't a wide at all. Lucky this game's not closer.
Feathered outside edge, and he's walking. So Zeb goes for 1 off 2. The change of Hussain coming on to bowl this 9th over. It does all happen in the 9th, Vinny, so who knows? We could have a stunning turnaround from the Tigers.
Yeah, it's a bit of a consolation wicket feel again. I don't know. I just don't think we'll have a grandstand finish here, but you never know. Maybe they'll completely lose their mind and get the heebie-jeebies. Just 4 required off 11, but it will be a wicket late in the piece, and it's 119 for 4.
You've been having an interesting exchange in the chat with Zahid Aslam, Vinny.
I've saved him a bit of time because he's a good viewer, and I'm happy he's watching from the USA. He works in a prison.
Does he really?
Yeah, he's a prison guard.
Well, maybe he could give us some instructions of how to survive our time in the Fornom
Could be a
Part Hotel.
Thought maybe we suggested he could control the player area for us. Bring out the electric fences, maybe. Send a player to solitary for breaking the rules.
Build the wall.
4 to win here. And that'll be it. Not the most convincing way. We'll actually go for 6. So Mahmood will bring it up with a Maximo. And the Greater Helsinki Marcors have secured this first spot in the final in this European Cricket Series.
Yeah, pretty comfortable win in the end. Well, I'm surprised we haven't seen Hussain at the bowling crease a little bit more, as creating some issues for the batters with the extra bit of bounce and force into the wicket. But either way, didn't have too many runs to play with in that last stage, and that's a very, very strong win from the Greater Helsinki Marcors. They go straight through to the final, which will take place later on today, and turns into a Group A matchup in Qualifier 2 with the BTCC Dark Knights taking on Hadley's Empire 11, who knocked out the Vanta Vipers earlier today. Excellent stuff, though, from the powerful batting lineup of the Marcors. That opening partnership of Rahman and Rashid could do plenty of damage, and felt like from the get-go, Islam, his left armers, just didn't provide any problems for them whatsoever. And from that point on, they carried the momentum all throughout the innings. Islam made up for it somewhat with a great diving catch, but at that point, Vinny, you just always felt the Marcors were clearly ahead of the rate.
Yeah, definitely. They just couldn't quite get the penetration from the top order they wanted. When the wickets came, they were well too late. But look, Dark Knights again, a bit of a bogey team for Empire. Outplayed them the other day, and to be fair, what was a very short game. But the other thing is, with a bit of rain around, potentially, hopefully there isn't, because we know there's always a chance, but we hope it stays away. They still go in as the top-ranked side in Qualifier 2 against Empire. But yeah, hopefully they can sort it out on the field. Latif Rashid, a pretty good innings of 56 there to get the Marcors close, but he was a late casualty. And then they lost 1 or 2 more. Sherry came out, smacked a 6, but he wouldn't make any more than that. Farooq Zeb came out, couldn't get them over the line either. But yeah, it would be a pretty comfortable win in the end. They win with an over and a half to spare. So yeah, congratulations to GHM. They will be the first team in the ECS Finland Final 2025. And I suppose now all they have to do is wait to find out their opponents.
Yep, certainly will. That should be a tasty clash between the Group A combatants the Dark Knights and Hadley's Empire 11. But a quick look at the batting scorecard here. It is a very, very strong top order that the Markhors have. Atif Rashid, another 50 for him, 56 off 18, continues his tremendous form. And Shahzad Shabir, he scores at a pretty rapid rate. Didn't quite make it to the 50, but plenty of boundaries in his innings. Tough day at the bowling crease for the Dark Knights. Kabir, 1 for 23, was probably the pick, although Balia Khan, I thought, bowled pretty smartly, ended up with 2 for 24 as well. But in the end, no way they could defend that target, particularly after Islam went for plenty in the first over. So that's a pretty comprehensive win by the Markhors, beating the Dark Knights by 6 wickets in Qualifier 1, which leaves us with Qualifier 2 being Hadley's Empire 11 up against the BTCC Dark Knights, and that's coming up later this afternoon, Vinny.
Yeah, looking forward to that. So that game will be coming up in around about an hour and a half. So it's 1:15 European time, Central European time, which is 4:45 in India. We will take an extended break then. You can hang out and maybe check out some of those highlights videos that I've put in the chat. But we'll be back, as it'll be 2 teams from Group A, but only one could potentially go all the way here in this series. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. Hope you enjoy your lunch. We will. And then we're back. And then we're back with the second half of finals day here in this European cricket series.
sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Halfway through finals day here in the European Cricket Series Finland. Our first ever fully fledged finals day actually, and of course our first ECS here in almost 5 years' time. So now we know the Greater Helsinki Markers after winning Qualifier 1. They're already in the final and it's time to find out who will be their opponents. And coincidentally, it's two Group A sides that will do battle for that other position. With the BTCC Dark Knights here to take on Hadley's Empire 11. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Stefan Gooch and the two captains. Big coin toss about to drop.
Empire to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads.
We shall bowl.
Good luck. All the
you,
best.
sir.
Have a good game. Empire have won the toss. They're bowling.
So Empire win the toss and want to have a bowl, so they want to chase. And obviously the Dark Knights batted first and didn't really hit their straps in that earlier game. Empire, they won on the chase in their earlier game today, although not without a few early dramas where their top three did go cheaply. For both teams, I think they've got star-studded top orders, and I wonder which one might fire better in this game. But really when it comes down to it, you've got the Dark Knights who finished top, but probably for me are slight underdogs coming into that, especially coming to this game, especially with someone like Padal coming in, player of the match performance for him earlier on. He's a very experienced and talented bat. But really, anything is possible here. These two teams are about to duke it out, and it's going to be a knockout blow in the Igloo, I'm sure, as well, with Rhino ready to hit the ground running here in Qualifier 2. Empire winning the toss and electing to bowl.
Rhino ready in the Igloo with plenty of time to spare there, Maximo. This should be a cracking contest. It's time for Qualifier 2. Up against Hadley's Empire 11 and the BTCC Dark Knights. We've been exceptionally well fed during the intermission as well. Cacophony of different food treats out there. Some from the kitchen of Claire, continuing her sterling work in the pavilion, and also something that will give us a lot of support for the BTCC Dark Knights team. They've fed Maximo and I with one of the best biryanis that you could ask for. So fully satiated and ready to go. Qualifier 2. Relatively similar squads being rolled out, although Nathan Collins, gun bat coming in for Hadley's Empire 11, just to strengthen that middle order. They've got a very good looking side out there for today, bringing some of their big guns back in. Raj Padal was a key inclusion for that first game, losing quite a few early wickets. He steadied the ship, supported by Amjad Sher towards the end. Supercomputer has got Empire in front, but certainly no mean feat for the BTCC Dark Knights to have gotten to this stage of the tournament, and they will be looking to continue on their run. And the 2 men at the crease, Shahid Alam and Afzal Hossain, the Maximo Masher. They will be looking to get them off to a good start. It's a tremendous first up bowling innings from Empire CC in that eliminator earlier this morning. It was Empire who's won the toss and elected to bowl. Some early wickets here will be part of their plan. Although that Alam's been a dangerous player throughout. Hossain, one of the most dangerous six hitters in the country. And if they can snare these two out, it will go a long way towards success in this Qualifier 2. Sangula coming into bowl.
over number 1. Guided down to the third man area. It's lovely cricket, particularly for a man who we've generally seen blow balls to smithereens over the mid-wicket fence. Picks the big in-swinger from Sangrula. First ball, eases it down. Fine on the offside. Fair bit of noise around the ground. We've got some traffic in the background. We've got the flights coming to and from Vante Airport, which is not too far away. And we've got some rockets about to be launched out on the Carava National Cricket Field. Lovely ball from Sangrula. Threatened to come back to him almost the whole way, but it's just held its line. Good line too. He doesn't want to drift onto Hossain's stumps at all. Such a strong hitter of a cricket ball. Comes back in, Hossain plays smartly across to cover. It is Nathan Collins who's joined the team for this game, swooping in from the offside. Keep it to 1. Outside off stump. Some room for Alarm to slam it over the offside boundary. Unlike a lot of players in this competition, that is his area. Half volleys wide of off stump. Defies the laws of physics. That front leg going wide out to mid-wicket, but he is so consistent. Taking those balls over the offside boundary. So Maximo to get his account underway. And swinging ball, Alarm steps out to the leg side. It's actually nicely bowled by Sangrula. In fact, keeping that in-swing attack to Alarm. Probably the way to go. Smile on his face, trying to sneak out without bowling the 6th ball. That's one way to keep the opposition batting lineup in check. Short ball, Alarm lifts the leg almost Kevin Peterson style. Punts it over the offside boundary for another Maximo. And clearly that Biani during the break has re-energised the BTCC Dark Knights. It's an excellent first over. So we're into game 3 of the finals day schedule. These two getting here through Hadley's Empire 11, winning the Eliminator this morning against the Vanta Vipers. And then the BTCC Dark Knights unable to stop the rampaging Greta Helsinki Markors in Qualifier 1. They are looking to get a second shot against the Markors. Tough opponents though. They may have had to come through the Eliminator, but this Empire Cricket Club have plenty of national team representatives, men who have played T10 cricket at the highest order out of the magical Field of Dreams, Cartermore Oval. Hossain on strike. That's good line. Cher probably going to present a few problems for Hossain. If he can keep just that little bit of a way swing, Hossain will shape up to hit hard on the leg side. Cher is a canny bowler. O'Brien taking the gloves again for Empire. Slight shift of the field. This is how much Cher trusts himself with his bowling. They've brought Sangrula from traditional square leg position, put him on the offside inside the circle, so there's very little coverage on the leg. Outside edge, well, there's one place they don't have a fielder. That's first slip, and despite the despairing dive of Jordan O'Brien, that bowling and the outside edge goes unrewarded. It's a great effort from O'Brien, actually. Ball flew high, straight off the top edge. Moral victory for Cher. Drifts onto the legs, no away swing. Bit frustrated with himself, but good shot from Hussein. Ball ending up on middle stump, and he's good enough to play around his pads, flick it behind square for a boundary. So BTCC up to 25 for none. Still trying to digest that huge plate of biryani. It's wonderfully made by the Bengal Tigers team. Thank them very much for their hospitality earlier today. Change of pace, dragged across to the leg side, run out opportunity at the top. They can't complete it, and Hossain squeaks through. He's just dawdling, taking that single for a moment. Had to get his skates on in the last half of the pitch. Bringing the fielder up from long on, so Cher and the Empire team thinking their way through this. They know where Alarm's trying to hit. His outswing will take it right into his hitting zone though. Struck powerfully back down the ground, but the big mitt and the skipper. Not much fun taking a well-struck Grizzly back on the palm when you're fighting for your tournament life here at ECS Helsinki. Do what's necessary. Sure, really struggling a little bit with that hand problem. It really was whacked straight back at him by Alarm, and those Grizzlies are not particularly forgiving cricket balls. We'll just have a moment while he receives a little bit of treatment. Not sure if we've got the replay available to have a look of where it hit him on the hand, whether or not it's the taking a bit of bone or the fleshy bit. Alarm just going over to check that he's okay. Wouldn't be a great outcome for Empire if he has to leave the field, because they need his bowling, and he's such a valuable contributor in the middle order as well. No magic spray Mary here at the Carver Cricket Ground, but fortunately the magic spray can still be delivered. Matthias Brasiak, 12th man for this contest, getting out there and making sure Scher's treated well. So a bit of a delay during that medical timeout. .26 for none. One ball left in this second over. So it's been already a bright start from BTCC. Change of pace. Alarm splits his legs, splits the field, and carries the boundary for another Maximo. It wasn't a bad piece of bowling, but Alarm good enough to hold his stroke. 32 for none. After a subpar batting effort in Qualifier 1, BTCC reassessed a life here at Kerava and started very nicely. Have a quick look at the calendar 2025. I know Maximo is very excited with Bulgaria coming up next week. And speaking of the doyen of European cricket himself, welcome back to the microphone.
Hey everyone, nice to be back, and yeah, super big thanks to Claire for putting on another great lunch. But I got to say, was nice. I mean, I luckily had plenty of lunch options and I ate them all. So to Shaquille and all the BTCC crew, it's it was great to have a few conversations there as well, get to know the club a little bit better. A hearty thank you from the bottom of my stomach. Anyway, here we go with Raz Mohammed, who's going to get the ball here. Awkward one. It's going to get away from the field. Mohan gives it his best effort, but Hussein drills it down the ground for 4.
Great cricket all round. Raz coming up with the low full toss. Not an easy one to play, but Hussein's actually played a pretty good straight drive. Got enough of the bat face onto it and pushed it for a 4. It's a good start for BTCC.
Sure is. Had the rub of the green so far as well.
Outside off stump, Hussein thrashes it. Crashes into the care of a picket fence. And BTCC have got Empire well and truly on the back foot in this power play.
Yeah, say that again. Oh, there we go. There's Shaquille. There's a man. No surprise, the big number 1 on the back as well. He is number 1 in that organisation. And he was very kind to us, and we do appreciate it.
Looks like that should be a relatively easy call of boundary 4.
So
It has been called.
is the biryani the secret weapon in this power play for BTCC? 50-50 game.
Change of pace from Raz, and he's been destroyed. That has carried such a long way. Hussein has consistently been the biggest hitter in this tournament. And Vinny, I think this has carried the external fence.
I think it has. That's a big hit. That could have, it was almost roadwards, wasn't it? Hussein.
Gee, they're in voice too. The BTCC, the Dark Knights, have woken up from their finals day slumber.
And Afzal Hussein, it's almost like he was bred in a lab just to hit sixes. He's hit so many of them in this tournament, and Raz finds himself under the pump here.
I think Hussein was disgusted at himself for starting with a 4 in this innings. Now he's unleashing. Driven on the offside.
Ooh.
Misfield by Collins, but they'll just take 1.
Collins in for Skamans, actually. It must be an availability thing. Obviously, Skamans must have a job that matters, and he couldn't just stay away. But Collins, more than handy replacement.
Where is Gerard?
Yeah,
Gerard Brady, national bowling
what
coach.
we think's an Australian phenomenon, but it's probably worldwide. Just going to lunch on a Friday and not coming back till Monday. The ultimate long lunch.
That's very neatly played. Alarm, he does some magic things with his hands. Raz Mohammed saw him charging, digs it into the deck, and managed to put it to the right-hand side of Pandey. Now at the 45 on the offside, and partnership races along to 51 off only 17 balls.
It's hard to imagine a score that the Dark Knights bat Empire out of the game either. Empire very capable of chasing whatever they're set.
Swatted to the offside, beats the fielder again. Another 4, another cheer from the BTCC dressing room. An alarm is all over this Empire attack. It's the end of the over, Maximo, and that is a stunning power play, 55 for none.
Dams burst. Maybe Empire were wishing they tucked into some of that biryani at the lunch break. Yeah, but Alarm, he always plays the same shot to every single ball, but it's amazing how often he can hit it. And he's got this freakish ability to throw the hand through point, to kind of break the wrists. But very different weather conditions to what we started with as well. I'm just checking the forecast. There is some rain forecast, but it's not until towards the end of when the final might be, or hopefully after the final. But there's going to be a fair bit of rain overnight. Hopefully it clears by the morning, but we still might run into play tomorrow morning. So first things first, let's hope we have an uninterrupted finals day, but certainly not the same conditions that we started with the blue skies. Here's Salonen.
Lovely shot from Hussein. Driven very, very cleanly, but Collins out there on the boundary. Tell you what, Vinny, I would have been tempted to bring Sangrula back here with Alarm going the way he is and just getting him to hoop a bunch of big in-swingers at him.
Yeah, fair enough. Yes, Alarm can get himself in a bit of a mess when the ball's darting into him.
Change of pace from Salonen. He'll look to get the reverse for the run out. Does hit the stumps. Nifty bit of work, but Hussein home safely.
Again, Alarm plays exactly the same shot. Sometimes his only variation is how much he'll advance on you. It's the kind of thing that I mean, you didn't see too many batters in the 1970s, the West Indies, for example, just kind of wandering down, shortening the pitch by 2 or 3 metres. But obviously, it's a very different game these days.
Guess you become pretty good at that one shot if it's the singular one that you play. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's like swimming, that you should focus on breaststroke or butterfly. Alarm just saying I'm an expert at that one shot.
Good point.
Short ball, Hussain cuts and just be the one. Feels like there's going to be a steady diet of off-speed balls from Salonen for these two.
Salonen, his hair doesn't look out of place at all, though. Finds himself in a position where his team's under the pump. Need a turning point here. Finals are funny, aren't they? I know this isn't the final, but it's only one off.
It's more on speed. Thrashed to the offside. Nice bit of work from Hassan Majid.
So I was fortunate actually in my career to be part of a very successful club. We've had a lot of finals and won a lot of premierships. I know not everyone's as lucky as that. But so I've played a lot of finals, and finals are funny in that there's just a start which just seems out of control, but there's often just a moment, there's a turning point where the whole game changes. That's what Empire are hoping for right now.
Well, it won't be on that ball. Hussain has annihilated another one, which I think has cleared the outside fence.
That truck, I hope it's not explosive what's in there, because it looked like it was heading straight for where this ball landed. Oh, we're talking about...
Do you imagine an unemotional, unexpressive Finnish truck driver going along the highway outside Kerava and having a grizzly crack the front of their vehicle?
All right, well, Salonen got in the slot and paid the price. Last ball of the fourth.
Change of pace, and Hussain swings it straight down the ground again. This is a brutal, brutal onslaught within 4 overs. The BTCC Dark Knights are absolutely hammering Empire. Maximo from Hussain on the final ball of the fourth takes them to 71 for none.
Yeah, back-to-back sixes after the over seemed to be going to plan for Salonen. 71 after 4. It's good going, and yeah, it's a bit of a low-scoring thriller, potential low-scoring thriller with Empire this morning. This has been anything but so far.
Well, so the turning to Sudhanshu Pandey, certainly be a change of pace from him. Won't give Hussain the same velocity to work with, and he's been very good all tournament. Coming and bowling in these middle overs, picking up enough wickets and keeping the runs down. Full ball outside off stump. Canny stuff.
Pandey's a little bit of a different proposition as well, isn't he? He's kind of good old-fashioned dropper.
So Alarm 28 off 10. It's been overtaken by Hussain in that last over. He's nearing the half ton. That's another one of these dropping balls.
Kryptonite in the bottle, Rhino. It's just kind of wasn't sure what shot to play, and by the time he was still thinking actually, the ball had landed. So keep that coming.
Isn't that funny? Made mincemeat out of a bunch of national team bowlers. And then Sudhanshu Pandey comes on, waddles in slightly sideways, gets 3 dot balls on the trot.
Yeah.
It's like a shuffle bowling.
Not a quite struck out looking, but not far away here. Actually, strike 3. And Sammy tries to make it a full toss, but again, probably would have been better going over point. Well, hello.
Bowling attack
home?
Being thrown to the Wolves at the moment. That's cut, and cut nicely by Alarm. Runs away for 4, but the first run's off this over.
Oh, yeah. That's the one that he does access the point. Had something to work with there. Alarm to 32. Despite this very good start, still more or less 50-50 with the odds of winning.
It certainly is. It's a powerful Empire batting lineup, so they'll still fancy the chances even if this does get up to the 140, 150 mark. Otherwise, dropping Yorkers, thrashed to the offside, but Collins pouches it safely on the boundary, and they'll just take the one. Important over just to stop the momentum, Maximo.
Yeah, a little bit of a We call it a mini speed hump, I suppose. Hussein, though, he's only going one speed, and that's lightning. Last ball, the 5th.
Well, back foot slightly, and it's the first one he's badly mistimed. Hits it straight out to share, and don't dot balls bring wickets, Maximo. That's a great over from Pandy. Good bowling change from the skipper, Salonen. And all of a sudden, the first wicket goes down. BTCC 1 for 76.
Well, even the best and even the most informed batters occasionally get one slightly out of the middle of the bat, not quite the middle of the bat, and that was the case for Hussein there. And the wild thing, pouches the opportunity. Another victim in the 40s. It's been a weird series like that. Afzal Hussein goes for 43 and the first wicket falls, 76 for 1.
So have a look at this, Maximo. Share got cracked on the hand in his opening over. Still experiencing a little bit of pain, but that's a gutsy catch from him out on the boundary.
Quick look at the ECC. I know that you'll be covering the Challenger Division with me, but before that gets underway, we'll have groups A, B and C in the Premier Division. 3 groups of 6. Just the winners get to go through and join England and the Netherlands, who auto-qualify for the Championship group on account of last year's performance. So stay tuned for the 5th edition. Yes, that's right, 5th of the Euros of Cricket.
Razi Muhammad back on for his second. He got pumped in his first over.
Oh, hold on. Moon is there. I wasn't expecting him at 3, but I think it's to do with when in the innings it is. 6th over.
5 overs gone.
Can't believe
Get
it.
him out there.
I was looking at another part of the sky. But yeah, Moon's there. He's at the non-strikers end. Confirmed.
Razi on the stumps. Alarm, sick to death of our chat on comms about him not playing a shot anywhere but cover drive. Suddenly launches Raz straight down the ground.
It is a lot straighter than he's normally trying to hit.
It's just
out of character, but effective. Nice shot.
I've just had a brain explosion. It wasn't enough that Moon's come out at number 3. Alarm's hitting straight down the ground. Good Yorker from Raz.
Oh, no, Moon! He's not that fast. Oh! If that's hit the stumps, he's gone.
Tell you what, this is going to be a tight replay.
Oh, he could be gone for a diamond. Know your partner. Moon, this is his full speed. Does it bounce? I feel it hits Jordan and goes onto the stumps.
Oh, actually, I think Jordan's actually pouched it. He's done a rhino head first into the stumps and taken them out brilliantly.
But has his head hit the stump?
It may be, but I don't think it dislodges the bail.
It's a tough one. Let's see what we got here.
Well, Moon, certainly if...
Yeah, he's definitely not his head. So I think that's out. He's got the ball. The ball then gets away, though. It's just a lot going on here. How about this angle? Let's have a look. How slow we got this. Is this blocked? You can't really see if he's holding it. Seems like he is. But the fact the ball gets away, I think there's a bit of doubt there.
Jeez, it's a tough call for the third umpire.
If it's given out in the field, I don't think you can be sure. I mean,
I think he's got it there.
He's probably got it, but then let's roll forward. Where does the ball go next? Then do you see the ball drop out now? Yeah, I think that's out because you can see when the ball falls out of his hands, right?
It's only relevant what happens when the stumps are broken.
Yeah, I think when the stumps are broken, he's out. And after about 27 replays, I think that's the evidence that might sink the Moon. It was never a single. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call for the umpire. There's a lot going on there. Does his head hit the stumps? No. We established that. Is he holding the ball when the stump's broken? Yes. And he established that for another replay. And is he short of his ground? Yes. So for me, it's good night, Moon. Again, they might want to look at it again. But, I mean, are they dissecting it the same way we are? You see, he definitely hasn't broken the stumps with anything but with the gloves. And so,
or at
even
the very least, it's simultaneous.
Not out. Wow.
Huge call.
Honestly, I just don't think they read that right. I think when you put the angles together, because you can actually see when, for me, the ball's definitely gloved cleanly. See, in. And unless the ball was to drop out before... got to say it's an incorrect call, but it's a good one for the viewers. Moon survives.
Well, that's the thing. Whether or not the call's incorrect, it's created the result that about 2.5 million people across the world are pretty desperate to see.
If there's one time I'm happy to see what I objectively feel to be a wrong decision, it is when Moon got absolutely barbecued. It was a feast, actually. But he does survive, and Alarm is going to miss this ball. Yorks himself.
What was Alarm thinking? I mean, even if he had the equivalent of the BTCC equivalent of Usain Bolt up the other end, it would have been a 50-50 call.
Maybe a bit Macbethian there, trying to kind of sacrifice some of the bigger draw cards on the lineup.
Big swing across the line. Well, Alarm's going all around the ground now, which is just confusing.
So now, I got to admit, first replay, there was a lot going on. From side on, his head's near the stumps, and because of the depth perception, you couldn't really tell. But now my question is, if it's given not out, why could it be given not out? So I'll flip the script. You know, why could it be given not out?
What do you think? Do you think it's because
I think
it's
because they thought
the ball,
I think it's because they thought
stumps?
that he's dropped the ball. But I think we had a pretty good look that he dropped the ball after the stumps were broken. Again, even the stumps were obscuring the gloves. But yeah, so they just felt there was, I suppose their answer would be, well, we had doubt. It was one of those elements.
Pandy on the ball share coming around, and the man with the busted hand has now got 2 outfield catches. Pandy continuing to run through batting lineups here at Kerava, and Alarm, who had batted very well up until that point, he goes for 41 of 20. Pandy has 2 for 5, and the Dark Knights 85 for 2.
Oh, well, just as the hashtag immunity is trending around the cricket world, Shahid Alarm is going to be the next one to go as he finds share in the outfield. Nice catch trotting around to his right, and Empire strikes back 85 for 2.
Is immunity, is that a Maximo original, or has that come from the chat?
No, that's come from me.
That's outstanding work. That's why he's the doyen of European cricket commentators, ladies and gentlemen.
That'd be an interesting one. Might have to go to the umpire military tribunal after that. Anyway, happens.
And one of the few times that his radar's been off in this tournament. It does change the complexion of this innings. Said a number of times during finals day, it only takes 1 over to change the course of a game. Pandy's first.
Conspiracy theory again. We had a few good conspiracy theories this week. Panday.
Swung straight down the ground. Salonen quick enough.
Oh, Salonen, rare fumble. Maybe not that rare.
Salonen, for such a good outfielder, has had a couple of shockers.
My question, and this is my conspiracy theory, are the third umpire and the TV officials as bigger fans of Moon as the rest of the ECN audience?
Undoubtedly. Big man.
He is. We wouldn't have got to see that filthy slog if he was run out without facing a ball.
And that is why people are tuning in to this live telecast. I was a bit worried that he was going to whack Pandy, practicing the shot.
Ooh. Hi, Wayne. Good timing. Welcome.
Great timing from Wayne. Yeah, it's a good ball. Very good ball from Pandy. I love the way he goes about his bowling in these T10 innings, Vinny. He's totally flipped the script here. 2 for 8 of 1.4 overs. Doing what some of his more credentialed teammates have not been able to do. It's drilled out to the offside. Will be fielded by Salonen. He goes for Moon's end. They're trying to pressure him at every opportunity. It feels like it's Moon time, doesn't it? Nearing the end of the 7th over.
The cricket gods might be Moon fans. I mean, sometimes there's a bit of natural justice that he might not make any. To be honest, hasn't done much since that first game, but it was just such a first game. Panday against the Moon. Last ball of the 7th.
Big swing to the leg side. Makes good contact, but they've got the fielder out there, and they make him hustle through again. It's well fielded by Mahan, and that's the end of a tremendous spell from Pandy. 2 for 10 off his 10 overs, and BTCC 90 for 2.
Let's have a look at the Challenger division. This is the division, Rhino, that we plan for you to be in town for in Malaga, as long as you're back to full health with your knees. Got to say, I think Group 2 is a bit of a stronger one than Group 1. It was kind of a random draw, I think, except the only thing that was locked in was Malta and Guernsey in separate groups as the 2 demoted teams, or relegated teams in that Challenger division. But yeah,
Isle of Man have got some good players. Estonia getting
and
stronger.
Isle of Man, they played kind of an Ashes-like rivalry in the ECC last year. Luxembourg, a very good side.
Luxembourg took a game off Switzerland in T20s on the weekend.
Young players in Serbia, a lot of young ethnically Serbian players in there as well. Turkey, a real danger side as well. That's Group 2. But I mean, Group 1, Malta and Czechia, I think the main favourites, but then other teams obviously looking to challenge. That's what the Challenger division's all about. Zalman's back.
The Moon drives it over, and that's beautiful placement. He's found the crescent between the 2 outfielders. Hit a beautiful shot. First up 4 off Sullivan.
I like this from Craig Element. Nice to see you, Craig, by the way. Saying another conspiracy theory about a dodgy moon landing, and that is absolutely first-class chatting. Craig, nice work.
Full toss. Sullivan almost aiming for the rear of the Moon, and it's gone for 5 wides.
Well, it's a big target, isn't it? But, you know, Moon's pretty good at just kind of swaying that big moneymaker out the way, and even though Jordan gets a piece of it down the leg side, it's the dreaded Minimo, the Minamoon.
Minamoon. Maximo's on fire.
By the way, there's now a Moonie in the chat just saying, let's go Moon, with a Moon emoji. And that's what I'm here for. People often say, Penny, why do you still do the European Cricket Series? Here's your answer.
Oh, big heave. And he's defied the laws of physics by managing to whip that so far backward of square leg.
Oh, it was actually the follow-through that gets it there. Oh, Moon rocks turning to dust for Empire CC. Guys should have been out without facing a ball, we think, with the power of modern technology. But anyway, a bit of rain starting to fall. Where's this come from?
Moon goes massive.
Oh, no.
That's what this crowd at Kerava have come to see. The swagger of the big man whips national player Saladin. He whips himself off his own 2 feet, but it does not matter. And he rises and salutes his teammates. Wonderful batting from the big man.
Wow, Moon's back. Somehow, dead Moon walking, we thought, but he's still going. Saladin gets it slightly wrong. It's whippage in the first degree from Jubbar Hussain Moon. Biryani's done the trick for him. We'll say Empire's still ahead, 58%, but Moon has played his best cricket, went under the greatest of pressure.
Short ball. Pretty good bowling from Saladin. It's very hard to play that similar shot to a ball that's rising near your snout.
Yeah, not a bad tactic. We haven't really seen what he's got upstairs.
This is some contest, Vinny. Feel the tension out there in Kerava.
Maybe the ECN executives have overruled the third umpire then in search of bigger ratings. Don't know.
Oh, it's the closest a helicopter has come to a Moon in human history. What a shot, opening up the blade, and it launches over point.
What a ridiculous shot. Oh, Moon. Oh, how do you even do that? I've got no idea. It's like he's read the textbook upside down in a different language, and he's just gone out there and he's playing his own interpretation. He's pumped up. He's a guy, it's almost like he thrives on pressure. He thrives on the difficulty of the situation. Last ball to come. He's asking that. That probably tells me he might be looking to retain the strike, but let's see. Saladin's in the naughty 40s. Last ball to go.
Another short ball. We'll have a look to see if this one has been
called
no ball.
Second of the over. We saw it one earlier. This seemed a clear call to me, if I'm honest, live. Above the shoulder is going to be a no ball, and it's a good call. I think Saladin's going for the short one, but not actually to go that high. Wants it about chest high. Moon misses the signal, starts to lose his rag.
gesticulating to the square leg umpire.
The batters appeal. I think, how come bowlers are allowed to yell at the umpire and batters aren't even allowed to look at them? Pavel Florin asked me that question once, in all seriousness. Free hit then.
He's
got
standing
the front
sideways.
top.
He goes for the paddle. He's hit it beautifully, and it runs away to the boundary. The moon is scooping.
Oh, wow. He just plays a perfectly executed dink. Salonen does the right thing by aiming right at the middle of the moon bat. And, well,
had to get his substantial frame out of the way quite quickly after playing that. Dragged out to long off, and Cher goes to his knees almost in prayer.
Well, Maxi Bilal's the seat filler at the Oscars here, really, isn't he, at the moment? He just says, all right, over to you, Mooney. Some of the great, I mean, they'll hand to God Maradona 86, the Moon Diamond run out 2025. This is where we're at.
Big wide.
What are the other big, like the Maradona-like huge
moments in sport?
Yeah, conspiracy, probably fairly obvious on review, but the Cricket World Cup 2019 when a 5 given as a 6. By the way, it felt like a 6 at the time, to be fair to the umpires. Ashes 2005, Michael Kasparovich, hand off the bat.
Oh, wasn't that a
Changing cricket
heartbreaking
history.
moment?
Yeah.
Funny if English fans forget about that. Majid steaming in. Big inside edge. Cannons off the moon thigh.
Yeah, bat to moon. 1 run. Give us your others, from any sport, by the way, as well.
Finding Dennis Connor's winged keel.
Little Alan
Was it the wing? No, it was the Ben Lexon winged keel, wasn't it? It was Dennis Connor who had the I think the propeller. It's a huge wide. I can see what the skipper's trying to do here. Majid's probably the most like for like to Pandy, who was the bowler that troubled BTCC the most.
Ayush has also gone with scoop, cross, moop, tick. What's a ridiculous scoop? Wayne's giving it 5 moon emojis. All right, Maxi out the way.
Well, he's done his job.
With the greatest of respect to Bilal. I mean, if they don't win this game, it's the last moon we'll get. If they do win the game, we'll get a moon final. And he's got them almost back to parity.
Oh, that is a monstrosity of a shot. Launched at 70-odd metres. And you cannot stop this beast of a man.
Oh, boy. And that certainly wasn't anywhere near the middle of the bat. Moon on finals day.
Hasn't he come to play?
Does that mean it's going to be a golden ball? 8 balls to come in the innings.
It's pretty well bowled in the end. Going to be, or it should have been, a tighter one at the stumps. Majid decided to go into backing up position rather than standing at the pegs and potentially affecting a run out.
Cecile saying moon trying to get to the moon. This has captured the imagination of the viewers in a way that you just do not see very often, even on ECN.
No single here, please. Well, Bilal does much better than that. Yanks Majid to mid-wicket. He goes for 18 off his over. And the Dark Knights 138 for 2.
Well, Max just takes a little deviation out of the asteroid belt to put this one over the leg side. So 6 runs makes it 138 for 2 after 9. Who will they go to here? Probably Cher. I mean, Sangrula, do you go for the teenager? He's probably been the bowler of the tournament.
Well, it's such a strange call in a way. I thought he was a great matchup for Alarm earlier. He has been their best bowler, and it looks like he's not going to get a second. They're going back to the experience of Cher, which is a perfectly legitimate approach.
Craig Elements talked about the underarm bowling, but I suppose that's, at the time, that was technically legal. I'm talking about maybe controversial judgment decisions that have changed the course of history.
Well, speaking of judgment, the decision to promote Mooney earlier in the innings has been an absolute masterstroke.
Put him in at I think he's more, it's like when in T20, I like to come in at 10 over mark. So you just kind of, when a wicket falls, then you do it. All right, they do go to the wild thing. 10th over.
Big swing. It's a nice change of pace from Cher. Moon almost tumbles forward.
Clever. I think I'm not giving him pace.
No, I agree.
I'd even bowl 6 slower balls. And the odds of an overswing are 107% from Moon.
We know that once he starts,
You know,
it's
so I
not
just
stopping.
think I would actually bowl him 6 slower balls and dare him to time one up. Moon's going to try something crazy and guarantee that. He's on the walk.
Not a bad piece of bowling from Cher, but it's just missed the Moon pad.
I mean, Moon, if there was a kind of heavyweight dodgeball division, I feel like Moon would be one of the first picked because he seems to be really good at getting out of the way of those balls that look to be clunking into his body.
It's like someone sent a bowling machine going at 80 miles an hour at his backside in training, and he's gotten very used
Dive and dodge and dodge.
Short ball gets big on Moon, but the cricket gods are smiling on him today. Just floats away safely for a 1.
Ooh. I heard maybe the broadcaster's buffering it. Probably again Moon just kind of messing with the signals that we're putting out. 140 and well, the Dark Knights, well, for a second they were 51%. Now we're back to a genuine 50-50 here in Qualifier 2. Has the early feeling of an ECN Classic, even though we're not quite at half-time.
How relaxed is he though, Vinny? Look at that, just the reverse glove cupped on the waist. It's just like he's out here for a Sunday stroll in Kerava. Well, gets around and actually plays a pretty good cricket shot there. Got way outside off stump. Cher followed him, but he's good enough to flick it around to the leg side, and it goes for a 4.
Yeah, know your game. Maxi, looking good here.
Well, he's looking good, but frankly, he needs to get off strike here, Maximo. I want 2 more Moon balls before we close this inning.
Because you know he's going to ramp the stupid index up to a 14 out of 10 in these last couple of balls. Well, let's see.
Oh, slogged straight down the ground. It's been a gem of a little innings from Maxi Bilal. It's now 18 off 8. Cher trying to dig it into the pitch, not getting much jump. And it's swatted straight down the ground.
Yeah, there's no pressure on him whatsoever. That's the thing with Bilal. I think you're running no matter what here. 148, 2 balls to go.
Dragged to the leg side. What a shot! Bilal taking over from the Moon in this final over. Finding the boundary off the last 3 balls.
That's a great shot. Maxi putting the max in Maximo. And they do pound their way to 154. Plus this last ball.
Good Yorker. He straddles it. Cher throws down the bowler's stumps. I think he's run out. Or Bilal's doing the biggest roundabout run for a second we've seen. Look at this athleticism.
I think the Moon actually changed the trajectory of the ball because of his orbit. This is out for me. Tell
you what that looks like, Maximo. When we talked earlier this week about me doing the balance beam for my Year 9 gymnastics class.
Would have been a good one for him to accidentally, deliberately get in the way of. But, I mean, Moon doesn't roll that way. He ends up not out, arguably. A few talking points here, but at the end of the first innings, the Dark Knights have put 155 on the board against Hadley's Empire 11, who will have the right of reply. Well, good to see our transport home turning up a little bit early. But anyway, let's go back. And early on, it was the Maximo machine, Afzal Hussain, and the creative technique of Shahid Alam getting this Dark Knights innings underway with a lightning power play.
Certainly was. The Dark Knights batting lineup that stuttered in Qualifier 1 against the Marcors, all of a sudden were finding the middle of the bat, and it was so extravagant that Alam even started playing shots other than to cover. But Hussain was the man who powered the innings early on. He belted the Empire bowling attack, putting a couple out of the ground before he eventually mistimed one. And Amjad Cher took a handy catch on the boundary, but that just brought Alam to the forefront. And this was the moment, Maxi.
Yeah. So I've got some clarification. They felt they weren't sure that he was out. So in this, they felt because it was a little bit blurry with the bat and the line that they weren't sure. They couldn't agree in the tent, and then when that happens, they go with umpire's call. So that was the element. Not the one I was expecting, Rhino. That's the reason it's given on out. I'm just passing on that information.
One of the key narratives that will be talked about for years to come, depending on the outcome of this qualifier too. But a man who has created so many stories during the course of this tournament. Big Mooney whipping the ball to all places, sometimes staying on its feet. It's just an elective element of his game, and that was the shot of the innings.
Yeah, and when you have the immunity cloak, sometimes you can fly, and that's what happened with the Moon there. But it was a sliding doors moment, wasn't it? Because he could have been run out without facing the ball. In the end, he whacks his way to 36 off 15. But let's not forget Maxiel Bilal at the end with his 24 before he was run out last ball. But that was a pretty handy contribution, wasn't it? Pretty good throw, actually. Twisting like a pretzel there. Amjad Sher, but he hits the stumps. And the Dark Knights 154 means that Empire need 155 to book a place in the final. Otherwise, the Dark Knights will get a rematch with the Markhors, who've already qualified. Looking at the scorecard, just the top 4 required for the Dark Knights.
Certainly was. Terrific all-round effort from the Dark Knights. Powered by the 2 openers, Hussain with 43 off only 16, and Alam a pretty good innings of 41 off 20. Credit to Mooney. He knows the world is watching. The pressure is on his shoulders, and he has delivered when the Dark Knights need him. Pretty ordinary performance, got to be said, from the Empire 11. Not sure they bowled particularly smartly at times. Sullivan went for 46. Sangrula, a little bit expensive at the top. He didn't even get a second, but Pandy was the man. Imagine what that total would be like if it wasn't for his 2 for 10. So, Maximo, we are set up for a thriller.
Who's ahead? I don't know. Maybe Dark Knights by a whisker. I just think, 150, a lot of things are going to have to go right. I remember Empire 11 a bit shaky earlier today, but you'd also say, top 3 due, and you've got Padal in there. He looked very good earlier on. I don't know what's going to happen, and neither do you. If you want to find out, join us in just a few minutes with that target set. 155 required by Hadley's Empire 11 to find their way through to the final. Or can the Dark Knights go all the way to the side of any sound of him, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan? Yes, it's the Moon Channel. It's the European Cricket Network. And back with more ECS after the break here in Finland.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon, European cricket fans. We're back at the Kerava National Cricket Ground, the home of Finnish cricket here on the outskirts of Helsinki. Beautiful conditions for cricket today, a little bit of cloud overhead, but the sun's been out for most of it. And we've seen some scintillating games to date. Some at very different ends of the spectrum. Fairly low scoring game in the Eliminator. Empire getting through, and then a healthy win for the Greater Helsinki Markers in Qualifier 1. And now in Qualifier 2, somewhat of an upset brewing here as the BTCC Dark Knights have put on a mammoth total against the highly favoured Hadley's Empire 11, powered by some outstanding batting from the top order of Alarm, in particular Hossain, and the cult hero of ECS Finland 2025, Jabbar Hossain Moon. And this is a tall order, even for a batting lineup as good as Empire's to chase. They are requiring 155 to win this Qualifier 2 and make their way through to the final against the Greater Helsinki Markers. They certainly have the batting lineup to do it though. And I see a change at the top of the order too, as Vanraj Padal has been sent out to open up with his old sparring partner Jordan O'Brien. Kabir steaming in for the first over. Short ball. Padal works it well. Very good placement. Exquisite stuff. Hit his first ball for a boundary in the last game in not dissimilar fashion. That time, a little bit more using the pace of the bowler. Placement was perfect though. It wasn't really a big gap between the infield and the outfield. They've got that fielder out there deep on the offside around point because they know Padal is so strong in that region. Full toss. Sorry, Yorker length, I should say. Moon gets involved again. You cannot keep this magnetic personality out of the game. O'Brien scoots through for the one. Nice piece of bowling from Kabir though. He brings Jordan O'Brien onto strike. There he is. The big man who has changed this game. Changed the game in Finland in the last 4 or 5 days. Kabir swings it wide of off stump. Mistimed, but O'Brien will scoot through for a single. He went early in the Eliminator. Not too often he misses out, twice in the one day. Got his familiar choking of the bat in between balls. Padal was the man who really carried the batting line up in that last game, getting them through from a very tough spot coming in the middle order. He cuts, and he cuts well. Just almost never hits the ball to a fielder. Varaj Padal rides the bounce from Kabir. Not a bad ball, really, just a touch short of a length. We're in for some good cricket here, viewers. Some class players on show. Great to have all of you in the chat joining us. Kroom there, Jules still around, Johnny He. Wayne's in there talking about a new cricket documentary. Might get some more details from him over the course of the afternoon about the Ghost Town cricket story. But we've got plenty of modern day cricket happening here. Padal tries to whip the ball in the leg side. Doesn't make great contact. It goes straight to Maxi Bilal. And the first wicket down for Empire. Kabir gets his man. Empire 10 for 1. Padal had almost been playing exclusively on the offside throughout his innings today. Has decided to whip that ball over the leg side. Only needed to get a little bit more power. But he goes for 9 off 4. Can be happy with his efforts today, though, playing with a badly injured top hand. Leaves quite a bit sitting on the shoulders of the two men. Out there in the middle, Jordan O'Brien joined at the crease by the skipper, Nicholas Salonen. And tremendous time to bring the leader of the ECN commentary box back to the microphone, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. This is really up for grabs. Empire do lose their player of the match from the Eliminator. Being a bit frustrated that the field's taking so long, but they're moving the moon, which takes a bit longer than an average fielder. Salonen comes in at 3 then.
Steps to the side and launches Kabir straight down into the picket fence. Hasn't the intensity off-field increased in this game, Maximo? You can see both teams getting very loud for their teammates in the batting. That's the end of the first over, 16 for 1.
Yeah, 21 matches since the Golden Ball, since the Moon Ball. You know, we talked about Mooney seeming to perform his best under pressure. I mean, Salanen's another one of those players, I think. If you noticed during the week, we showed that classic game where he engineered a successful chase against a very talented Spanish lineup to pull off a famous win for Spain, for Finland at the ECC last year. I think ended up with 85 or something in that game. And even the way he played that shot was a real air of authority about it. So, okay, they've lost Padal, but they've got their kind of regular openers there, O'Brien and Salonen. They've also opened a lot in the ECS in Estonia when they were playing for Tartu CC last year, even a bit for the Talent Hippos this year. So, yeah, this is a real key partnership. And still batting to come with Mohan Sher as listed as the next two.
Well, Saiful Islam was pumped in the opening over of the last game by the Marcors. He won't want to be dropping short to Jordan O'Brien, which he does, and he's smashed.
Ooh.
O'Brien peppering Claire and the team out there in the pavilion. That has travelled some distance.
This is almost windscreens O'Brien, actually, as this is hit towards the club rooms. Don't think anything was broken there, but
don't you go knocking over the coffee pot, Jordan, or there'll be some harsh words during the break.
The coffee was delicious as well. Once again, big thanks to Shaquille for that. All right. He's had a bit of a rough day with the ball, Saiful Islam, but he's always capable of coming up with that wicket-taking delivery.
That's a better length. O'Brien's gone higher than it is long, and it's taken. Maxi Bilal, you cannot keep him out of the game. And look at his teammates sprint to embrace him. The only man not is the Moon, still over there at the point boundary. But the other 10 members are hovering around Bilal, who's taken a great catch.
The old 10-man huddle will be in effect here. I love he sneaks in anyway, but he's already inside, and Max, he's fired up. So, yeah, Jordan O'Brien's going to have to go. And big opener goes 6 and out. That hurts Empire's chances even more, but yeah, Moon just offered thoughts and prayers, I think, rather than the full crossing of the equator.
Got to conserve your energy when you're the superstar. He's eyeing off another chance to bat this evening.
Yeah, wow. True.
Moon thinks he's got another full rotation coming in the final.
That was hilarious, watching everyone sprinting and Moon just giving it a casual thumbs up and walking back to his position on the opposite boundary.
Islam full outside of stump, diving stop, and you can hear the noise, the intensity of the Dark Knights.
Long way behind here, Empire, but still about a 1 in 3 chance of winning the game, according to the supercomputer. Who can step up? Salonen, he'd be the most obvious one. Like I said, he seems to react well under pressure, and he's under a lot of pressure right now.
Short ball, hit well, got a little bit high on the bat, but it's carried a long, long way, and a much-needed Maximo.
Danger man is Salonen. Fraction short, just kind of short arm jab really from Nick, up and out of here. Maximo. Islam can't get too short, but the other thing is you pitch it up, you're very capable of getting on the front foot and driving over your head as well.
Islam though, you've got to trust your swing, get it up full, It's a better ball. Just outside edge, just out of the hands of the fielder. Wide third man on the 30-metre circle.
European cricket is insane. Sometimes I just can't take a step back and I think, this is an amazing form of cricket. There's so much happening so quickly and all these moments mattering. And I love all forms of cricket really, but there's something special about this. They put the third back, probably a good catching position against Salonen. I'd even have him a little bit finer, trying to get that false shot. I think they're changing their mind now, so they'll put the third up in the circle. Wasn't too far away from that man. Salonen has gone 6, 6 and 4 to start his innings. Last ball of the second over coming up.
Push down the leg side, and it's escaped the clutches of the keeper. So it's 5 wides. That's a bad error at this stage.
Almost hit the helmet. Not been too far away. But yeah, just second bounce, diddling, brazered. And so that ball essentially goes for 9. 4 and 5 wides. Oh, just like that, they're 46%.
Well, Islam's coming around the wicket. Just wait for this one to be dropped short and for Salonen to go hard. A leg side.
Last ball, take 2.
It's gone a complete opposite way, but it has gone like a tracer bullet. The cover boundary. So the captain of Empire is not going down without a fight. Nicely struck. And Maximo, that is the end of the over. Empire 42 for 2 after 2.
Timing the pants off the ball has sounded so far. Coming up tomorrow, first ever ECSW in Finland. Really excited about this with the Lionesses from Empire CC to take on SKK in the first game. We've also got PCS and Oulu CC involved. So yeah, 4-team format. Basically 6 matches, then 2 semi-finals and a final. And that's coming up same time, same place tomorrow. Should be a
Where else
really
would you
fun day.
be, Maximo? Where else would you be?
Nowhere. Maybe the fancy sauna, depending on how late that goes. And yeah, should be really exciting. All right, this is exciting too. Afsal gets the ball.
Short ball. It's having a chat to the Brains Trust of BTCC during the break, Maximo, and I said they should be getting Hussain the ball. The one thing he does that most of their bowlers don't, hits the deck hard, gets some bounce. Call wide, but I don't think that's bad bowling.
Yeah, not a bad spot to miss, as they say in the classics. They have got the kind of deep third back, so the flying edge might actually go for a catch.
Mahan on strike. Goes beautifully over the offside. Lovely strike. He's got some classic shots, Mahan. Doesn't try to overhit this. Just gets the back foot planted, lofts it for a lovely strike.
Yeah, I mean, Mohan's almost the forgotten man of this lineup. We certainly haven't seen the best of him so far. But can he come good here in the final? I'd love a double click. Actually ahead now, even though they still need 106. But it's a big vote of confidence. Well ahead of the actual rate required anyway.
Another one where he plays almost the same shot. So Hussain, the last 2 balls, he's done precisely what he's not in there for, which is to pitch the ball up, because he's not getting much sideways movement. He needs to hit the deck slightly short of a length and get it up and above the stumps.
Yeah, true. It's a front foot. Almost a check drive for 6 runs. Nice batting from Mohan. 50's up for Empire. We're still in the power play.
That's better. Not sure what Mahan was doing leaving
Honestly, he was looking front foot and then realised that if he actually went through with the shot, it was just going to pop. So it might, I know it's crazy, it might be a good leave. You don't want to lose the 3rd wicket right now, especially when you just come off a 6. But he was looking for a particular ball that didn't come.
Great analysis from Vinny Sandhu. Short ball again from Hussain, but from the skipper, I don't mind that. I'd much rather him miss while trying to get the ball up to an awkward height.
What a good game.
Isn't it? You can smell the intensity out there, Maximo. Short ball, Mahan picks it this time. Lovely timing, and he sent that over the picket fence on the offside. What a beautiful shot.
Yeah, and this is why he didn't want to play an uncontrolled shot where he just left it to the cricket gods, and that's why he left it in the over. Okay, he might have gotten away with it, maybe would have nicked a 4 or something, but he said, no, I think it's my time. And Mohan has been good. This over's gone magical now. So, yeah, obviously Ryan's meeting with the Brains Trust has backfired a little bit. I think
Listen to me.
Got them overthinking over there. Come this far.
Should have stuck with your original attack, boys. Well,
Anyway.
I think, to be fair, I think they finally decided to take Shahid Alam out of the power play bowling unit, which I think is still the right move. Hussain dragged wide again.
Momentum's a funny thing, and right now it's with Empire. I know Jordan O'Brien will be disappointed. Came up just 1 metre short probably on that deep hit to mid-wicket. But Mohan's come and he's looked good so far. If you Empire probably would take a power play of 63 for 2.
Short ball outside off stump, bottom of the bat stuff, but it does clear our boy Fardush Bappy. But fielder coming around keeps it in, and Bappy gets it back with his injured little Bappy hand.
Yeah, 65 for 2. It's the non-traditional hoof method, but it's good enough. 65 for 2 after 3 overs. A magical power play for Empire CC, despite losing a couple of key bats.
Yeah, certainly has been. 26 and 23 off the last 2 overs. So if these two can keep going at this rate, they are well ahead of the required run rate. Certainly help. You look at those middle 3 overs. 2 of them from Pandy. And if Empire go on to win this game, Vinny, he will probably be the unsung hero of this contest.
Yeah, true. And he was very important in keeping it to something reasonable in the first innings.
This is another man that I was pretty impressed with in the last game. Figures might not have showed it greatly, but Elliot Khan was willing to bowl outside off stump, tailing the ball away. I know that Sullivan hits well over cover, though.
Just looking at runs against. I'll come back to that in a second. Here's Balliet. Yeah,
He
so,
certainly has kept it outside off stump.
you know, runs against. So how are you going when you're bowling? What are teams scoring against you on average? Empire averaging 110 runs against them per 10 overs, whereas BTCC, Dark Knights, averaging 143 against them. That's throughout the whole tournament. So you can see it's been a bit of a problem for them, despite being on top.
Outside off stump, Sullivan lofts the ball dead straight. It's carried our commentary igloo. I think it's carried the back fence. Some of the biggest hits we've seen all tournament in this game, Vinny.
You are absolutely right, and that's a pure cricket shot. Saladin looks like the man for the moment, doesn't he? Did that get carry? Yeah, that's roadworthy. And Saladin, 26 off 5. He was present for a minimo, so that's like 31 off 5, more than 6 ball when he's been facing.
Short ball, just outside off stump. Big appeal, but no edge. Tell you what, Kerava Municipal Council might be regretting their decision to become the capital of cricket. They keep on having Grizzlies fly out to the motorway behind the ground.
Part of the struggle with cricket is getting people's attention in these countries, and I think by hitting balls onto the highway, they'll know about it.
It's a wide ball left by Salinger.
He's got to step up a couple of steps, Bayzit. Because I don't think these are out-and-out slower balls, and they're bouncing about 2 metres in front of him. It's already caused a bit of an issue earlier in the innings.
He's coming back to your conversation yesterday about just having to estimate how far one needs to stand back depending on the bowler. I'm not sure about his estimation skills. Short ball and smacked. Beautifully timed by Saladin. He's playing a gem of an innings here. 32 of only 7 balls.
And the longer he goes, the less pressure there is, if there is a wicket, knowing that you've got Amjad Sher to come in next. So he's got it down to 76 required. Obviously the rate's not really an issue at the moment. Definitely not with Saladin there, and Mohan doing his bit as well.
A bit of a look about Sullivan that we saw at the ECC last year, isn't it? He's just still at the crease.
Steely-eyed.
Playing the ball on its merits. Another terrible ball. That's not great bowling from Khan. He goes for 18 off his first 4. Sullivan is seeing it like a beach ball.
I know that he's hit sixes over the fence straight, but I still think I'd rather him have to play forward, and you're more likely to get an error and a mishit out of him that way. When you bang the ball in and you allow him to play that pull shot, I can only really ever see it flying over the rope or screaming to the boundary.
The skipper's now put some protection down there at backward square on the fence, which you really don't want to have to do as a captain. Goes short again. Sullivan decides, you put a fielder there, I'll go the opposite side. Opens the bat face, strikes another Maximo, and all of a sudden this run rate is really under control, Vinny.
Yeah, great shot. It's like a back foot drive that still flies miles over the rope. Hey, great to see Marco in the chat, Dr. Kazoo, who I was part of our commentary team in Estonia, and saying, yeah, Salonen carrying on his good form from Estonia. Marco, hope you're well. Probably watching from Austria, I'd imagine. He's been part of the Vienna CC organisation for a long time.
Oh, geez, that one just skidded off the turf.
That's a bit of luck.
Almost through the shot.
No matter how well you're batting, this could have easily cleaned up the top of his middle stump, but he hits the very Q end of it, gets the Q end of his bat on it, so he survives. And has that little bit of luck that you always need in a game like this. So it's 89 for 2 after 4 overs, and they've already got more than we saw them have to chase in that first game of the day, Empire.
It's a rapid start here, Maximo. One of the best 4-over starts we've seen all tournament.
Definitely, and here's your man, Shahid Alam, who said, drag him from the power plate. They listened. Now he's coming on in the 5th over with a bit more boundary protection. Going to Mohan.
Short ball, Mohan gets deep in the crease, swings it away, and the Maximos are coming thick and fast.
Yeah, well, doesn't really matter how many outfielders you've got when you put them halfway down. Mohan whacks it into the, looks like the Tigers supporter area there with the flag. Extra insult to injury there. Hey, Lana Gaming with an interesting comment here. In all caps at times for extra effect. Hand-eye coordination is better than technique. Ongoing debate about the importance of each.
That is a debatable topic, isn't it?
Oof. Can I just give my early thoughts? This is really, they're both important, right? But hand-eye coordination you can't really teach. It's kind of in your DNA, whereas technique you can work on. I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Short ball, Sullivan. He's got plenty of hand-eye coordination and no shortage of hitting technique either. Poor Alarm just drops it a touch short. Sullivan rocks back and rocks the Grizzly over the boundary.
Adios, Pelota. Again, too short from Alarm. See, I always assume that. But is there science behind that? So, for example, reflexes is one thing I always say. I was blessed with really good reflexes. But can you work on that? Or is it just something that you've got it?
I'm sure you can incrementally train reflexes, and particularly when you're talking about hand-eye coordination reflexes. Sullivan has finally not put one to the boundary.
They come in handy, my reflexes, in the igloo at times. You're not something that you, at commentary school, is a huge amount of units on it. Dodging balls. ECN, you need to have those skills.
Big swing down the ground. Mohan's playing a little gem of an innings here. Just a reminder to the Empire Cricket Club Brains Trust that he is a very capable batter. And at the moment that they needed him to stand up, he is delivering alongside Sullivan. 1 ball to go in the first half of the innings, and Empire literally sprinting to 109.
Clean hitting from Mohan. 109. So they're going at kind of 220 pace here. And it's the double click. It's a thunderous double click here at the moment between these two, and it's sinking the Tigers very quickly.
Bit of an underneath edge. Sullivan says no. He's pretty keen for the strike next over, so we're halfway done in this innings. Empire 109 for 2. They only need 46 off 30.
Quick look at the Challenger Division with 12 teams there. And some of them in action at the moment. Malta are part of the Continental Cup, which is happening right now. But, of course, one of those teams will win the Challenger Division, and they will get to go back into the Premier Division, or into the Premier Division. Will it be Malta or Guernsey, who played in the Premier Division in last year's tournament, first time we ever split the ECC into divisions, or will it be one of those teams that haven't played in the Premier Division before? Having said that,
how does relegation work from the Premier Division?
Whoever has one team will go down. Whoever has the worst record in the group phase, only one team will go down. Decided on points and then maybe net run rate.
Kabir, little in swinger. Sullivan cuts. It's a great shot. Taking a leaf out of the Van Raj Padal book. Drops onto the back foot. Cuts and cuts well. Excellent placement.
Question from Craig George here. Firstly, let's acknowledge the 50 from Salmon. That's a lightning 50. 13 balls for Nick to bring up the half century. 6 sixes and 4 fours. He's striking at 408. That's pretty good going, but it's also his decision making and shot selection, I think, that's been a feature of his innings, as well as his monster ball striking.
Such a good captain's knock. Oh, he's almost been yorked. A cracking ball from Kabir.
This is very good running as well from Nick, who doesn't watch the ball, he watches Mohan. So look, as soon as he's there and he's like, okay, looks up and says, you running? Cool, if you're running, I'm running. And that's just good cricket IQ there, good experience with the fundamentals. Yeah, no, Craig was saying, is it poor bowling or good batting? I'd probably say it's a mixture of both.
That's been called
probably good.
Probably, yeah.
It bounces still, I think, in line with the line. See there. So I think it's good. If it goes past the line, yeah, agree. Good call. Probably everyone will give him abuse for it, but remember the whole ball has to be outside the line when it passes the crease.
Look at that partnership, Maximo. 92 off only 25. Change of pace, Mahan. Strikes cleanly straight down the track. Another one gets launched to the motorway. And Empire, a confidence growing as this partnership develops.
Salonen into the gladiator style. Are you not entertained? Body language as well. They're starting to have some fun out there. Empire racing away, and now the dark nights might be fading into the night here, Rhino. Only 8 and over required from here, and still plenty of batting to come. And that's the whole thing with, you lose early wickets, but they haven't wasted balls. Padal 9 off 4, O'Brien 7 off 3.
I think the umpires actually just had a word to Salonen for that gesticulation. Ironic that it's come from Empire, given that we actually had 2 teams named the Gladiators playing here this week.
You don't need to talk to him about that. He's allowed to be excited for his teammate. It wasn't towards the opposition.
Well, it is coming from the square leg umpire, who's standing a good 29 metres away from the wicket at the moment.
A bit intimidating, that show of emotion.
Full toss.
In Germany, I expect that kind of thing to be suppressed. No, here we are in Finland.
Very liberal country.
Oh, wow. They're whacking it at the moment, these two.
I cannot believe Empire have got this down to only needing 8 runs and over at this point. It's been a stunning performance, particularly from these two. Full ball. Well, Sullivan trying to add insult to injury by dislocating the ankle of Kabir, but he manages to get his foot out of the way just a moment.
Into the over then, 122 for 2 after 6. 33 required of the last 4 balls.
I'll give you a very spiritual theory here, Maximo.
Please.
The last moment, the moment when it felt like the BTCC Dark Knights were on top of this game, and the man of the moment, Mooney, did not go and celebrate with Maxi Bilal. Do you think the cricket gods turned on him after shining a light on him throughout this tournament? They've said, Mooney, if you're not going to burn a few calories getting across to celebrate, full ball, Sullivan, slightly awkward looking shot, but it will stay inside the boundary. It's a nice piece of fielding, but they'll duck down for 2.
I wonder if, I reckon they had 6 outside the circle there, and the long on was back, and he's trying to run up now, because that was spotted by Mohan, but the umpires might not have clocked it. Again, it has been called. Maybe they did clock it. So, yeah, it's 6 outfielders, no ball. Cardinals in, and look who's going to get the free hit. Salanen's going to get it. 30 required off 24 balls now. Freebie incoming. Good awareness there by Mohan.
Smashed. What a shot. That was not a bad ball by Islam by any stretch. But Salanen's opened up his hit and slapped it through covers.
Oh, wow. Thunderous reply here from Empire. Remember, went down to the BTCC Dark Knights the other day. It was a 3-over game, though. It was Empire scoring 48, and then the Dark Knights chasing it down with just a ball to spare.
Change of pace. Oh, the gods are shining on Nicholas Salonen. Now outside edges being complemented by an array of full-blooded shots. Everything going to the boundary, though. And Hadley's Empire 11 have got 1 foot in the door of this final.
There's Mooncam. He's certainly probably about as concerned as the rest of his teammates. As far as him not joining the huddle, I mean, if you did have the golf cart available, then I think maybe you could make it happen a bit easier. Salonen on 65.
Salonen goes the opposite side, and it's a wonderful catch from Belliet Khan. He's come sprinting around to his left-hand side, had to dive forward, and a desperately needed wicket and the end of a tremendous innings from Salonen.
What I talked about players that are in are more likely to make a mistake going forward than back. And you can see slight mishit, but Salonen deserves all the applause that he's going to get from his teammates in this fairly healthy crowd. A nice touch of sportsmanship as well. You love to see that. I mean, I know there's a big rivalry between these two teams, but rivalries are important. I think you've got to foster them. But Salonen whacked 65 here in qualifier 2. Again, a good innings under pressure from the Empire skipper, but he departs at 133 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous innings. His team needed him to step up. Salonen, who's had an up-and-down tournament in the ball and in the field.
His wild thing.
Speared in, no chance of an LBW.
Another one there if they pay attention. They weren't. But yeah, big inside edge onto the pad.
Much better ball from Islam, though. I'd much rather see him put it on that fullish length, give it the chance to swing.
The other thing with Salonen, remember, he got whacked. He actually went for 46. So he's kind of compensated.
Squared the ledger.
Yeah, and then some.
Full ball from Islam. And Belliet Khan in the game again. Keep it to 1.
Is there one final twist in this game? Momentum's a funny thing. It's an intangible, but you know it when you see it. And it's been a huge run towards Empire during that partnership. Remember, they came together 22 for 2 after just 8 balls. So basically about 5 overs for 110.
Big swing from Sher. Not great timing.
That'll be the end of the over as well. So 136 for 3 after 7. Islam joins the 40 club. But 2 important wickets in there. Those of Jordan O'Brien and Nick Salonen. Let's have a look at where we are on finals day with the Greater Helsinki Marcos. They'll be loving these two throwing haymakers at each other for about 2 hours because they're just sitting back, they're chilling, they're waiting for the winner of this game. And the final is coming up in approximately 1.5 hours live from Finland. It's our first final in an ECS since 2020. And on that occasion, it was the Helsinki Titans who knocked over the SKK Rapids that, by the way, had quite a few of these Empire guys playing for the Rapids back then.
Well, we had Mooney in the chat calling for Bappy to be thrown the ball, and his prayers have been answered. I actually don't think this is a bad call from the skipper.
Yeah.
They desperately need a wicket. Maybe Bappy can buy you one. A change of pace, change of direction. Sliced out by Sher. He's got to climb off the canvas to take the single.
Say hatless bowlers have gone the distance, so maybe it's time for a hatted bowler.
He's one of the strategic choices you are faced with as captain.
Cracky in the chat saying, Amjad Sher, the wild thing.
Hit straight back at Bappy, who's got the sort of look that you've expected from a 2017 Grammy-nominated rapper.
100%.
Fuller, more flighted ball.
We talk a lot about Saif Ur-Rahman, the Baltic boss, who we see generally playing in Estonia. But Bappy's Gale, but a bowling version. I've never seen such a lookalike for Gale bowling. Don't you think?
Well, one that's maybe been shrunk in the wash.
Yeah, admittedly so.
And Sher takes one step to the offside. Decent enough contact despite a massive effort from Maxi Bilal.
Oh, it's almost like a belly flop, but onto the grass. You've got to admire the effort from the fielder on the boundary here, who's just trying to do whatever he can do to try and bring it back in. He didn't think about how he was going to land. Gets a good sniff of the Kerova turf. 6 carreras, 11 to win now.
Full of ball from Bappy, called wide.
Paul Kempen saying golden ball 1,000 to 1. Yeah. Well, it's a close game for a long time. It's not close right now.
Another big swing across the line from Bappy, causing a few more dramas. Cher trying to step across, so you just need to take this as deep as possible if you're the Dark Knights. Try to scratch out a wicket or two.
Give you a dark horse for the 9th over.
Oh, it's launched. Beautifully struck from Cher. He always comes through in the clutch for Empire, and he wants to finish this game as soon as possible. It's the end of the 8th, 151 for 3.
Yeah, good shot. Yeah, just with that pace, it's right in the zone for the Wild thing to go after it leg side. So 150 comes up for Empire with 2 overs remaining. They only need 4. And are we going to see, well, he was my dark horse. Are we going to see Moon with the ball?
Credit to the skipper
Yeah,
for
he's
giving
read
the
the room.
people what they want.
All right. I mean, if he can do it from here, if he takes 6 wickets in the over, we've got a last over thriller. But Moon also wearing the cap.
Well,
All right, here it is. Oh, yeah.
Big swing. Alarms on the boundary, and he's fumbled it over the line. So we only get 1 ball of the notorious B.I.G. bowling Big Mooney, and that has been finished in some fashion by Hadley's Empire 11. 8.1 overs to chase down a target of 155.
Wow, amazing. And yeah, the Moon ball almost worked, didn't it? Because it was a catching opportunity, and then it's tipped over the bar for 6. And now we know what the final looks like. Greater Helsinki Marcos versus Hadley's Empire 11. I said at the start of the day, I thought it was one of the strongest Eliminator lineups we'd ever seen, with Empire taking on the Vipers. Empire look like they're having their run to the BTCC Dark Knights, though. You got to applaud them. They've had a magnificent run. By the way, the first ball of the final is in exactly an hour and a half from now. But yeah, the Dark Knights, they've entertained us. They gave us that memorable first game that resulted in Golden Ball 79. And they were right in this, weren't they, early, with 2 wickets in the first 8 balls and 2 key players gone.
Oh, I love their intensity, Maximo. It was a fantastic start. And they gave Jordan O'Brien what he wanted, a short ball on the hip, but he was also gone not long thereafter. And it was a great fielding performance early on for Maxi Bilal. He contributed plenty of runs and impetus towards the end of the batting innings, and then came out in the field and took a couple of great catches.
Yeah, I just realised that Moon will have the ignominious distinction of having an economy rate of 36 as well that he'll walk away from. But, I mean, Saladin came out, and I think he grew up with his back to the wall, didn't he? Because he's very comfortable there. As we saw 6 after 6 flying out of the ground, the Empire skipper with 65 off 19 changing the game. But he needed a bit of help, and he got it in from Mohan, who actually finished on 49 not out.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Mohan. He was probably the quiet assassin in that partnership as Sullivan was belting the bowlers to all parts of the ground. Mohan just kept on ticking it over, fell 1 short of a half ton, but did it for only 18 balls. Tremendous hitting from him. It's just that the Sullivan innings was so brutal. 65 off 19 in the end, and it took a tremendous catch from Balliet Khan to send him back to the pavilion. But then Amjad Sher comes out and does what Amjad Sher does in Finland or in Kardama, anywhere around the world. He's a finisher of the highest order. And that final ball, the one moon ball that we have seen throughout the tournament, unfortunately dispatched for a Maximo, and that is all she wrote for the BTCC Dark Knights.
Yeah, and so I suppose that kind of Maradona-esque moment in the first innings doesn't really change too much in the end. Mohan 49 not out of 18. Again, joins the 49 club. It's pretty full in there at the moment. But it was all about Salonen, wasn't it, as well? His 65 coming out at 3, came out in the first over when Padal got out, and he just kind of got them ahead. They never looked back. That double click, wasn't it? The Salnan-Mohan partnership. They put on 111 in just 31 balls. Saiful Islam with a couple of wickets there, but he unfortunately went at 20 and over pace, and 1 for 29 for Kabir. No one was really able to stop the bleeding, and then unfortunately for Moon, he was brought on much to the excitement of the crowd, but his over only lasted 1 ball.
I will say that thanks to the rest of the bowling corps getting smashed, Moon's 36 economy rate doesn't look quite as bad as it would normally do.
That's actually true. So, Empire, they'll get a little bit of a break. Like I said, we're about an hour and a half, probably just under an hour, until we're back for the first ECS Finland final since 2020. And it's 2 teams that don't have an ECS trophy that will be doing battle. There's the lineup again. We'll have the toss probably in around about 10 minutes' time. Keep an eye on your screen for that, or of course in the chat or on our website, europeancricket.com. But yeah, GHM versus Empire. Do you have a favourite going into that, or do you think it's pretty even, Stevens?
I said last night, Vinny, I thought the Marcors were going to be slight favourites to win this competition after the last couple of days. Hard to know. Tell you what I like from Empire is the fact that they've got themselves out of a batting hole twice today. Their depth of batting is something that probably no other team has, but the Marcors are confident. I think this is going to be a cracking final.
Yeah, I agree. So don't miss it. We'll take a bit of a break, but then we will be back with the exciting conclusion. The final is on the way. Will it be the Marcors, or will it be Hadley's Empire 11 to lift the ECS trophy aloft? Finish out of here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. Enjoy the break, then back. The exciting conclusion of this European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. It's been a great week of cricket here in Finland, but now it's time for the big dance, the final. And will it be the Greater Helsinki Markors that will lift the trophy, or Hadley's Empire 11? Can they win their third consecutive game to steal the title? I'm Mr. Maximo. Get ready. This is the ECS Finland final coming up, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company as we get ready for the final of this European Cricket Series. First time we've been back to Finland for ECN cricket since 2020, and it has delivered, hasn't it? From game one, of course. It was a golden ball to get started in this tournament. Could we have a golden ball in the final to finish it all off? So it will be the Greater Helsinki Markors who will take on Hadley's Empire 11 in the final. Coin toss happened a little while ago. Let's see what happened with Stefan Gooch and the two captains.
Empire to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads. What would you like to do?
We'll have a bowl.
Good luck. All the best for the final. Good luck. All the best for the final. Empire have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
Empire win it and elect to bowl. Then I've got a sneaky suspicion the Markors probably would have batted anyway. I think they do like to bat first and put big runs on the board. But Empire, they've stormed into contention, haven't they, with strong wins against the Vipers in the Eliminator, and then finally putting the Dark Knights to bed in qualifier number 2. And how about Nick Salonen and his innings? They had to pull off a 150s chase to get here, but they did. And they probably feel like they can chase anything. For the Markors, they have put big runs on the board. They've probably also gone for big runs along the way, but they certainly have impressed me and haven't really put a foot wrong. Their only loss was a game they didn't actually have to win last night. They only needed a point to get top spot, so they won qualifier 1, and that's how they got into the final. Let's get ready for the first ball then. Andrew Ryan has been a sensational commentary partner this week. Well, before we get to the fancy sauna, we've got a fancy trophy to give away, Rhino. Let's get ready for the final with Empire winning the toss and electing to bowl. So once again, they'll be on the chase.
And they have chased pretty well throughout this tournament, Maximo. None more so than that last game when they managed to reel in what was a pretty hefty total from the BTCC Dark Knights. And courtesy of that batting effort, which was driven by the skipper Nicholas Salonen and Aravind Mahan, who came to life after not having much of a role throughout the rest of the tournament, the Empire Cricket Club have made their way through to the final, and they will take on the Greater Helsinki Markors, who finished Group B as the top-ranked side, took advantage of that position in Qualifier 1, made their way through to the final with a fairly comprehensive win against the Dark Knights. Commiseration to them, and they've unfortunately bowed out in straight sets here on finals day. One major change coming in, the Greater Helsinki Markors, Sarsham Rahman into the team. Unfortunately, one exit for them with Rashid will plump down their batting lineup somewhat, but they've still got plenty of depth. As far as the supercomputer is concerned, this is an even money bet, 50-50. I think that's a pretty good shout. The Empire bowling attack torn to shreds by the Dark Knights in the last game. This man, Sangrula, has been a tone setter throughout the tournament, but went for quite a few in the first over. The hands of the Dark Knights openers didn't even get a second over from the skipper. He's got a pretty tall task to go up against this man, Ziar Rahman, who's done a little bit of everything for the Greater Helsinki Markors in the tournament to date. It's certainly been a big reason why they find themselves in this final. Big welcome to everyone on the YouTube chat too. Big hello from Paul Kempen to myself and Maximo. Great to have you with us, Paul. Johnny He still there, which is excellent. Jules all ready for the final. He's been thoroughly enjoying the cricket all week, as has Kroom, our resident image creator. And a man who's looking to create a bit of history, Sangrula, up against Rahman. It's probably the line that he'll bowl to Rahman. Starting wide of off stump, swinging back in a touch. He's gone much more to the in-swinger in the last couple of games. So Rahman's out there with Gulfam Nazir. Haven't seen as much of him in the batting lineup over this ECS Finland tournament. We got plenty of early wickets in the Eliminator this morning. Empire couldn't do it against the Dark Knights. Big swing across the line. That's a good call, I think, from the umpire. Sangrula swung that ball in late. It's a lovely piece of bowling. I think it's hit him in line. Hit him fairly adjacent to the stumps, and I think the height is more than fine. So a pretty easy call for the umpire in the end. And Gulfam Nazir goes for a golden duck. Have a look at this. That's hit him on the back leg, directly in front. Well, height's probably the biggest concern, but it didn't feel like it was rising that much at that point. Lovely piece of bowling from young Sangrula. Regardless, he's been terrific for the Empire Cricket Club, and the switch to Nazir at the top of the order has not worked. He goes for a duck, and Empire have got the markers 1 for 1. Only game the Markles have lost in the tournament to date. Vanta Vipers, final game last night. Will a final game be their undoing again? Shabir, in at number 3. Lofts it to the offside. Didn't feel like he completely got his timing right, as this ball has come within about a metre of myself and Maximo in the commentary box. The quick work of Aravind Mahan means we don't get to field it. But a nice start from Shabir. I think Sangrula will feel a mini victory. Got him playing through the shot. The timing slightly off, but Shabir good enough to hit it for 4. Swinging ball to the leg side. That's Pandy down at the not fine leg position, probably backward square position. He'll be important with the ball later on. Somewhat of the unsung hero of Qualifier 2. He bowled a tremendous spell. Time when the run rate was getting up towards late teens. A couple of tremendous overs. Outside edge. O'Brien has taken the catch, and Rahman, the big gun from the Markers, is gone. Good piece of bowling from Sangrula. Starting it wide, very tight on the wide line. Forcing Rahman to drag it to the leg side. Never got his body weight in the right position, and it's a pretty fair snare from O'Brien. Rose with the leaping ball. And that's 2 wickets from Sangrula. So this game is starting much more like the Eliminator than it did Qualifier 2. And that's a disappointing end to the tournament with the bat for Rahman. He walks back, and it's a subdued-looking Markers lineup in the tent. Very well bowled. So 2 for 6 on this over from Sangrula. Now Zeb, who's in much earlier than he has been in most games. Good length again from Sangrula. Well, the 2 times he's been hit from 4, it's been somewhat out of control by the batters. It's a great over from the young man. Very well bowled. And at the end of the first, the Markers in a spot of bother, 10 for 2. See how these 2 teams have made their way through to tonight's final. Greater Helsinki Markers having a much more restful day. Really easy win for them over the Dark Knights early on. It was much harder for Empire 11 to take down BTCC Dark Knights. Bowling attack was really under threat for most of that innings. As I mentioned, it was just Sudhanshu Pandey. His 2 overs changed the game, possibly changed the trajectory of this tournament. The Empire Cricket Club. Rajer on to bowl the second. Nice outswinger, not too much footwork from Shabir. Sher is probably the biggest nightmare for these two batters. It's a lovely control of the outswinger, just wide of off stump. Most batters around Finland know exactly what he's going to do, but it's one thing knowing what's coming to you. It's another thing executing against it. Outside off stump again. Lovely line. Interesting. Looks like a pre-planned change in the field here. Sher's beaten the outside bat twice in a row, and he was going to put Aravind Mahan back to long on for the next ball. They've decided against it in the end. Skipper may want to try to induce Shabir to keep on aiming over that way, get that catch flying down to third man on the boundary. Sher a little bit closer to the stumps on that occasion, but Shabir squeezes it out and take the one. It's one of the hallmarks of this Empire Cricket Club team. Group of thinking cricketers. Always got a strategy that they're working on for each batter. They've had plenty of chances to look at the markers. There is that outside edge flying down to third man. Not a catching opportunity, but nice piece of bowling nonetheless. Good crowd here in attendance for this final on a Friday evening. No reports of whether Gerard Butler's made his way down, though. That has been the big question of the day. The national bowling coach will manage to finish work in time to get down here to Caraba Cricket Ground. Big swing across the line. It's actually pretty well fielded. That's Raz Muhammad over there at square leg. They take the single. It's been a great over. An experienced bowler. He's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Just focusing on good length outswing bowling for the moment. Drifts onto the stumps and it's struck straight to Aravind Mahan. Dot balls bring pressure and pressure brings wickets. And there are currently 3 wickets down for the markers. And this is not a good start at all. And the team who came in here as both Group B winners and the first team into the final. Farouk Zeb. Tougher job when you come in the opening overs. Unfortunately for him, he's making a very slow walk back to the pavilion. It's an excellent over from Sher. A little bit of late tail away. And that decision to keep Mohan up inside the circle has paid dividends. And there is some level of momentum here. And the one team that does not have the momentum is the Greater Helsinki Markers. Looking ahead, European Cricket Championship for men. Man who will definitely be out there in Cartermore Oval is the young chap to my right-hand side, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and looking forward to Sangarula's second over. He comes in, gets launched away, fielder hovers, but he has to watch it. Maximo! Just as the 747 goes over our head, it's Shabir who takes to the skies, and that will be 6 runs as the fight back, I'm sure, will come from GHM.
A lot rests on the shoulders of Shabir, doesn't it, Maximo? We've got Helen Cherry, who's come to the wicket now. He's tended to be here for a good time, not a long time, most of his innings.
Helen Cherry, the new batter, at the other end. Another in-swinger. Oh, well, it's one of those times where I was expecting to see Mohan in a similar position that he took that catch a moment ago, but he been pushed back to the boundary for just a single. What a start. 3 wickets in the first 2 overs. And what started as a 50-50 is suddenly more of an 80-20 proposition.
Certainly not one that's in favour of the Markers, but they have got some batting strength down the order.
Still time, that's the thing. Still time. Oh, in the air. Surely. Sangrula got him. 3 for the youngster in the final. And I've got to say, in a tournament that's been dominated by bats, he is one guy I think that's in the frame for the MVP. He does his own work there, ran into the open space, and it's 4 out in the first quarter of the innings. Marcos, 20 for 4.
Lovely piece of bowling from young Sangrula. A nice little bit of in-swing, but it was the kick off the pitch that did Nalan Cherry. He's popped the ball up, and Sangrula's done a good job to take that catch. I have to say, that is a weakness of Nalan Cherry's batting, isn't it, Vinny? That he can look $1 million when he's smoking balls over the cover boundary, but just too many out-of-control shots in the air. And at the time that his team needed him to focus and play an innings of substance, he cannot deliver.
11th wicket of the series, 3 clear of the next, and he's gone at under 10 and over, Sangrula. Those are MVP kind of numbers. I know often they go to batters, and look, there have been some good performances. I mean, Salinan earlier today, we've had 2 centuries along the way as well, but if you start to stop the voting right now, I think he's got my vote, Rhino.
Always love the players who deliver in big games.
Wow, that's in the air. Is it going to go? It does. Just Mohan has to watch it fly. As another flight goes over our head, seems a bit of a coincidence, but maximal 6 runs. I
thought that was just the sound of the Grizzly travelling through the atmosphere. This one went very high. The batter Mahmood. This cannot have been in the team plan for the Marcos. 4 wickets down. Can you imagine Mahmood planned to bat at number 6 and out there before the end of the power play?
Yeah, crazy stuff. Pitches up, hit very hard. Piercing the offside field 4 more. Mahmood's come out in the mood.
I don't think the Marcos are going into a period of consolidation here, Maximo. Mahmood has gone hard at the first 2 balls. 30 for 4. As always with the Marcos, the run rate's not tragic, certainly not great at the moment, but much will depend on what they can do in these next 7 overs. Shabir's still there. He's played some longer innings in this tournament, but he needs some support from the middle and lower order.
Big swing and a miss this time, so he finishes with 3 for 27 in the final. So it's more or less a par run rate, but those 3 wickets are invaluable when he's put his team in a commanding position early. It's 30 for 4 after the power play.
Tremendous stuff. I know there's big raps on Sangrula within the Empire Cricket Club setup. A lot of teams would love to get their hands on such a good young talent, but he's surrounded by some very, very canny and experienced cricketers within this group, and he is profiting from that tutorship at the moment. 30 for 4. It's not a great scorecard for the Greater Helsinki team, but as long as Shabir's there, particularly if he can take a lot of the strike, Vinny, still the potential for them to build a proper target. Raz Mohammed taking up the 4th over.
Pitched up and careful kind of push from Shabir. Has a look at Raz first up. So we've talked about this quite a few times. I think your best bet is to continue playing your shots and pretend that it's 31 for none or 31 for 1 and you're out there batting in the top order, because you can't afford to drag too much. Good little outswinger there. Mahmood loses his shape.
Loses his shape. I think his head was already turned when the ball was halfway down the track. A little bit of testing outswing from Raz Mohammed.
Finals are funny. We talked about it earlier in a different situation, a bit very batting dominant start, but sometimes there's a turning point, and it's the Marcos that need it at the moment. And that'll help. That's a blast from Mahmood. Hey, kind of master of the late inclusion, Mahmood, but he's a reliable player no matter what he's doing for the Marcos. That time he opens up that front leg and puts it over mid-off for 6.
Pretty good shot from Mahmood. Mohammed just drifting into half volley territory. Had the ability to stretch his arms. Kept the head looking at the ball for a touch longer.
Right, that's skied. How far is it going? It's going far enough. I think Mahmood goes back-to-back maximals. Oh, well, the Razamatars just kind of drifting into the slot a couple of times and paying the price.
Tell you what, Vinny, I didn't think he'd gotten a great piece of that ball, but he's carried the outside picket fence of the ground.
Yeah. And, yeah, the wind seems to have just died completely. It just sort of pierced through, almost like he's batting in a vacuum. That one just kept on going. All right, back-to-back sixes. That's a good start. Can Mahmood have a blinder here and bat his team out of a tight spot? Comeback ball from Raz. Oh, nicked, but miles over Jordan O'Brien. It'll run away for 4. So there's un poco de suerte. It's a little bit of luck that you always need. This could have easily flown to O'Brien. Instead it flies about 3 metres over his head, 4 runs.
Yeah, things starting to, I wouldn't say fall the way of the Marcors, but after a couple of dot balls to start the over, they've gotten on top of Muhammad here. He's gone for 17, and Mahmood playing a little bit of a blinder of a cameo here, 26 off 7.
It's the counter punch, isn't it? He's got to keep going for a while yet. That will help. That's another one. That is plastered over the straight boundary. Maximo takes the 4th over. Magical. 23 come off that. It finished with 4 boundaries. And the 50's up as well for GHM. Bit of the old GBH about that, to be honest. It's 53 for 4.
Oh, poor Raz. He's bowled against some pretty good bowlers and kept things tight out at Cartamar Oval over the last couple of years, but he's copped a bit of tap in this ECS Finland event, and that run rate after a big over going for 23, looking far healthier. The Marcors 53 for 4.
So just, yeah, looking at the MVP heading into the final. We had Sangrula with 8 wickets. He got 3 in the final. Pandey actually 8 wickets as well. Zia Rahman's got to be in there for his runs and wickets. He has 7 wickets. Also a few runs to go with that. There's a few batters around the 200 run mark. Wijamuni with 226, the leading scorer. Atiq Rashid is not playing the final, 215. Jordan O'Brien 186. Afzal Hussain 185. Shahid Alam 180. So, yeah, I don't know. For me, 3 wickets clear now, Sangrula. He'd be my choice. Well bowled. It's Pandey. Actually, he might be saying, what about me? If he can pull off a 4-fer, he might say he deserves it, and pleased to say he doesn't.
What about me? It isn't fair. The words coming out of Pandy's mouth. He's been consistently very good.
Take a step back and see the little people. And Pandey, well, he might have good numbers, but Shabir doesn't care one iota. He just clips him away over the leg side for 6 runs.
Rare time where Pandey's drifted onto the stumps. Shabir picked the line early. Good rotation of the hips and lovely timing.
Gripping final so far. I haven't had a chance to talk about the workout that I had in the hour break. I had
almost needed a change of shirt.
Yeah, almost. Short sleeves being rocked right now by me. Well bowled, come back from Pandey. Very good at just dropping it into that block hole. Yeah, I had Dennis and Marta bowling at me for 2 of our crew. And even Diana rolled the arm over towards the end. And let me tell you,
Diana's been working hard.
What's helpful in the nets is there's a whole bunch of lines on the pitch horizontally. So we're just talking about the Goldilocks zone to bowl, and I was very, very impressed. That's going to be skewed away to point, or it will be stopped.
Can you explain the Goldilocks zone? I've not heard that term.
Not too short, not too full. So trying to, drawing the batter forward into a shot. And, of course, at the moment, they're not too quick. Although Dennis gets them through okay. But, drawing the batter forward, but it not being quite a full toss. Nothing that they're going to go back and pull easily. Low full toss. This time, low full toss isn't the worst, though. Like I said, rather be slightly too full than too short, I think.
Underrated ball in T10.
I have had our anti-corruption unit on the phone. There might have been a couple of... Any ball that I thought was hitting the stumps, I would theatrically miss. And I think they realised the only balls I was missing were the ones that are on the
Uncle Vinny seems to be playing and missing a few.
Well, that's going to be up and over the top. 6 runs. Mahmood continues. Here's fantastic starter in the final. Positively moon-like counter-attack here in the last game. A bit like we had in the first. Maximo. 6 runs, and that takes us to the end of the 5th over. 68 for 4. Dramatic start to the decider.
One of the truly beautiful things about T10 cricket, Vinny, is how quickly it can turn around. Those last 2 overs have gone for 38 off Muhammad and Pandey. Pandey's already gone for more runs off his first over than he had in the entire qualifier 2. And all of a sudden, the Marcors prefer not to have 4 wickets back in the hatch, but 68 on the board, certainly not a bad run rate, and has forced the Empire team to have a little bit of a think about how to stop the run flow, not just attacking for wickets.
I wonder what might make the play of the day on the European cricket social media. A couple of things, obviously.
So many choices.
I mean, Salman's batting was quite sublime. The Saiful Islam catch earlier on.
What about the catch from the 12th man from Empire?
That was pretty good.
Today?
Yeah, definitely. Salman has got a good change of pace. This guy that has played a lot of this form. You mentioned that even since he's been at Europe, you think it's one of these cases where he's actually become a better cricketer in Europe because he sees the carrot and the rewards there if he can improve. Obviously, I put this in the chat because I think it was, who was it? Lana said, why ain't anyone bowling short to this guy?
Well, Lana's got her wish. Speaking to Jordan O'Brien during the break between games, and he told me that Nicholas came out very, very focused for that chase in qualifier 2. So he had a look in his eyes that he wasn't going to go home empty-handed from that game.
The South African players, they can get what I call the crazy eyes. Oh, well, a little pop-up here. Oh, Jordan O'Brien can't get there. He's going to have a pop. Oh, would have been out. Got the glove off in a hurry, picked it up with just the inner and fired away, but that could have been the end of the batter. Have a look at it. One hand, one bounce style. Throws on the run. Tough one. Half chance missed.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding, though. Moved quickly. He's got a good nose for the ball, O'Brien. Tell you what, it's a good short ball from Salinan as well.
It was the perfect
in trouble.
follow-up short ball. Remember, early got done for a second bouncer, but it's that chest high because the batter probably isn't expecting a short ball after you've used up the bouncer. Heavy length again in the air. Can anyone get there? 2 fielders there. Dropped. Oh, it wasn't an easy one. And it was Padal who found himself in the hot seat. They end up getting 2 for a ball that doesn't actually leave the infield, that almost leaves the stratosphere.
It's the infield fly rule in baseball. Feel sorry for Vanraj Padal. He's normally an excellent fielder, but you can see he's got that hand heavily strapped from injury. Can't be enjoying taking catches at all.
Just to be clear, I didn't actually yell, why ain't anyone bowling short to this guy? Johnny Heason took me at my word. Oh, Gerard Brady's here apparently.
Gerard, watch. How do we? Cause we've got the camera free since we've had Mooney watch the last couple of games.
I mean, we didn't talk about Mooney for MVP. Maybe it's a done deal. Maybe just for various factors. Oh, a little clip away here, away from the fielder. Gets there. Well done. That's Pandey down there. And, wow, it's going to create a run out. He's gone. Oh, that's a wicket from nothing. And Shabir is going to have to tell his story walking. Just total miscommunication between the batters, and the partnership is snuffed out. Good pick up and throw from Pandey from the outfield. Finds O'Brien, breaks the stumps at 74 for 5.
Oh, that's a terrible loss of a wicket, Vinny. These two had taken them from 20 to 4. 53-run partnership, and then Shabir looking to come through for the second, just dawdles out of the deck, no communication, and heads up throw from Pandey.
I'd love to see that again, that same replay. If it was NFL, Fahad was almost done for a face mask on himself at the time when they were considering the second run. He was adjusting his helmet. Have a look at it here. He hits the ball, doesn't ever look for 2, he's slowing down, and this is, look, lack of eye contact there as well from Shabir. That's where he gets in trouble. And, yeah, credit. It was a kind of throw off balance. O'Brien sensed the opportunity and makes no mistake. That's a self-inflicted one for the Marcors. And now we might have a 60-second penalty. He's still getting ready. That's got to be 60 seconds. How long's it been? I don't even think they went to the third umpire. This could be a 5-runner. I'd certainly be asking.
Well, he's had plenty of time between the last wicket to get those gloves on.
Majid, the new batter, gets there just in time. In the air, Salinan, he's gone! First ball, Well, it won't be the 5-run penalty, but an even harsher penalty as Majid. Well, in fact, it's not Majid because that's in fact Mahmood. It was a change of over. So that's why he was allowed to take as long as he liked to get ready. It's Mahmood who's gone. And would you believe your eyes here? Marcos disintegrating as it's coming apart at the seam. 74 for 6.
It's all happened because of that absolutely shocking piece of running between the wickets at the end of the previous over, Vinny. Unbelievable how often this happens. One error from a team just quickly turns into a double. It's a great sliding catch from Salonen.
Yeah,
timed it very well.
Good technique. You know, some outfielders we see struggling below the knees, but you got to get down to terra firma, get the head down. That's exactly what Salonen did. And
get the head down. Also, when you take those sliding catches, you've also got some of, let's just say, the softer parts of the body behind you as well. So it's always the chance, even if it slips through, get this on the second grab.
So you've got 2 batters out there that hadn't faced the ball until Arjuna faces that one. Majid will get his opportunity to face up here.
It makes me angry, that running, Vinny, running between the wickets that caused that run out in the previous over. It's unforgivable stuff from good quality cricketers.
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. But tell me I've got my thoughts on it. What was frustrating for you? What were the specific elements of that run out?
Well, there was clearly no oral communication going on. You see this particularly throughout European cricket a lot of batters just looking at each other to try to communicate runs.
Like telepathic calling, which I don't remember doing at any stage in a cricket training session. Mind reading.
You don't need to have a great vocabulary to call successfully between the wickets. Look at this. So Shabir, first and foremost, neither of them are sprinting if they do want to. Shabir's just decided, we're going to double up here. No call whatsoever. And you do not need a call when you smash a ball into the meadow.
Take that. That's going to be a tough find. What a good shot. They're not going to take a backward step here. And it's Arjuna, and probably didn't expect to have too much of a leading role with the bat, but he's going to be important here. Can they keep the runs flowing despite the 6 wickets down?
Well, they'll need him. He's a good quality cricketer, Arjuna, and Pandey, who's provided somewhat of a handbrake throughout the tournament. He's gone for 23 so far, still 1 ball left in his spell.
Oh, maybe one more. Yeah, just basics. Eye contact. So actually, I've played indoor cricket at a pretty high level, which can be a really noisy environment. It's indoors, a lot of echoing. And I know I've heard a lot of players that have played out cricket, obviously, in professional leagues with thousands and thousands of people. Sometimes, you call, but it's hard to hear. That's going to be a full toss. Not a great ball, and it's going to be slashed away. It's going to go all the way, in fact. Maximo Arjunan with a nice little cheeky counter punch of his own. It's probably thigh high, and for me, it just gets over the rope. So, put that 6 in the book, and it will be the end of the over. So 89 for 6 after 7. But if you can't really hear, obviously still call, but eye contact is even more important in those situations. I'll come back to that in a second. Of course, we've got the 4-team ECSW starting tomorrow, and it'll run all weekend. Lionesses of Empire will be here. SKK have a side. Oulu CC. And PCS, which stands for Play Cricket Suomi, will be here. And they're quite an interesting one. They're kind of the development environment. So they're not actually a club that you would see in the Finnish competition, but they are typically developing women and children. Might call them the lifeboat crew. But anyway, that will be coming up tomorrow. He's bowled him. Oh, and Majid tries to get creative, but instead he loses the top of his leg stump, and Salonen breaks through for his first wicket. And the score is 89 for 7.
Salonen targeting the sticks. Majid probably not going to be a shot he wants to watch on replay, although to be fair, he's trying to aim for parts of the ground that are not protected by outfielders. But nice zippy ball from Salonen.
Thing with this shot is ideally you want to keep your body behind the ball as a second line of defence. And even though that might result in an LBW, at least you're forcing the umpire to make a decision. And I bet if he hit him in the pad, they might have thought that was going over the top or down the leg side, might have got benefited out. But Majid, just shows the furniture. And when it slides past that front pad, it's lights out, bang. So he hits the top of leg. So I bet if he might have been given LBW if they hit him in the legs, but they might have thought it was going over or just missing. So
It's not
89
quite
for
the
7.
style of Mooney's paddle shot.
You'll appreciate this as a former National League indoor cricketer yourself, but we actually once did a training session at indoor cricket where you weren't allowed to call.
Really?
Yeah, you'll love this actually.
Talk me through it.
Yeah. Oh, short hit. Is it going? It is a great effort, but it's going to be 6 runs. Maximo as Raz, who tried to slap it away, wax on, wax off style on the deep mid-wicket boundary. The counter-attack now comes from Rizwan Ali, batting number 9.
Well, Rizwan, he's probably expected more out of the ball. Pretty good effort from Raz there. They could have done with Arvind Mahan out there on their boundary. But talk us through this drill,
Yeah.
because I would go the opposite way with this stuff. I insist on players screaming and running between the wickets.
That is true. But what we found is that with the crowd and with the echo, that we weren't hearing each other call. So what it was about, this was just a training game, and it was about supplementing the calling with eye contact. So if you're not calling, you need to watch your partner and do what they do. If they run, you run. If not, then you don't. And also there's certain times where we would kind of a silent call for an extra run, for an overthrow, a sneaker run, which is, yeah, come, let's go.
It's almost a little come hither signal.
Yeah. That's going to be in the hole as well. That's going to be 4. So this is a good middle innings. I mean, it might end up being what I call kind of like an ugly 130 here, despite the 7 wickets on the board. So anyway, what was hilarious about this game in a way is it was a Western Australia game, so a training session. So it was fairly high level, and we really tried to replicate match conditions. And as you know, in indoor cricket, if there's an out, it's -5, and everyone comes in and there's a huddle, and you give it, one of those. And
Great times.
Yeah, it's great times. So we really tried to replicate that in this practice game, which was full-on rules. The only difference being that if anyone was to call, it was automatically out, right?
That's a hard thing to train yourself out of.
Exactly, and that's why it was such a great experience. All right, goes again. This time could be catchable. Is it 8? Oh, he's hit it on his shoulder, and that's going to be 4. Oh, forget it. I think Raz knows he's going to maybe try and sell it in case the cameras broke down. But this is 4.
Well, hold the phone. I mean, I know it's going to be called 4, but I think they've actually run 3, which you almost never see in European cricket.
Shoulder. Have a look. Just freeze it here. Bang. Well, I have to go back and show it again, because that's definitely...
There's definitely finger on rope.
It's unlucky. It's the thickest bit of the rope there as well, of all the bits of rope. But yeah, clear 4. Oh, well, it should have been 8 down. I'll try and get back to this, but this is a pretty action-packed final. I've got the last ball of the over coming up, so maybe I'll come back to it then. But, oh yeah, we've just got a bit of an equipment adjustment. So, yeah, so the best bit was that, sometimes you don't even appeal, you just assume something's a wicket and you run in. So anytime somebody would let out any noise at all, even a grunt if they were batting, we would just celebrate a wicket. And they'd be, what? I didn't say anything. We're like, hey! It was about -20 to -20 in the end. It was
I assume that was the most common form of dismissal.
Yeah. We called out, I think we were calling it. It was really good. But it was a good exercise at supplementing the calling with eye contact. Problem here, sometimes you get neither, I suppose, in Europe. Big swing and a miss from Rahat this time. Rizwan Ali this time, I should say.
That's the end of the over. Maximo, 103 for 7. What I would say is in these conditions, I mean, we've definitely got a bigger crowd today, which is great to see. The only major noise they're dealing with are the aircraft at Banta Airport, and I know they can make quite a sound, but there is absolutely no excuse for proper, loud, clear communication of running.
That's true. But actually, the reason eye contact's important as well is because typically there's only 3 calls, yes, no, and wait. And when you look at someone, though, you can see how confidently they're doing what they're doing as well. So are they confidently running? Basically, you should be mirroring what they're doing. And I actually wrote a whole, I'd say it's a thesis, but it was basically there's a document, Vinny's like laws of running, or
How long was this?
It was about 4 pages. Wow, shot, steps, hits, Wild Thing puts in the slot and gets hurt. Arjunan in the final, stepping up for the Marcos.
Hitting the ball cleanly. He picked the slower ball early, just held his shot and dumps it straight down the ground.
And one thing that I remember from this document, which, it was considered a bit of, I don't know if it got leaked to other states.
Tome.
Yeah, but one of the key points to remember is know who's in charge. So i.e. whose call it is or who's responsible for whether there's a run or not. And so with very clear scenarios, for example, in outdoor, the equivalent would be kind of behind the wicket or in front of the wicket. Know who's in charge, look to them, do what they do.
So we had an interesting discussion with this when we had a very in-depth training session with a high-performance coach from Australia. Cher continues to charge in. And he was challenging the cricketing belief of the ball's behind the wicket, and so therefore that's immediately the non-striker's call and the very, very basic outline. His take, and I quite appreciated it, and we have started to introduce this, was much more about who is running to the danger end. They should be controlling the call, and that requires quite a little bit more, I guess, game awareness. Ultimately, most of the time, it will still be that traditional distinction, but as that has hit his leg in probably uncomfortable position, no LBW call, but unfortunately, Ali is still hobbling, and he is not the man, given his importance to the bowling lineup, as that looks like it's hit the top of his knee as the pad has rushed down to the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, that has hurt him. Gives us a bit more time. I'm actually going to send you this document. I've dug it up. My indoor cricket running masterclasses. And so, yeah, that's someone that's about to have a knee operation, Rhino. I'm glad that's not you out there.
That's
would have
really
doubled your expenses.
Nasty. I'm not sure magic spray is going to help that.
Just a bit of time and proper patella pounder there, wasn't it? Anyway, he'll be fine.
It's pretty unlucky because he got into quite a front-on crouched position. Yeah. It's not often the knee's exposed like that while batting.
So, what was I going to tell you? So
running between the wickets.
Run between the wickets. I'll give in outdoor. I think I take what you're saying, but I like to think less about who's going to the danger end and more like who's in the best position to judge whether it's a run or not. It's a subtle distinction, but I'll give you an example. So this idea of just behind the wicket isn't the striker's call. I think it depends if they have a good view or not. So, for example, if you hit the ball to backward point, that's behind the wicket.
You've got a good view
but
there.
You can
Absolutely.
see, is it going at the field or not? If you're at the non-striker's end, you can't really see that as well. That's very different to kind of hitting a ball like French cutting and not really knowing where the ball is or the ball clunking into your pad. And then, so for example, if that happens, then you immediately should lock eyes with your non-striker. So, this is from my running Bible, the section who's in charge.
Is this an indoor or an outdoor?
It's an indoor, but the same principles apply for probably 90% of it. So who's in charge says, although there's always some grey areas, normally either the striker or the non-striker are in the best position to judge whether to run or not. Know when that person is you and know when it isn't. Trust your partner's judgment. Anyway, good
really
news
is a game. Indoor cricket is such a game of trust.
It hones your running in a way which is ridiculous. Then outdoor running actually seems pretty easy by comparison. Anyway, back to the wild thing. Full toss. Hasn't quite got it right in this over as Amjad. Well put away Arjunan. And a plucky little 23 off just 6 balls. A magical start for a guy who came out at number 8.
Yeah, he hasn't had much of an opportunity to shine with the bat in the tournament to date, but come finals time, cometh the man.
There's even diagrams in this. Jeez, I haven't read this for a while.
History lesson.
I don't have to read this out loud, but just read that on my screen. You'll appreciate it.
Love it.
Appreciate it.
Very much a description of
quite a thesis.
The progression of
rolling off cut off the end of the bat.
Running.
Bowler's on here. If he could throw that far. Fortunately, I think the answer is he couldn't. He'll get through for a single. Do you like that one?
I do.
That's pre-Chat GPT.
How long ago was this?
I think I did that in 2019. So it's about 6 years ago. So at the end, it was actually the last full season that I played.
Do you miss playing indoor cricket?
Yeah. I've would have played thousands of games. So, I don't know if I miss it. All right, that is up in the air. And, it's going to be fumbled. It's going to be 4. So, a bit of a gift there. And Rizwan Ali. The old 8 and 9 going to be fine strategy for the Marcos. That'll take him up to 120.
Yep. Lovely shot. As we said, 9th over. It's a pretty healthy one. Cher ends up with 18 for 1 wicket off his 2 overs.
Like this comment from Paul Kempen talking about the Raz Mohammed 4 runs on the drop catch, just because it was a thick bit. It's well said. Paul. I don't really miss it. When I do go back to Australia, I get back maybe 4 times a year to visit family and all that. And typically I try and strategically do it, so I'll get a couple of Wednesdays. My social team still goes. I've been going since 1996.
That is quite
I've
some
been playing
fun.
since 1998 for that team. Got him. Finally, they get this 8th wicket they should have had a while ago. And funnily enough, it's Raz Muhammad that comes up with it. He spilt one on the boundary. And this time it's the top of leg stump again, which is tilted back 120 for 8. But it ends a very, very productive 24-run innings from Arjunan.
Well, it's one of the first times that the Marcos lower order has been called on to do some work, and they've responded to the call. Arjunan's played a stellar little knock there. Rizwan Ali, busted knee and all, is still out in the middle. So 8 wickets down, but they are into the 9th over. They just need to scrap a couple of boundaries off this last 5 balls, Vinny, and if they can get a total sort of 130 plus, they will feel that they can at least put some proper pressure on the Empire batting lineup, especially considering Empire's been prone to a few collapses on this finals date. Shahid, the left arm paceman, he'll have a big job to do in the bowling innings for the Marcos.
5 balls left. Can the tail wag? All right, gets a piece. Only just a single, 121. Yeah, it's kind of, ugly 120s. Kind of where they're heading. Remember 135 actually I think we're up to average run rate per 10 overs, but that takes into account all the teams that aren't here. So I think on finals day the par's more like 145. 140, 145 maybe. There's one on strike. He's going to get that one and he's going to put it straight to the fielder who drops it. Verma. Now we've got 2 at one end situation. He's gone. Well, that's a total mess. We have to see. I don't even know who's out because they're about the same.
Yeah, it was calamitous running, Vinny. You could see Raz Muhammad gesticulating.
They've torn up my document. They've broken every rule. Look, not looking. Who's even out here? I don't know if he's on the screen. Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah. You can see who's out. It's going to be...
I think it's Rizwan.
Yeah, it's going to be... It's a mess. Yeah.
If the first run out was bad...
Oh, they've got the wrong batter coming off. They're going to have to swap back, yeah. Yeah, it's not Shahid.
Looks like we're reversing the video. Well, Shahid's managed to already step off the field, but I'm fairly certain that he should be the not-out batter. As much as the Marcos would love Rizwan to still be out there.
Let's have a look. Lucky comes back into frame there, so you can see who has their body or bat closer to that end where the stumps are broken. It's definitely whoever's on the right. You see, with his foot.
And that is Rizwan.
Is there any chance his bat? Nah.
No. Keep in mind his back foot is also closer, even than that visible
that's true
foot.
as well. Yeah, and keep rolling it forward, so then we can see who. You just see the number, but it's definitely 23. It's definitely Rizwan Ali who's out. So now, let me work this out. So non-strike, the new batter comes to non-striker's end, and it means that Naveed should be facing. Yeah, and non-strikers or the new batter's already at non-striker's end. Wow. You know what's funny?
Going on?
He was getting ready to get an easy one out the keeper's end. He's like, hold on a second. It's pretty quiet around here. Breaks the stumps.
Can we do an analysis of the Maximo running Bible as against?
Okay, I don't know. We've got the whole camera one. We'll have a look at it. First was drop catch. It's a failure to look. I don't know if we can go back further, but it's a failure to look. And that's why you should never have 2 batters running the same way. So if you look at each other, that should never happen. Anyway, it's a bit of fun. 122 for 9, 3 to come. Can even bat out 10 here. Paul called it 2 players going for the same parking space. Yeah, so Shahid facing up, which I think is happening, which is good news. All right, Rahman, the number 11's out there. Oh, big miss. They want to go. Hey, good confident running from Rahman. Even though he finished it with a baseball-style slide into home. Take every run at this stage, I guess.
Well, you may as well. I think so. When you're down to the absolute bottom of the bottom order, scrap through every single you can get.
Now, Kroom's the number 11. Number 11s of the world unite. Can Rahman knock one out of the park? Not bad. Don't think you run a second here. Just guarantee your last ball. Uh-oh, trouble, gone. Well, all the rules are broken. I know some are meant to, but the running there was a calamity for the Marcors. Not really going with the herd, were they? Maybe they were. They're all going in the same or the wrong direction. But anyway, it will be all out 1-2 for Keystone Cop stuff as the Empire innings finish this 10 overs a ball early. Nice throw by Collins. Classic number 11 stuff. And not really reading the room with 9 wickets down. It wasn't to be. 124 all out.
Not much oral calling between the wickets, Vinny, but those last 2 run-outs, both times have had very, very loud calls from Raz Mohammed, screaming at his fielders to throw to the bowler's end.
Well, at least
That's
someone's
actually pretty
talking.
good stuff from Raz. I like it.
Thought I was at the Silent Olympics there for a while. But anyway, let's go back and have a look. The LBW, Nazir couldn't take a trick. He was out first ball. Looked like a fair call. Zahir Rahman's had a good week, but he nicked behind off Sangrula, who's shortening in the MVP stakes. The teenager with 11 wickets in the series, including 3 in his final.
Yep, 3 for 27. Pretty good figures. And then that was a big loss, wasn't it? Farouk Zeb, he's been a strong hitter for the Marcors throughout this tournament. He's generally come in later in the innings, but unfortunately with the demolition of their top order, he was in much earlier than expected. But while he and Shabir were at the crease, you got the feeling that the Marcors could still put a decent total on. And they really got the run rate revving in those middle overs.
Yeah, it was kind of an ugly 120s, but it's still a 120s. It's not like the 80-odd that Empire had to chase this morning. This is when the run-out started, and we had a bit of rain during the week, but it was raining mix-ups, wasn't it? And that's kind of the pressure of the situation. That was a good catch by Salonen, low down. But I think, credit has to go to Arjunan and Rizwan Ali with this partnership, where they kind of was chips down, wasn't it? Came in 89 for 7, looking kind of down and out, but they got 31 off 2 overs from there, and that's what kind of dragged them up to it's a semi-competitive score. That was with Majid trying to ramp. He lost his leg stump. Not a perfect innings by any means from Empire either. I mean, that was Raz Mohammed. Could have broken that 8th wicket partnership before it hurt him even more, and that allowed the likes of Arjunan and Rizwan to keep moving the game forward. But eventually Arjunan would be bowled by Raz Mohammed, who did kind of finish and clean up his own mess, and then a couple of run-outs that are less said about them the better to finish things off.
Yep, certainly was. As you said, slightly untidy catching innings, though, from Empire. Has cost them a little bit, but Raz coming up with the second run out of his over on that final ball. Look at little Raz here.
Saw this coming a mile away as well. What's his moment? Number 11 says, hey, I hit that pretty well. Give me another ball. He said, not going to happen. And Raz, good fundamentals from him, getting back to the stumps and finishing wickets 9 and 10 by way of executing the run out. 124 all out then for the Greater Helsinki Marcors. Looking at the scoring, Fahad Mahmood actually was the top scorer, batting number 6, 41 of 14, 5 sixes and 2 fours. So that's 38 of his 41 runs in boundaries. 27 for Shabir before he became one of the 3 calamitous run-outs for the Marcors. And shout out to Arjun in 24 and Rizwan Ali, who put on a decent 31 for that 8th wicket. One thing that the Empire Club have been very good today is on extras, and they only conceded 1 wide and no balls in the entire innings. I think it was exactly the same as the earlier game. All 5 bowlers took a wicket, but Sangrula, his 3 top order wickets were crucial, 3 for 27. It was the wild thing. Raz Mohammed and Pandey, as well as Nick Salonen, who take a wicket each. And shout out with Amjad Sher as well, going at less than 10 and over. But Empire on top for me, but certainly not a done deal here in this ECS Finland decider.
No, their bowling lineup has responded after getting pumped by the Dark Knights in the last game. I think big shout out. The Wild thing was distinctly unwild in that innings. Very, very controlled. Had his outswinger talking. It's good stuff from such an experienced campaigner. But the Greater Helsinki Marcors have still managed to get a total on the board under par from what they would have wanted, but he's still very defendable. Who would have had money on Fahad Mahmood being the top scorer at the start of that innings? But his wonderful innings of 41 off 14 simply powered them towards that total.
All right, quick break then. Back with the final innings of what's been a really entertaining tournament very, very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you in the coming minutes for the exciting conclusion of this ECS Finland.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. The exciting conclusion of this ECS coming up in the next 45 minutes with Hadley's Empire 11 going out chasing 125 from the trophy. They've had to do it the hard way by not finishing top of their group. That meant they need to win 3 games on finals day. So far, they started with a win against the Vipers and then got some revenge on the BTCC Dark Knights. In fact, both of the undefeated teams coming into finals day did not win a game on finals day. Bit of a turn up for the books, but Greater Helsinki Marco was 124 on the board. They were all out, actually, leaving 1 ball on the table. But an interesting conclusion coming for Sean. It's definitely not a done deal. Empire ran into a bit of a roadblock earlier on, losing their top 3 cheaply when they were chasing a score in the 80s at the start of the day. That was against the Vipers, who they restricted to just 86 in the Eliminator. But in the end, they recovered and they ended up winning that game with 2.5 overs to spare. Then against BTCC, the target was much more challenging, 155, but they still got there with 11 balls to spare. Nick Salonen leading the way, but also a good contribution from Aravind Mohan. Have gone once again with Padal at the top, something that they went to in the previous game when they were chasing 150s. He didn't make too many, but yeah, obviously they like him up there and his technical ability. And he does hit a lot of balls quite hard as well. Probably also thinking in the power play, he's the kind of guy that would benefit from a few less outfielders. Jordan O'Brien out there with him. It's Shahid to open the bowling, and my opening partner will be Andrew Ryan.
Thank you very much, Maximo. I'll tell you what Padal will enjoy here too. Loves playing that shot behind point. So if Shahid tries to push it across his body, he'll be in the game.
Oh, he's nicked it. It's just gone past the keeper for 4. I'd love to know how close Nellen Cherry gets to this, because this will be a good angle. He's actually in pretty good position to react. Probably just out of his wingspan.
Legitimate shot from Padal, though. You can see even the way he's setting up, there was a little nibble to the leg side. He's trying to open up that area, both backward of point and even to play that little open base fat shot. Yeah.
It was pretty good keeping. I don't think we've done a lot more there. He was well positioned. He wasn't wrong-footed. Just flew past him. Now this one is off the outside half. The bats, an opportunity, and it's gone. There's the early wicket. Padal for it out. Doesn't work for him at the top once again. Shahid with the early strike. An early drama in the final innings of this tournament. Empire 4 for 1.
Maxi, the emotions from the Greater Helsinki Marcos team. They know that's a big wicket. He's a quality bat. Padal, the ball just dropped on a slightly poppy length, lost control of the shot, and very good catch. That's a huge wicket early on.
Yeah, one of the things I thought about Padal, like him batting in the power play, is he might hit a lot of balls that are kind of one bounce 4s of technical shots. He just happens to have picked one of the two outfielders.
To be fair, that fielder stationed exactly where he should be for Padal.
Yeah, so good captaincy to have him there, but he knows straight away he's in big trouble. And although he played for that kind of educated edge, if you like, first ball, I don't think he meant to edge it that fine. That one wasn't fine for him, but maybe it's a blessing because Salonen was in some kind of form earlier in a much more challenging chase, batting 3. Let's see how he goes here in the final. Shahid would love to get the captain early. In the air, and he is gone! Second opportunity. Shahid on a hat trick. Oh, well, it just hung in the air. Oh, the Hadouken method, but he was able to recover, and Salonen, the hero of Qualifier 2, has gone for a golden duck. It's 4 for 2.
Well, this is incredible, Vinny. For such a reliable top order, this is the 3rd consecutive game that Empire has collapsed at the start of the innings. Salonen, who batted so well in Qualifier 2, has gotten a ball on a decent length, tried to whack it through cover. Can't keep it, or can't hit it high enough, or can't keep it along the ground. Just at catchable height. 4 for 2. What a start.
That's an unbelievably good bit of composure as well from Rahman. He's come into the side, and yeah, he had a good awareness. He was falling, but he was falling while watching the ball and kind of keeping his balance and his composure. It's an excellent catch. haven't had a hat trick this week. Could we have it in the final? It's Mohan, who also batted really well in qualifier 2. He's under the pump right now. Never doing it the easy way, Empire. Hat trick ball. Oh, it's a good one too. Probably squeezed away for 4, but that's straightened down the line. Mohan, no, will cash in 4 runs, doubles the score.
That's a great seed from Shahid. Look at that seam position. Slightly angled bat from Mohan. Wonderful ball in the hat trick, but in the end, it goes into the scorebook as a boundary 4.
I'd love Mohan to click again. Jordan O'Brien hasn't even faced a ball yet. So it's not like they're out of batters. It's just they've lost 2 pretty good ones. And this is where they've kind of got 5 genuine threats, don't they? Like I said, they've got a top 5 or 6 even that you could put them in any order. Oh, that's in the air, just out of the grass, probably catchable height, but that'll be 4 runs as well. Mohan, a bit like James Bond, living dangerously, but he will, again, get the boundary.
Gee, that was not that far away, was it, Maximo? 5 balls in this over, and we already had 2 boundaries from Mohan, in which he's diced with cricketing death. 2 wickets. Still 1 ball to go.
Kroom, by the way, is posting archived images of Peacock Friday, Derek, in the chat. Thank you, Kroom, for that. Got him! He's gone! Mohan 4-4 and out, slid off the pad, and what an over this is! 3 wickets fall in the first. You'd have to see it to believe it, and Empire are well on the ropes. 3 fours, 3 wickets in the first over. It's 12 for 3.
Incredible stuff, Finny. Probably the over of the tournament for Shahid, and what a time to bring it out. The big in-ducker. It's hit Mohan's pads, ricocheted onto middle stump, and the death rattle follows him. He goes for a very, very shaky 8 off 3, and Empire 12 for 3 after the first.
Well, Jordan O'Brien, I think like a guy that's out of luck in love. He's lost 3 partners in quick succession. They've given him the flick and they're out of here. He's on to Majid, who's come out ahead of Amjad Sher. So obviously they're saving Sher for a little bit later in the innings. 22 matches since the golden ball. I suppose we're kind of in the golden ball zone here, but I mean, then interestingly enough, they're still favourites, Empire, given that O'Brien's still there, probably, given that Amjad Sher's still to bat.
Supercomputer, very big Jordan O'Brien fan, I gather.
But what's
got some posters of him up in the supercomputer bedroom.
I mean, it's not a relaxant when you see 3 partners depart in the first over, but Jordan O faces up. Zia Uraman, the captain, goes after him, almost hits the bottom of Jordan's bat, and yeah, Jordan saying, what are you peeling for? It can be that, but I wonder how he responds again. He's no stranger to playing tough cricket. Queenslander like you.
What was the old quote when Dean Jones was looking to retire in the Madras Test match? Alan Border said to him, if you're not tough enough to take this, let me get a Queenslander out here in the middle.
Famous quote.
In fairness, as that comes off the outside edge of Jordan O'Brien's bat, batting in 14 degrees in the middle of lush Helsinki is probably not quite the physical task that it was batting in crippling 40-degree temperatures in humid Madras. But anyway, still got a big, big role to play, and if he can get the Empire Cricket Club through this, it will go down as one of their best victories. 17 for 3.
Yeah, a streaky one, but he's away. All right, well, that's in the air. Is it going? Maybe. It's right back to the line. It's 6. 51-metre job, and yeah, Jordan, he was a bit nonplussed. He had a 49-metre job that got him out last time around, but this time he finds the other side of the rope. 6 runs, badly needed for Empire. I mean, that could have almost been lights out if Jordan had gone and been the 4th wicket.
Yeah, certainly was. We've seen him get out like that at Carter Oval a couple of times, pulling from wide of off stump. That time, though, gets the bat plane in proper position and smokes it to the tents.
Backs to the wall again. This is kind of fractionally short of a length. Beautiful shot. Oh, man, what a final.
This is tasty
We've
T10
only had
cricket.
boundaries and wickets so far. We've had 1 wide, but every league ball's been a boundary or a wicket. Off the pad, not out. First dot ball.
I love the slight look of disdain from O'Brien when he looks up and the bowler appeals for something going about half a foot down leg side.
So, yeah, I remember that Alan Border quote. Apparently it's true.
Yep.
That he said that to Dean Jones, so in between Dean Jones spewing up. Oh, right now it's going to be a one-handed leg glance for 6. Maximo. Jordan O not too bothered by losing 3 batting partners in the first over. He just kind of off with you. Shots that one over the deep fine leg for 6 more.
Throwing a bit of chat to the opposition as well. Just giving them a nod that Empire's still in control. It's just finishing off that story from the Dean Jones double ton in Madras. Probably the most amusing thing of it was Border talking about Greg Ritchie being the man to come out. And anyone who knows Greg Fat Cat Ritchie from back in the Australian playing days, he was never a man renowned for his fitness.
That's true. Push and run this time from O'Brien. And lend the over. He'll retain the strike. Probably not a bad thing for Empire. Can have another go at a power play over. I wonder though if they bring back Shahid to try and get Jordan. I think they probably will. 36 for 3 after 2.
That's savvy cricket though, isn't it, Maximo? Jordan O'Brien, last ball, recognising that there's one over in the power play to go, so it's the easiest time for him to make hay while there's not too many outfielders, but also just shielding his batting partner as long as possible on the assumption that Shahid comes for the second.
Yeah, Paisley there, pretty prominent in our Hindi channel information. Why don't you join it on Telegram? Got to admit my Hindi's a bit rusty.
Is there any reason we chose James Bailey for that photo aside from the point?
I think it's pointing in the right direction. All right, Jordan's going to get a little bit more careful with Shahid. Knows the danger that he's inflicted, the danger he poses after he's inflicted 3 wickets. Okay, so what did Greg Ritchie Fat Cat have to do with it?
Well, I think he was the man who was going to come out if Dean Jones was retired. So he was the Queenslander. The Border was
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah.
To.
So you'll get a Queenslander out here. Yeah, gotcha. Oh, another one of these one-handed shots. That'll be 1 bounce 4. And so Jordan O'Brien is able to get Shahid away. Don't get Shahid did actually go for 3 boundaries in that first over as well.
Well, this is savvy batting. As I mentioned, he's trying to shield Majid from Shahid, who is a pretty tricky customer to play. He's also giving himself as much of the power play as possible. They did this also in the last game where the opening bowler, Pirmal from the Vanta Vipers, in the opening game today was absolutely on a heater with the ball, and they made a distinct decision not to go after him.
True. Question for you after this ball, but Shahid, what's he going to deliver next? Straight down the ground, just gets the distance. Maximo! Jordan O'Brien into the 30s. Well, he's been kind of fresh out of luck a few times in this series, but he is perhaps saving his best for this final. That's a good shot straight over the left armer's head, straight down the ground for 6 runs.
Lovely shot, got to free his arms. Shahid just tailing it straight back into the hitting zone. Lovely strike down the ground by O'Brien.
Come back ball for Shahid. Too short. Don't bowl there. And that's going to be 6 more. Maximo! 39 off 10. It's almost like he's playing on a different pitch, Jordan O'Brien.
Well, that's the danger with short-term bowling thinking, isn't it, Maximo? Because as much as Shahid was hit straight down the ground by O'Brien on the previous ball, there's some danger to it. If he closes the bat face, you've got the fielder out there at long on, much more chance that he's going to miss hit it. Anyone who has seen this young man bat knows that he is brutal on the pull shot. There is very little risk for him playing a full-blooded shot to that delivery.
50 up as well in the 3rd over. Speaking of Greg Ritchie, I think there's still a bit of Mahatma Coat content floating around.
I suspect on YouTube, there's probably not too much on mainstream television these days.
2025 probably doesn't hold up. I love this. He's throwing the ball back like a baseball pitcher. Wasn't happy with the replacement.
Happy with the ball.
I didn't tell you that one thing that was asked of us, and one of the reasons I was in the nets kind of hitting a few balls, is the tournament referee Steph Gooch asked us to rough up a few of the new ones for replacement ball. But I'm afraid that maybe I hit a few too hard, and that one was a little bit too old. Shahid gets one he does like. And Jordan. Well, he's going to take on a run. It's not there. He should have been run out. He's always an ROR run out risk, and that was a huge moment. Had 3 stumps to aim at. He knows it's a bad call. He would have been run out by a metre, but the ball just slid past the pegs.
Oh, Ziaur Rahman, he's a very talented cricketer. That's a gutsy run taking him on.
Gutsy's one word. Another would be
Ludicrous
foolish.
might be otherwise.
Margin hasn't faced a ball yet. He's the new Jordan. Did a lot of watching. And his partnership is already worth 41, and Margin about to face for the first time.
Spectator.
Oh, not a bad shot at all. Times it well off the pads, but he'll have to settle for one, so he'll retain the strike. Into the power play, runs, wickets, everything. It's 54 for 3 after 3.
Well, to quote one of our favourites, Maximo, it is all happening here at the Carova National Cricket Ground. Despite the loss of wickets, it's been a couple of healthy overs, the last two, 42 coming off them. The Hadley's Empire 11, and O'Brien is playing a career-defining innings here.
Quick Mahatma Coat finds there's probably still a bit of content.
Maybe don't put that one out on
I
air.
don't think I'll be sharing these links, but do your own research.
Kept Greg Ritchie's career going for a reasonable while.
That's the thing,
Back
though,
in
with,
Queensland.
I kind of feel sad that because making fun in a light-hearted way of people is part of our culture. And I know it can be misunderstood, but I feel it's a shame that good-natured impersonations are, and probably for very legitimate reasons, politically incorrect.
Lost a bit of depth to our comedy as a result, haven't we?
I mean, look at that. Anyway, won't send Croom that screenshot. All right, Margin. He wants a piece. He's going to get a piece, as it's going to be new bowler coming on, Rizwan Ali. He's dismissed over the leg side. Maximal, 6 runs.
Great shot. Lovely strike. Sort of come out of nowhere. I thought the advice, that's actually carried the fence, Maximo.
Good.
I thought
Solid contact.
I thought the advice from O'Brien would basically be drop a single and let me take charge.
Yeah, this is where you want another double click. So not just the O'Brien show, but that way if O'Brien was to get out, if Mudgeon's in and ticking, then they're fine. They've got the rate down below 10 and over.
Yeah, the run rate's not a problem.
Sticking with round the wicket, not so sure about the tactic. Oh, wow. How about that? Audacious, outrageous, crantageous. Margin with 4 runs on the little dink.
What a time to get funky. And the pressure is at its highest. And poor Ali continues to be very expensive, Vinny. Just feels like he's never found a way to keep the runs down throughout this tournament. And Majid giving this total a little boost here, 11 off 3.
He's got me inventing words. Cromulent shot. As Majid will a bit more orthodox this time. Just knocks the single into the leg side.
Glad you thought that shot was orthodox.
More orthodox, I said.
More orthodox than the
one
in relative
before.
terms.
O'Brien, 40 off 11. Yeah, he'll appreciate the support. Trust your order. He's still got the wild thing to come. Still got Amjad Share.
He's the closer.
So we're already over halfway there. Still 6.5 overs to go. Empire, can they have a perfect day? Win the trophy. This one he drags, but he finds the gap. That's going to be 4. Just closed the bat face a little bit. He made the contact and he found the gap. 4 runs.
I think O'Brien's going to go hard after Ali here. It's probably a perfect bowler for him. Just nice medium pace, drifting in a touch to the stumps. He knows he's probably going to be starting this wide of off.
Comeback ball. Pretty good one, actually. Middle length. O'Brien will have to settle for a single. Miss hit. Yeah, it's one of those cases, again, they lose 3 key batters very early, but all of those batters, I mean, they combine for, 12 off 6. So that's fine, as long as you don't run out of wickets. And it's kind of like we had before, where we had 3 early wickets, but none of these innings that are kind of, 2 off 5 or 1 off 4 or these kind of innings that basically you have an over burned. And it's still a 12-run over in the first over, so long as they don't run out of bats. Wow, Margin is stepping up at the right time as well. This time he goes the other way, over the offside. Maximal, 6 to close out the over. It goes magical, 22 off that one. There's been 40 runs in the last 2 overs. And Hadley's Empire 11, blink and you'll miss it, 76 for 3.
Nice striking. That was exactly the same footwork that he used to drag one to mid-wicket on the previous ball, but this time opens up the blade, hits over cover. Delicious shot, and These two are racing towards the target very quickly, Vinny. Only 4 overs gone. They're going at 19 and over. And look at that flurry of Maximo.
It's an amazing 4 overs if you look at the ball by ball. We had 3 boundaries in the first over, 4 in the second, 3 in the third, 4 in the fourth. So that's a huge boundary percentage. And now they probably understandably so. They're going to go to spin and Junin in the 5th over. But again, this has its risks as well, doesn't it, for GHM?
I don't mind the tactic, though. I think if you're going to play your spin card, now's the time to do it. They've bowled out Shahid, who bowled a pair of pretty good overs up the top, particularly his first one.
Brian on strike. Good leave. Makes him bowl it again. Brian's raced to 45 off just 13 balls.
He's one Maximo away from a well-deserved half-century.
Middle kind of length, but good footwork from Jordan. Deep in the crease. Brings up the 50 in style. Maximo! And a 14-ball half-century in the decider. Excellent footwork. He spotted it was pullable. It was a fraction short. He bought himself a few extra inches before the contact. Whacks it over the fence and brings up the half-century.
You said it, Matt. Well, it was all about the footwork. Having a look at the batting diagram there. 12 runs on the offside, majority of them coming on the leg side. That last massive strike for a Maximo, but the fact that he got himself so deep in his crease, he waited for the ball. Junin put no pace on it whatsoever, but he made it look easy.
Probably will toss it up a fraction now. He's ready to come forward. I think it's quicker ball.
Good piece of bowling.
Yeah, and Junin's done this well the whole week. That was like a little outbender. Playing a miss. Just love a little feather on that when you have any chance. You got to get O'Brien and probably Mudgett too very, very quickly. And probably Amjad Sher. So there's 3 pieces of the puzzle, I think, for Marcos to have any hope. And then now they're only defending 40.
Might be time for the skipper to come back for the next over.
There goes that little outswinger again. I like Junin a lot. I mean, even with his batting, players that can step up.
It's plucky.
Yeah, he's plucky. Oh, I've got some duck news.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't want to necessarily drop it, but I
plucked that out of nowhere.
I got a hint.
Plenty of people who are desperate to hear this, Vinny.
Hashtag duck news incoming. Steps across and doesn't really get it. Have to settle for one. So, I've seen the new duck.
No.
And I'll drop a bombshell. It ain't Dudley. Didn't work out with Dudley.
What happened to Dudley?
Well, Dudley was meant to be the replacement. Uh-oh. That's trouble and even more trouble. Yes, basically hooks it off his own nose here, O'Brien. So he'll get 4. It'll be a 5-8 non-standard minimo and a free hit to come as Junin tries a quick ball once too often. Loses the handle.
Loses the handle's an understatement there, Vinny. That's gone above O'Brien's head on the fall. He's not the tallest man going around, but that's a traumatically bad ball.
It's like a wild pitch in baseball, really, wasn't it? And I reckon he's charging this. No, he wants to reverse. Oh, I don't know if that's the option at this stage. Almost like he's getting bored with normal shots.
It's just too easy. Gives a bit of the open hands of surely worth it to the Team 10.
He'll be the first to admit that. Probably doesn't want to play it normally, so felt that was his only chance. Last ball, the over. And he'll wait for another out. Swing and he's going to be dropped. Well, that's a huge moment in this final. Now, look, that ball was tattooed. Make no mistake. But I almost needed a miracle catch here to stay in the game. Marcos spill it. It bounces just inside and across the boundary for 4. O'Brien will move to 60 and at the halfway point of the response, it's 95 for 3. Let's have a look at the calendar with Bulgaria starting on Monday. That's only 3 days' time. But don't forget, we still got the ECSW, so make sure you join us on the weekend. That should be a sensational exhibition as well.
Geez, Vinny, I know that Empire have got themselves back on top in this game, but that catch gets taken. 30 runs still required, 4 wickets down. You only need 1 or 2 more, and you're starting to get into the lower order. I know that ball was smashed, but in a final, you have to take that catch.
Zeb gets the ball, and that's straight up in the air. Surely this is getting caught. Oh, Junior looks around, doesn't realise it's his, but he still catches it. That's a brilliant catch. It's almost like he scanned the environment just to work out if he really had to go for it. But then he was able to lock eyes with the ball once again. So what a great bit of fielding in the end from Arjunan. And it's the end of a nice little cameo from Margid. He's out though for 19. A wicket for Zeb first up. And it's 95 for 4.
Well, I think you and I both thought he was going to get nowhere near that in the end, Vinny. He popped himself so far away from the drop zone, but made great ground and showed a clean pair of hands. We see this, it went up a long way, the bat of Mahan, and he really, really misread it in the air, but made up for it with a clean dive.
Good cricketer, Arjunan. There's a lot to like about him. Here's the wild thing, though. 30 runs. He's probably thinking 5 balls. 5 balls left in the over.
Surprising that Zeb has been left until the 6th. I know they like to bowl him at the back end of innings, but he's been a wicket taker for the Markors and comes in first ball, gets rid of Mahan.
Yeah, so following up on my duck news in a moment. Maybe now. So I've seen the new duck. He's not a Dudley. And I've proposed a name which I won't share because it'll give too much away. But I think there's even talk of having a real live action mascot of this duck. And I got to say, oh, no, he's safe. I got to say, you know, Derek, he was wonderful for us. But there were probably problems with bringing Derek to life in a real-life Cardham Oval environment.
Is that his two-dimensional nature being the first and foremost one?
Yeah, true. I still have my reservations about having a duck mascot at all because I think that batters will shun him when they're going.
It's a symbol of failure.
Yeah, I'm not high-fiving any duck on my way out. No way. I don't even want to see a duck. I think it could be complicated. Rolling cutter up in the air, 6 runs. O'Brien is going to go to the well once again. Maximal picked it, hit it, cashes in the 6.
Ball just sat up in the pitch. O'Brien keeping his weight nice and balanced, thrusting through the shot.
I don't want to give anything away because I'm sure there'll be some sort of mega reveal which we haven't organised yet. Still in the planning. And it was meant to be here in May. Quick date check, 27th of June. Say.
Standard slipping.
Oh, yeah. Why not? If he misses it, it's a wide. If he hits it, looks good. Do you think one-handed shots should be worth double?
I'll ask you a question. Is Jordan O'Brien's left arm the second top scorer for the innings?
I think you might be right there.
I think he's scored 14 with it at the very least.
Oh, this is a classic T10 innings by a side that have played a lot of the format. There's a reason they've been to the ECL twice. Even the early wickets not spooking them. But how can I describe this without giving it away? Let's just say that the new duck is very ECN, if you know some of our history and some iconic, some iconic moments and characters in the ECN.
I see where you're going with this,
you know
Maximo.
what I mean?
Yeah, I see where you're going.
So I thought it'd be a hard sell, but I like the new duck. That's all I'm going to say. Last ball to 6. Maybe not. That'll be a wide. Suddenly,
has it got a name yet?
No, but I've proposed a name. See if you like that name. May have been me, or it might have been.
You might have to explain that to me after.
I will. Last ball, the 6th over. Share can just kind of cruise from here. Wow, it's going to be probably just a short innings, but it's been a real experience, hasn't it? These 6 overs, Empire 109 for 4, needing 16 runs off the final 4 overs.
It's been anything but predictable this finals day, as you said, Maximo, earlier. The 2 undefeated teams both knocked out in straight sets. Vanti in the Eliminator and then twice in a row for BTCC Dark Knights.
Shout out, by the way, sorry, Rhino, but to Ash at Save Derek, hashtag Derek Forever, he's put in there. And yeah, to be honest, I'm a card-carrying member of the Save Derek movement as well.
Does this require situation. Derek to be
Derek
eliminated from the
gave
coverage?
Me his blessing. He said he needed some time out. He said he was overworked. You know, he's had a busy couple of years. I can relate. But
kept his fitness levels up with the amount of ducks that we have on the network.
With thousands of appearances, Derek. He's earned his retirement.
Was he an old duck when he first started with us?
Look, you know the funny thing about Derek? Come back in that second. First, we'll watch this ball get launched leg side, and that's going to fly as well. Jordan has 77 walking sticks. He puts that one into his own bench. Might have been Raz Muhammad copping another one.
Poor Raz still can't catch one, whether it's on the field or off it.
Where's this end up? Well, luckily, we won't see. Maybe it was not fit for television. The funny thing about Derek is we never planned him. He just turned up one day. Someone
just
found
out
him.
Of nowhere.
He just wandered into the broadcast. That's going to be 6 more, too short. This could be over very quickly. O'Brien, I said maybe he'd saved his best for last, and it's working out that way. Up to 83 now, and Empire are just 3 runs away from the trophy.
It's quite an incredible individual knock, isn't it, Vinny? It was not that long ago that Empire had lost 3 wickets in the first over, and here we are, 122 for 4, and they only need 3 to win this game. Just extraordinary stuff from O'Brien.
Probably would have taken all 4 points if it was a group game. 3 to win then. Cracked through the offside, but should find the sweeper, just 2 runs. Yeah, so stay tuned. I don't know how long it will take now to get our new duck. Is this kind of just like when Kirstie Alley joined Cheers? Is it this kind of
that is moment? Quite a comparison. Shelley Long, fan favourite back in the day.
All right, 2 to win then. Oh, wild swing and miss from the Wild Thing. He says it swung. I doubt it. I know that he did.
I'll tell you what, I think O'Brien deserves to hit the winning runs here. We'll see if Amjad I don't think he'll gently block this one out. It's not really in his nature.
Final Derek news, yeah. He just appeared, and then suddenly he was a fixture. He had all different versions. We had some great times together. All right, 2 to win. In the air, this will tie the game, and it will take us to the 8th over. So I suppose they would earn their point if it was a regular game, but this ain't no regular game. Marcos, they're going to have to settle for silver. Empire all tied up, 124 for 4 after 7. This is what's coming up tomorrow, and we're very, very excited about our first ever women's ECS here in Finland with the Empire Lionesses. They'll hope that they'll be doing the double for Empire, won't they? They're taking on SKK in the first game. We've also got Play Cricket Suomi, or PCS, who are here, and Oulu CC, who we did see during the week as well. Their women's side will be participating. So really looking forward to that. All the excitement at T10, but their women's tournament will take the weekend away from you.
Starting off with a big rivalry game. I know there's been a bit of player movement.
All right. Any score wins it now for Empire. And that will do it. It is game. It is set. It is Maximo. And Joe Hadley, he would be very, very proud of what his club have done, because Hadley's Empire 11 have won this European Cricket Series in Finland 5 years after the last ECN trophy was awarded. A team that's been to the top of European cricket. They've been to the Champions League twice. Now they've done it on home turf, and they are winners of this European Cricket Series.
Deserved winners too, Vinny. They've had to do it the hard way today, finishing second in Group A. They've made their way through the Eliminator, Qualifier 2, and then finally taking the final itself against the Greater Helsinki Marcos, who have set the standard somewhat throughout this tournament, but they've been blown away by a tornado of an innings from Jordan O'Brien. Magnificent stuff from him, 84 off 25. A genuinely brilliant knock under true pressure, and quite an extraordinary comeback from Hadley's Empire 11. They were 6 for 1, 4 for 2, then 12 for 3. But that partnership between Majid and O'Brien took them to 95 for 4, and just unbelievable execution under pressure.
Yeah, just so you can see their trophy ceremony will be coming up pretty shortly after the end of day highlights. So stick around if you'd like to watch. I'm sure a lot of people would. And yeah, Marcos, you've got a feel for them. Obviously had a brilliant group stage. Just end of days hasn't been so fun for them. Obviously going down last night, although they did hold top spot. But Empire, something I said if you remember yesterday, we have a look at this first over, which is a crazy one, by the way. 3 fours and 3 wickets in this first over, which again put Empire kind of on the back foot, but they found a way out once again, as good teams do, and you can kind of see exactly how they have been to the ECL twice. But that was the big wicket of Mohan, who was good in the last game. So their 2 real difference makers last game were gone, but different players stepped up. It was Jordan O'Brien in particular. And this was a big moment, wasn't it? This just carried the rope. Could have been a completely different story. There was no looking back from there. But what I was going to say, Rhino, is I said last night that the day will belong to one of the 4 teams. And I couldn't tell you which one. On another day, it might have even been the Vipers we're talking about. But the day belonged to Empire, and they can thoroughly enjoy their victory. It's well deserved.
They're an absolute strength in numbers team, aren't they, Vinny? You look at those who have scored runs throughout the day, going down their lineup: Mohan, Sher, Padal, Sullivan, O'Brien, Majid. They can bat deep, and that is why they're such a consistent T10 lineup, because they lose a couple of wickets early, as they have done in every single game today, and yet they have fought their way through it, and always a couple of batters have stepped up. And in this final, fantastic stuff from Majid, who was eventually dismissed to a fantastic catch from Arjunan, but Jordan O'Brien saw them through at the end. He may not have hit the winning runs, but it was certainly the winning innings, and whether he was playing 2 hands, one-handed, or anything else, it was a controlled knock. Showed his class as a batsman.
Yeah, it sure did. And really, just the pace they were able to keep going at. It's fearless batting. You have to be fearless. You have to risk the odd innings just blowing up in your face, I think. And that's one thing I've learned after doing so many matches. I've seen some of the best teams bowled out for 40 or 50. But it's because they all have this faith that somebody will come good. In this time around, it was Jordan O'Brien getting the job done. The mysterious J.O.B. with 84 off 25. Very, very good innings from him. Okay, had his moments that were a bit, flying close to the sun, but he got away with it. 9 sixes and 6 fours in there for Jordan, striking at 336, and got some support from Majid, who came in. Again, he played a fearless brand of cricket. 19 off 7 for him. The wild thing came out and finished things off. And bowling figures, obviously Shahid with the triple strike, but also they got runs off him. So he actually went for 30 in the end. Farouk Zeb came up with the other wicket. But, great Helsinki Markors. I know you're a huge fan of them. You're even designing potential Markor-inspired alternative logos for them. But they've been a great side this week. And look, they can be very proud of second place. Remember, there were 10 teams that entered this tournament.
Yeah, certainly were. I think these 2 teams actually played in the national final last year. So they've had some epic battles in recent times. But the Markors, it was the top order collapsing and relying on the middle order more so. Fahad Mahmood, 41 of 14, played a great innings to keep them in the game, but ultimately it wasn't enough. And the Empire 11, they've enjoyed chasing in this tournament, and they've executed that very well here in this final.
Okay, so starting to wrap things up, and of course preparations are happening right now for the award ceremony, so stay tuned for that. And hopefully the rain stays away. I know it's actually forecast to rain overnight, so we'll have to see in the morning how the field's held up. Hopefully it clears as well, because we do want to get underway on time. And this is the program tomorrow. Same time, same place, 6:15 a.m. GMT, which is 8:15 in Central Europe, and 11:45 in India with a 4-team ECSW. So let's all hope for good weather and a full day of play there. But I'm sure they'll be working very hard to protect the ground overnight from that expected downpour. So I want to thank everyone in the chat. It's been absolutely magnificent today, and it's been awesome to be in Finland. I've wanted to come here for a long time. Never was able to make the trip back in 2020 in those, I suppose, dark Corona days or the Wild West days. But I'm really, really enjoyed it. It's been a wonderful facility here, and I'm glad we're not done. We still got the weekend to go, and I'm looking forward to that. Big thanks to you, Rhino. I've absolutely loved commentating with you this week. I know you'll be around on the weekend. There's our social media at European Cricket. We'd love for you to go check that out and see some of the highlights of finals day. Don't forget also EuropeanCricket.com. It's the home of European cricket. And also, if you are in the chat, we'd love for you to drop us a comment before you go. But don't forget the most important thing, like this video, subscribe to the channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And a big shout out to everyone watching on Fancode as well. Rhino, it belonged to Empire in the end. And like I said, Joe Hadley, who set up the club and was basically the inspiration behind Empire Cricket Club, who've achieved a lot. I think the fact that the team was named in his honour this week, it would be a very, very proud moment for the whole Hadley family.
Lovely tribute. Those of you who are involved in European cricket will know how much it takes. Some of those visionaries and hard workers at the front end back in the days where there's a bit less support to get things moving, and that's certainly the case with Empire Cricket Club, and they have turned into the most professional and successful outfit in this part of the world and have done some great things for Finnish cricket out at the ECL the last couple of years. Group of very talented players and very fine young men towards that end, but they've had to beat some very good cricketers today. Top teams here today. The Vanta Vipers, as you said earlier, Maximo, they could very easily have been finalists and put down a good chance of winning this if they had got through that eliminator. The BTCC Dark Knights, probably a bit less fancied than their others, but they played some tremendous cricket and unearthed a couple of new superstars, particularly in the form of our boy Mooney, and the Greater Helsinki Markers were very good throughout the tournament. And tell you what, on another day, and particularly the loss of Rashid from their lineup for the final here, certainly hurt them. They could easily have won this tournament, but in the end, I think Empire showing they are the best T10 outfit in the country.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But look, again, one big thanks to everyone, all 10 teams that took part, sometimes in tough conditions during the week, to all the ground crew and everyone. Plenty of thank yous coming up in the trophy ceremony. But what we will do is we will go to the end of day highlights. So enjoy these best bits of finals day. Join me for the trophy ceremony. Then, of course, both myself and Rhino, as we'll be back tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. This time, it will be the women taking centre stage. So we'll see you tomorrow, and there'll be plenty more action here on ECN. For now, hasta pronto.
Back and Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the European Cricket Series here in Finland. Very, very, very honoured to be here. We've had such a great week here in Finland. I know personally it's my first time here, but I know it's not our first time here. We've had previous tournaments, but it's so nice to be back, and we hope that we can continue to keep coming back here. Even the weather gods were kind to us in the end. I know we had a few dramas during the week, but we got finals day through without any interruptions, and we've had a really, really great time. Before we start, I just have to say a few thank yous. Obviously, we couldn't do what we do without our partners, and we're very, very thankful to Dream 11 Fan Code, to HCL Software, to Rado, who have come on board, as well as 1xBet, as well as Bizaway Travel, who fly us all around Europe, which is crazy. We've got multiple events at a time now. It really has got to a level that we never actually thought was possible. Those of you that did play in 2020 and maybe haven't played since, probably can't believe it's even the same thing because of how far it's come. But we're just hoping to keep going upwards and onwards. And a big thank you actually goes to the community out there who have been such big supporters of European cricket. There are European cricket supporters all around the world, not just in Europe, and that's something that's very exciting. Also, the medals and the trophies that you'll receive today are thanks to Local Lifestyle, and they are unique, they are custom made, they are not like anything anywhere else in the world. So hopefully you treasure those and reflect and are proud of your experiences here in the European Cricket Series. Few more thank yous before we get on to the medal ceremony. And firstly, I've got to say to everyone at Cricket Finland, we've been so warmly received. I know I've got Andrew, got Maya, I've got Claire here as well. And Claire, special thank you to you for providing such a wonderful experience. Honestly, and she's dressed up for Peacock Friday as well, so you know, fantastic stuff, and I really want you to stay here for the weekend. But honestly, you have been outstanding, and you've really tried your best to look after us, and we really appreciate that. So I'm going to give you another round of applause on behalf of us. Thank you so much. And we'd love for this partnership to continue. Obviously, another group of people who I think do a sensational job under so much scrutiny are the umpires. And I want to give a big thank you to the umpires, the officials crew, for what is a very, very tough job. You know, and I think you handled yourselves really well. Hopefully you learnt a lot as well. I know that in this form of the game, it really accelerates your development, and anything that can happen normally does. So hopefully you're well prepared. And one of our objectives actually in the last 5 years has been to improve the standard of umpiring in every country we go to. That's why we do use local umpires, because the idea being that in your domestic games when we're not here, that you have reliable umpires, and that allows you to play your best cricket. So I want to say once again, it's been a really, really good job. I've got to say, just before I get on one more time, our TV crew are absolute geniuses. So 2 circles, I know we've got Imants here, we've got Dennis, we've got Marta somewhere around. You make my job an absolute pleasure. Even though sometimes we have all kinds of technical issues, playing at different venues, sending this broadcast around all around the world, a big well done to you. They're the real geniuses. So let's hear it for 2 circles. And I know Rhinus is floating around as well, somewhere in the clouds. And look, it's been wonderful to be part of the Blue Crew now, and it's been something that obviously has become more and more professional as we've grown, as more and more games have happened. So to everyone, obviously to Marzi leading the team this week, but I've got Steph here and all the crew. I absolutely love working with you. They're long days. As probably you realise now, it's a long day. It's probably 13-hour day every day for a 7-day tournament. But we do it because we love it, and we will keep doing it as long as we can. So a big thank you, and a special thank you to someone I don't get to commentate with, Rhino. I know that you've got a natural connection to this land, and I've seen more of Rhino than any man ever should this week, and we've had a wonderful week together, and look forward to more fun on the weekend. Okay, final shout out I think has to be, I know we've got 2 teams here, but there were 10 teams that entered. They all had to make sacrifices to be here, to work, to family. We've got teams from other parts of the country who are driving hours to be here. So we understand what that means and the sacrifices it takes to be a European cricketer. So on our behalf, big thank you to all the players for their sacrifices and for making themselves available. And also to the spectators, a shout out to the spectators here as well, who've hopefully had a good show. I think you have. All right, well, I want to finish before the sun sets, so why don't we get on with the medal ceremony. And first, I want to give an honourable mention, if you like, Vanta Vipers, who were knocked out, but they played some brilliant cricket along the way, undefeated through the group stage, but it just wasn't their morning. But obviously, we saw a Centurion, which Mooney was great for them. They finished in 4th place. To the BTCC Dark Knights, or the Moon 11, as they're now known, they were brilliant as well. Golden Ball first up, that was an insane game. But again, just weren't able to kind of play their best, I suppose, and were outplayed in qualifier too. So they finished in 3rd place. To the team that finished 2nd, GHM, or the Marcors. I know that we were very excited about you. We love the Marcor the logo, and we were playing with it, and we just love the way you played your cricket. You know, you played brilliantly. Obviously, it's always tough on finals day. You know, every game is a toss-up. And when it came down to it, you know, you were brave in the final, but probably just not quite enough runs on the board. But I want to congratulate you with the way you play your cricket. And obviously, that ECL spot is something that your club, Greater Helsinki, will be working towards, and potentially something you might be able to achieve. So I wish you all the best for the rest of the season, and hopefully see you again soon. Zia, if you'd like to come up, we'd like to present you with the silver medals for your team. Well done. Let's hear it one more time for the silver medalists, Greater Helsinki Marcors. So now before we get to the winning team, I have the MVP trophy, which I think Steph is going to hand over. And this was a really tough one, and it normally is in a series with so much action. We had a couple of centuries. Funnily enough, both the centuries were in losing games, I think, which is pretty unusual. But that's the way the game goes. It's unpredictable, it's high pace. We had some brilliant bowling performances and obviously fielding performances. Even a keeping performance, 6 catches isn't done very often. Jordan O'Brien did that earlier in the week. But it's not often I get to give it to a bowler. And we found a bowler that was stood up over the rest in a series that was kind of batsman dominant. And the MVP goes to teenage sensation Kripesh Sangrula from Empire. And I know, obviously I see every ball and we see every ball, and it's a committee decision. But Kripesh might have gone under the radar to some, but he finished with 11 wickets, well clear of anyone else. And he went it around about 10 and over. And yeah, I mean, sometimes the bowlers get forgotten in this format, but you know, often we say, you know, bat for show, bowl for dough. And obviously 3 wickets in the final as well was a big performance. So all the best for you in your future, and hopefully we see you again very, very soon. I'll give it to you one more time. Congratulations. All right, well, you can keep smiling because let's talk about the winners. Club I know really well. I was heartbroken for you in the ECL, honestly. We had some crazy weather. And you qualified obviously last year with some good performances in there as well. A lot of you I know I've seen for the Finnish national team as well. Yeah, but this year obviously not playing a ball was really, it was tough. You know, it's one of those things, it's no one's fault, that's the way it is. So I'm really, I suppose, proud of your performance this week. I know named after Joe Hadley, it would mean a lot, I'm sure, this week to honour him and his memory with this win. But even if you didn't win, I think you'd be really proud of the way that you come together. You're a real rainbow kind of club as well. I love that about you. And the way that you just seem really tight as a group. So one thing I suppose that you look for in T10 cricket is depth. And I think you lost early wickets, and it was always kind of different players that would go cheaply, but different players would get you out of the mess. And on finals day, it just all came together. I said at the start of the day, the 4 teams, and honestly, any one of them could have won. The day would belong to one team. In the end, it belonged to Hadley's Empire 11. So I'd like to invite you up now to collect your gold medals. Let's hear it for the winners of this European Cricket Series. Hadley's Empire 11. Wonderful effort. Okay, well, there's only one more thing left to do. We'll get you, why don't you get you all to come across here? Come right in front of the main camera because we want to make this a big moment. And looks like it will be Andrew that will hand this over. If I can find you in there. And Nick Salonen is right next to me. So why don't you come on down. It's great to have the European Cricket Series back. And now we'd love to hand over the trophy to the winning side, Hadley's Empire 11, the champions of 2025. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a wonderful season. Enjoy your cricket, and we'll see you soon again. Very, very soon, hopefully, on ECN. Well, how about that? We do it again, and this was a day. Honestly, I had no idea which way it was going to go, but for Empire, they just have that knack of winning, and you can see the kind of team spirit and the kind of the backs-to-the-wall cricket that they've played to make it to 2 European cricket leagues. I'm sure they'd love to be back again. We're back tomorrow, don't forget, with the Women's Series, so we're not going too far. We'll be right back here tomorrow, same time, 6:15 a.m. GMT, 8:15 in Central Europe, and 11:45 in India. But for now, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu on the ground. I'm sure Joe Hadley would be very proud of Empire, the winners of this European Cricket Series. We'll see you tomorrow with more cricket right here on ECN. Hasta mañana.